Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. This is my third time to take the video. I'm not good at it, but I have to do it. So welcome to the EAI ADHIP 2020. It was the fourth EAI International Conference on Advanced Hybrid Information Processing. It was planned to hold in Binzhou City, People's Republic of China, but due to the COVID-19, we have to move it to the cyberspace. So it is so pity that I cannot meet you offline, but it is good that we can meet on the conference online. Okay, this conference. Why we held this conference? It is because with the development of big data technology, the huge information has occupied the most important position in all kinds of informations. It is the hybrid information. Also, we call it a multimodal information. Okay. On the other hand, the hybrid information has its own salient features, which is more different from traditional information, such as over-compacting, large amount, and asymmetrism. However, character information processing methods are not so suitable to process information with these properties in the hybrid information. So it is the right time to research novel processing method to deal with huge hybrid information. Today, there are more remaining issues are waiting for solving, such as pre-processing and systemization of big, huge data, objective tracking and behavior understanding in the Internet of Things, and many other domains. So in this way, we hold this conference to provide an opportunity for researchers to publish their interesting papers in this domain. And also, novel engineering applications are welcome. We have two keynote speakers provide the two interesting speech in the conference. One is Karim Mohammed from Sejong University, Republic of Korea. His speech title is Intelligent Video Summary Generation, Current Challenges and Future Directions. And the other speaker is also one of my friends, Gautam Srivastava, from the Brandon University, Canada. And he is also well known in the domain of computer vision. So at last, because the first three conferences of ADHIP are all successful conferences. So I remember that this fourth EAI International Conference on Advanced Hybrid Information Processing is also a successful conference. And I hope all of you take health today and tomorrow and forever. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to the 4th EAI International Conference on Advanced Hybrid Information Processing, EAI ADHIP 2020. I am Natasha Onofrey and I am the conference manager of this year's edition. Unfortunately, due to the coronavirus pandemic, I'm not able to meet all of you in person, so I'm using this opportunity to address the organizing committee, the authors, and our online audience on behalf of the European Alliance for Innovation. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being part of this conference and for your involvement with the EAI. Above all, I would like to express my gratitude to the General Chairs, Shui Liu and Yun Lin, for their excellent work in organizing a successful conference in these difficult times. At the same time, I want to recognize the importance of the academic sponsors of this event, which this year was Binju University. During this streaming, you can actively participate in two ways. Firstly, you can take part in the Q&A discussion on Slack by following the link below this video. Upon accessing the ADHIP workspace, you will be able to enter all the channels, which are divided by sessions. Secondly, you can vote on individual presentations and leave your fellow researchers feedback on their work through our tool EAI Compass. In a few minutes, we will explain how to access EAI Compass and how to leave and receive feedback for presentations in this conference. As you know, EAI ADHIP is an annual conference, and I am glad to be able to announce that the next edition will take place in August 2021 in Yantai, China. I invite all of you to participate in our 2021 edition by submitting your papers, by organizing a workshop, or by joining the technical program committee. Actually, at EAI, we're constantly searching to promote innovative research in the field of information and communication technologies. So if you have an idea for a conference or a workshop, or you want to collaborate with us in any other way, do not hesitate to contact me at the email address below. After my presentation, my colleague Michael will tell you more about the EAI entity, the tools we provide, and the aforementioned voting process, which you can already use during this conference. Thank you all for your attention and hope to welcome you again next year in Yantai. Enjoy the streaming!
Hi everyone, my name is Michal Dudic. I'm the Community Manager at EAI, European Alliance for Innovation. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this conference and say a few words about who we are and what we can do for you and your research career. In short, EAI is a global community for a greener, healthier and smarter world. As of today, we are home to more than 60,000 members from 167 countries, and we reach out to tens of thousands of subscribers. As an organization, we are non-profit from day one, and what is most important to us is that we remain open to all researchers from all around the world thanks to membership that is completely free. We organize more than 100 events annually, such as this conference, and we do so in publishing partnership with Springer. I said in the beginning that EAI is a community, so let's talk about what that means and what it means for you. To put it briefly, we give our members a platform that builds their research. We do it with 3 main online community services where members come together to help each other write a better paper, get an objective review, and get recognized fairly. The 3 services in question are EAI Compass, Community Review, and EAI Index. Firstly, EAI Compass is an online app where you can meet and connect with new colleagues and get feedback on your paper as well as your presentation. In addition to that, it lets you download all full papers that will be presented at this conference, and you can vote on your favorite presentations as well as see everyone who is here and connect with them. You can do this right now if you go to EAI Compass website, compass.eai.eu. Next, we are improving the classic conference review process with community review. It has already been in use at all our events since 2019, and we were very excited to hear a lot of positive feedback from program committee members regarding the reliability and the speed of the community review. Let's talk briefly about what community review does. Essentially, it is a website that shows abstracts of papers that are right in the middle of the review process, as long as the authors allow it, of course. And all EAI members may then bid to review specific papers. When they submit their bid, they put in their bio and their qualifications, which are sent to the program committee, who can then decide whether or not this bidder is qualified to review the paper they bid on. This relatively easy access to review opportunities means that bidders really need to put their best foot forward if they wish to be selected, which improves the quality of the entire review process. At the end of the day, this benefits you, the author. And last but not least, let me tell you a thing or two about EAI Index. EAI Index is our credit-based evaluation system that we rolled out this year to all of our conferences and journals that allow you to climb the global ranks of EAI community and get recognized for your work. It calculates a number value for most actions you make, such as getting your paper accepted or submitting a review, and these numbers accumulate for 12 months. At the end of this 12-month period, we put together a ladder of all EAI members, and the ones at the top receive a nomination to one of the membership ranks: senior member, distinguished member, or fellow. For each action that is eligible for EAI Index credits, we'll look at the quality of your action as it was evaluated by another member of the community, such as, for example, the review score of your submission. To make sure that the system is fair to newcomers, every 12 months the credit count gets erased, the ones at the top receive their nominations, and every member starts at 0 for the following 12 months. And finally, Smart Submit is a collaboration feature that is coming later this year. It will allow you to submit your research ideas and your work in progress abstracts to get the kind of help and feedback you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for co-authors, maybe you would like to find a mentor or a mentee, or maybe you want to find out how the community feels about your idea. This is what Smart Submit is designed for. Ultimately, it's about helping you write a better paper and increasing your chances of getting accepted. Again, we will be launching this feature later this year, so stay tuned. And so I'm going to leave you with many different ways to get engaged at different levels. There are lots of opportunities in many of our events and publications, which means many ways to connect with people and collaborate. You may learn more about everything I just talked about at our website, eai.eu. These services exist to help you and to make your lives easier, so we encourage you to send us your comments, ideas, and feedback to community@eai.eu. And if you're interested in volunteering and contributing, you can let us know at the same email address. Don't forget that you can use EAI Compass to vote on presentations in real time to determine which ones are the best, as well as to download all full papers that will be presented today. Just make sure that you log in using the same email address as the one you used to register to this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy the conference, and I hope we will see everyone online soon.
Hello everyone, welcome to 4th EAI International Conference on Advanced Hybrid Information Processing. I am Professor Khan Muhammad from Sejong University, Korea. I am one of the keynote speakers of this conference, and today I will present my work on intelligent video summary generation, current challenges and future directions. In this presentation, I will cover the following points. First is the keynote speaker information. Second one is introduction of this presentation. And third, which is closely related to the theme of this conference, hybrid video summarization methods. At the end, I will highlight the challenges of this domain and will suggest a few directions for future research. The first part of this presentation, keynote speaker information. I will introduce myself, followed by my research team and some of the research areas in which I work. As I mentioned before, I am Khan Muhammad. By rank, I am assistant professor and I work in Sejong University since 2 years. Here's my publication record with more than 100 publications. By lead author, I mean first author or corresponding author. Some other details about citation, impact factor, patents and research projects is given here. About research interest, I mainly work in information security, video summarization and disaster management. Here is a list of conferences or workshops in which I presented my work. The name of my laboratory is Intelligent Media Laboratory, and I have a chance to work with the following members. Some of them are PhD students, while some of them are master students. Some are in joint degrees. Each candidate and student is working on different topic. Some of them are given here. Video summarization, on which I am working, and I am going to present in this presentation. Image and video retrieval, action and activity recognitions, information security, image super resolution, disaster management, and energy informatics, which is one of the recent projects of our lab. So this was a little about myself and my research areas and theme. The reason for discussing this briefly was to highlight my research areas for the audience. If someone is interested to work in these domains, he or she is welcome. Feel free to contact me via email and we will discuss how we can proceed and work together in these areas. Coming back to the theme of this presentation, let me introduce this area. Video summarization overview. If we check the meaning of the word video summarization in Oxford Dictionary or the word summarization, we see something like this: giving a brief statement of the main points of something. And in the area of video summarization, we define it as a process using which we can summarize a video by extracting the most important contents. We call them keyframes or representative frames in the video. How? By eliminating the redundant frames. These tips are visualized here for the ease of audience. We have an input video. We perform some processing on that video in the shape of video summarization, and the output will be either a video scheme or keyframes. Video scheme is a shorter video of the original input video, and keyframes is a set of representative frames of the input video. Main stages of video summarization: we have pre-processing step, and redundancy removal, and keyframe selection. In some cases, we can also have a post-processing process in the whole pipeline, but these are the main stages of video summarization. Some characteristics or properties of an ideal video summary are given here. The summary should be non-redundant. The frames or the video summary should be semantically significant. It should be concise. There should be continuity in the keyframes or in the video scheme, and it must be diverse. So these are the properties, and it's difficult to achieve all the properties by using a single method. Anyway, each video summarization method is trying to achieve these characteristics. Before going to further applications and our work on video summarization, I would like to highlight why we are conducting this research. What is the need of video summarization? A few reasons are given here. We all know that these days we have a large amount of video data, and it's increasing very rapidly day by day. One of the reasons for this increased video data is fast networks. Compared to the past, today we have very fast communication networks which helps us easily transfer video data from one place to another. The second reason is extensive video sharing and social networking websites. Today almost everybody is using the social website, Facebook or YouTube, Instagram or other website, and everybody is shared their videos, which results in large amount of videos on the web. Similarly, cheap storage devices. Compared to the past, the storage devices are relatively cheap and everybody can buy to store the videos and then share on the social websites using the fast networks. Last but not the least, mobile computing. These days almost everybody has a smartphone or mobile device, and everybody can record a video of something and are interesting events around him or her and share on the social website. We all know that there are many technologies which are concerned with this video data, and they are processing these video data for different applications. But we also argue and think that video summarization is one of the tools which can be used for processing such video data. How? By removing some redundant contents from the video and then generate their concise representation. That concise representation, which is in the shape of keyframes or video scheme, can be used for further processing and applications. Here are some applications of the video summarization domain. Mainly we can see its application in entertainment. We all are familiar with the dramas and the movies, and in many cases we see the trailer of the drama or the movie before watching the full drama or video or movie, and video summarization is one of the tools that can help us generate a movie trailer or a trailer for the drama. Similarly, in sports such as cricket and football and baseball and other sports, we can use the video summarization technology. Some of the sports are relatively small duration sports, such as football, but some sports are very time consuming. For example, if we consider the cricket, especially the test matches are continued for 2 or 3 days, and we all know that today life is very busy and it's very difficult to arrange 2 or 3 complete days to watch the cricket, especially the test match. And if we have a similar technology and video summarization techniques, intelligent video summarization techniques, we can process those match videos and then generate highlights or video schemes which will show all the important events in the 2 or 3 days videos, and we can watch in 1 hour or 30 minutes as per our needs. Similarly, in medical domains, we have a large amount of videos captured from wireless, from capsule endoscopy and hysteroscopy and other domains. We all know that surgeons or medical specialists are very busy, and their time is very precious, and it's time consuming for them to see the whole video, because we all know that there are redundant frames and less informative contents too. So if we develop intelligent video summarization technology, we can summarize those videos and highlight only those frames which have abnormality, and the doctors can see only those key frames or representative frames to make the judgment and suggest some diagnostic process or proceed some diagnostic process. This can save a lot of time of the medical specialists. In surveillance, it's very obvious that different things are going on in the scenes, and surveillance cameras can capture those important events. How if we apply the video summarization methods to those video streams, we can detect important events such as fire or accident or fight or any other abnormal event can be captured by the video summarization technology. Now the second main bullet is hybrid video summarization methods. Video summarization methods, we can use different modalities or different information which we call hybrid video summarization methods. The first one is entertainment domain, and then medical, and then surveillance. This one is divide and conquer based summarization framework for extracting effective video contents. This is very closely related to the theme of this conference, hybrid information processing, and usually the video summarization methods consider the audio and visual features for summarizing the videos. In this work, we have tried to combine different modalities, that is visual, oral, and neuronal information to generate a summary. You can see here that there is a user who has wear the emotive headset and watching a video. We try to extract the EEG data that is related to neurons in our brain, and this EEG data is analyzed. Similarly, the audio feature and visual features. This hybrid information is combined using some fusion strategies to remove some redundant frames and then generate the video summary. The main contributions are given here. We have proposed a divide and conquer strategy for summarization, and we considered hybrid information, that is neuronal and oral and visual, to generate a summary. And at the end, we have proposed an efficient intra or inter modality attention fusion to combine these features. The complete detail of this work is given in the link. You can see the complete detail from this paper. Of course, there are some room for improvement in this work. Some limitations are given here. We need careful usage of head emotive set due to neuronal signal sensitivity. The signals in this EEG data are very sensitive, and hopefully there will be more advanced versions of the head Emotio set, and we can buy those new versions of Emotio headset, which can help us reduce this problem. Second one, weightage assignment to each modality is very difficult. Yeah, it's quite sure that every user has different perspective and needs, and this weight assignment is very subjective, so it's a difficult decision to assign weight to different features from here. Some more detail about this system, especially about the keyframe extraction from intra and intermodulated attention models, and some visual results, and the effect of the divide and conquer approach compared to the traditional method. You can see here. Besides the hybrid video summarization method for entertainment domain, we have medical video summarization. In this work, we have tried to cover the wireless capsule endoscopy domain. I will tell briefly about the wireless capsule endoscopy. In this process, we give a pill-sized capsule which has a camera, and it is inserted or swallowed by the patient, which passes through the gastrointestinal tract. We call it GI tract or small intestine. It records the videos or captures some frames which are shared with are stored in the image recording unit, which is given here, attached to the patient body. And later on, this video is watched by the gastroenterologist, which is the medical specialist, to see any abnormality in the small intestine or GI tract. As I mentioned before, this video is quite comparatively long, and it takes much time from the medical specialist. In the case of wireless capsule endoscopy, the first 8 hours video is important from diagnostic point of view. So even though if it is a 8 hours video, is quite a lot, and if we can use any summarization method to summarize this video and extract only informative frames, it can save a lot of time of the gastroenterologist, and that's what we have done in this work. We have used the smartphone of the patient to get this video data and summarize, removed some redundancy here, and then sent to the cloud for further summarization into informative and non-informative. The complete detail you can see from this work, which is published in Sensors MDPI journal Sensors. Main contributions are given here, and some limitations which need more work in the future are also given here. Here is the architecture of mobile cloud assisted video summarization, and more detail of each step are the employed features and other mechanisms. Now, how this is we can relate this to hybrid information processing. There is some scope for personalized video summarization. I have published some work in this direction too. In this work, we can further combine the smartphone's information, that how much battery or other sensor information we can combine in this domain for summarization, and similarly we can combine the treatment record of the patient, whether this summary is needed urgent or we have some time, we can consider those aspects of patient which somehow makes a hybrid information system, and combining those information such as medical history and need of or urgency of the video summary, and these visual features we can combine to make a more intelligent video summarization system for medical domain. The third one is video summarization for surveillance domain, and the title is given here: a cost-effective video summarization using deep CNN with hierarchical weighted fusion for IoT surveillance systems on networks. Actually, our goal in this work is to develop an intelligent video summarization system which can process or summarize a variety of videos. So this is the initial and first step in that main direction. In this work we have considered different modalities such as the memorability, entropy and statistics, and have tried to summarize the video streams of surveillance networks or cameras. This is published in IEEE Internet of Things journal. The contributions are given here, and some limitations such as no sequence learning mechanism. We can adopt the sequence learning mechanism based on recurrent neural networks, LSTM or bidirectional LSTMs, to further improve the accuracy and learning abilities of this system. As discussed before, we also considered the neurology related signals, EEG data, to make some summarization of videos. That aspect can be also combined with the memorability, entropy and statistics to further improve the performance of this system and move one step further towards the intelligent video summary generation. These are some results of this system. The last section was the challenges and future directions. Some of the challenges of video summarization domain are given here. Semantic gap. Semantic gap is common in other computer vision and pattern recognition research areas too. The same is true here. Low level features are not effective, or mid level features are not yet effective to summarize the videos as per our needs, and we need to explore more effective feature extraction mechanisms such as deep learning mechanisms to reduce the semantic gap further and improve our summarization methods. The second one is lack of end-to-end architectures for deep learning. Similar to other some domains, we have the same problem in video summarization domain. There is no end-to-end architectures of deep learning which can take a video as an input and then produce a video scheme or list of keyframes intelligently. For each step, as you saw in the video summarization methods, for pre-processing or video summarization redundancy removal or keyframe selection, we are using some handcrafted feature-based method or deep CNN-based feature extraction methods. So far, we have no automatic end-to-end deep learning model for intelligent video summarization, and this is a major challenge in this domain. Third one, multimodal information fusion for video summarization. Multimodal, or we call it hybrid information processing, We have again here hybrid information. We have audio, video, and similarly some textual record. Apart from that, we can have the neurological data, the EEG data, and it's very difficult to decide how much weight we should give to each modality, or how should we combine all the modalities to generate an effective video summary. The last but not the least, we have no standard methods for performance evaluation in this domain, and this lack of subjectivity or objectivity makes this domain a bit difficult. We all know that different users have different perspectives and needs about the video data, and it's difficult to model all the needs of the different users for videos and summaries. Future directions. I have tried to encapsulate all the future directions in two main topics. One is minimize semantic gap using deep learning with big data. These days we have very powerful deep learning based systems and GPUs and processing systems. We can use the high volume of big data to train our systems and GPUs and try to reduce the semantic gap and produce video summaries which greatly fulfills the user demands. The second one is personalized video summarization. By personalized video summarization, I mean that a summary can be generated as per the needs of each user. If we consider the example of movies, some people or viewers are interested only in those movies who have some fights. Some people are interested in romantic scenes. Some people are interested in sad scenes or something like this. So you can see in these three cases, everybody has different perspective and needs, and if we consider these aspects in the summarization pipeline, we can produce summaries as per the needs of users, or what we call personalized video summarization. That's all about the video summarization. Here are some references that I have used while preparing this presentation. If you have any question, feel free to send me an email and I will try to respond on time. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice time. Bye bye.
Okay, so I'd like to welcome you to my talk today. And first off, what I wanted to do was basically welcome you to the conference, EAI ADHIP, basically standing for Advanced Hybrid Information Processing. And the 2020 version of this was supposed to be held in China, but it seems due to COVID, we're going to be doing this online, like pretty much mostly any other conference in the world is doing right now. And I appreciate being invited to give a keynote talk at this event on information processing. And I really wanted to thank a few people that are involved with the conference for inviting me to do this. Obviously, first and foremost, the chair of the conference, Imrich from Italy, and Yunlin, Shuai Liu, and Guanglu Sun from China, Yunlin from Harbin Engineering University, Shuai Liu from both Inner Mongolia University and Hunan Normal University, and Guanglu Sun from Harbin Engineering University as well. And so I'd also like to thank EAI for putting on the conference, and just wanted to give the keynote today on as far as information processing goes and research that I'm involved in, how blockchain technology, may play into information processing going forward. And so, when we're thinking about information processing, just looking at some of the tracks available for publications and conference tracks in this conference, big data, real applications, huge signal processing, radar signal processing in aviation, deep learning, computer vision, wireless communication. These are all tracks in this conference. And what I wanted to talk about today is how blockchain technology may play into research in the fields that you're working with. And so, if you haven't explored blockchain, maybe I can convince you today to pursue it. And so that's kind of going to be the crux of my talk. I'm going to try to talk today for around 30 to 40 minutes, and give my information at some point if you wish to ask any questions about what I've talked about. Obviously in cyberspace and with the time change with China, I'm doing a recorded lecture right now, but I'm more than open to hear from you about what I've talked about and kind of see if research avenues could be collaborated on with what you're doing. So let's talk about blockchain technology a little bit and kind of go forward. So when we're talking about any mainstream research topic or mainstream application that occurs, it has a life cycle, and it kind of goes through this research innovation, then peak of research innovation, then some sort of trough, and then kind of a downward spiral, and then it kind of levels off, and it kind of lives in that leveled off period forever, and people still do research on the topic. It's very rare for a topic to completely die out. I still see papers based on research innovation that happened 40 years ago. So that's not necessarily the case. So when we look at that sort of trend, right, between innovation, peak, trough and delusionment, and then slope of enlightenment, and then plateau. Blockchain is kind of sitting pretty right now, in the sense that it is kind of near the top here, right? And we kind of see it at the top there, where it kind of should be. And with other things like smart robots, data centers, and something very popular is on kind of near the top or very near the top, autonomous vehicles. That's hot right now. And so when we're thinking of researching something so that eventually it gets to mainstream adoption, blockchain isn't really there yet, and we can't expect it to be there yet. And so when we're kind of talking about blockchain, we should be talking about it in the sense that, okay, well, it's kind of sitting here, but we want to see it rise some more before it kind of gets into this mainstream adoption area. And in the mainstream adoption area, we see things like autonomous vehicles, right? We're kind of really close to that. Software-defined anything is kind of getting there. And, these ones down here, these are items that first kind of lived up here, where we're kind of at the peak. But now virtual reality and augmented reality are kind of, mainstream adoption. Like, people are actually doing this and doing it well. So one of the main original adopters of blockchain was financial. We saw blockchain kind of occur in cryptocurrencies, and we saw it occur in the financial sector. And it didn't happen overnight, but you can see banks are spending money on blockchain technology. And so even though blockchain technology kind of started, 2014, around there, with implementation, you can see that banks are spending more money on its implementation. And so that's a good sign as far as the technology goes. If banks are spending money on it, that means that it's important. If it's important, then other application or other applicable areas will apply it too. And so this is kind of the trend we want to see with technology. People spending money on it. If financial areas are spending money on it, all the better. But that's the kind of thing that we want to see for technologies to move into the next phase of actually being adopted mainstream as a regular tendency. So if you've never talked about or never heard of blockchain before, what is it exactly? So a blockchain is basically a type of distributed ledger. We basically comprises of unchangeable digitally recorded data in packages called blocks. And these digitally recorded packages or blocks of data are stored in a linear chain. And so the data gets cryptographically hashed, which basically leads to its ability to be unchangeable. And so when we hash data, those of you that have a security background will know that, first of all, it's a one-way function. So when we hash data, the hash that we get from a set of data, only that same set of data can allow us to hash to that value. So even though the hash function can be known, even if we change one thing about the original data, it'll hash to a different value. And so this hashing and the blocks together kind of ensures that all the data overall in the blockchain has not been tampered with and remains unchanged. Okay? And so kind of this is the basis of blockchain. And so there's four main ideas that go into blockchain that we really need to concern ourselves with. And those are, encryption, replication, integrity, and mining. So from an encryption standpoint, both public key and private key encryption are used in blockchains. And so when we use both kinds of keys, that usually means that the system would protect some sort of a private key, and then a public key would be given to users so they could access the information. Replication. Basically, we're dealing with a decentralized system. And so everyone has a copy of the blockchain in public blockchains. There's no centralized official that controls the copy of the blockchain. Everyone has access to it. And so when transactions are broadcast to the network, then everyone knows transactions that have occurred on the system, and everyone can verify transactions that have occurred on the system through a process called mining. And so the mining allows us to basically, through a Byzantine type system, be able to make sure that our transactions can be validated. Okay. Sorry, my face disappeared. I wonder where that went. Just hold on 1 second, please. Ah, there we go. I wondered where that went. That was weird. Sorry about that. Okay, so getting back to this. So what I was talking about is that the mining process basically allows us to validate the transactions. And so if we have valid transactions or we have a process for that, then anything that we add to the blockchain, A, since we're hashing it, cannot be changed, and B, once it's validated, we trust that that information that we're added to the blockchain has integrity. And so when we're talking about integrity, what we basically say is that the peers, all the people that are connected to the network are able to maintain the integrity of the data that is on the blockchain. And so in cryptocurrencies, they have this like mining process where there's rewards. In more non-financially available systems, that may not necessarily be the case where we can do that. And so it may not be an option always to be able to have financial systems on the system. Okay, moving forward. So when we're talking about a blockchain, it kind of goes through a process that's kind of given on the screen here. And what we want to be able to show during this process is that when someone requests a transaction, the requested transaction is broadcast to the peer-to-peer network. And once it's broadcast, a group of miners or people in the system validate that transaction. And then once the transaction is verified, it gets added to a block. The miner that adds that transaction to the block is then responsible for adding that block to the chain once he has enough validated transactions. And so that's kind of the way that we go there. As far as being able to validate transactions in the mining procedure, there's a whole slew of different algorithms that can allow that to happen. And so there's Byzantine generals problem was kind of the fault tolerant approach to being able to mine blocks. And then we use some basic examples, basically proof of work and proof of stake. And then we can also use a basically practical Byzantine fault tolerance for mining the blocks as well. So proof of work basically is what they use in cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, where miners need to solve a problem before adding the next block to the chain. Proof of stake is the idea that if Bob has more computational power than Alice, he wins. So basically, you have to be better than different nodes or be more powerful than different nodes in the system to be able to win the proof of stake battle, to be able to add blocks to the system. And so in the Byzantine generals problem, or the Byzantine fault tolerance problem, we look at something like this. And so what we're basically looking at here is that we have what's called a blockchain operator. We have a blockchain operator here, and then we have a bunch of peers on the network. And so consensus messages flow between appropriate peers to ensure that the blockchain transactions are kept in order. And so it's just based on the Byzantine generals problem, which is an old computer science problem, but it's just a different way to achieve consensus on the network. And so these consensus protocols in blockchain are a very common research area because people are always looking for the next best consensus protocol allowing blocks to be added to the chain. Okay. And so here in the next slide, we kind of compare proof of work and proof of stake. And so with proof of work, we're basically having to compute some sort of mathematical problem to mine a block to basically add a block to the chain. It's very energy inefficient because we're having to use a lot of energy to basically calculate the answer to this problem. And with proof of stake, it's better, okay, in the sense that stakeholders basically validate new blocks by utilizing their share by coins on the network. So this is for something like Bitcoin. For modern systems that aren't financially, I guess, capable, if you don't have the financial capabilities, you probably want to use some sort of modern consensus protocol that doesn't involve a reward system. And so with ones like that, you know, you can protect yourself using, I guess, a majority sort of voting process for getting blocks added to the chain. So why can't you change these blocks? Well, the way to think about that is that once they get added to the chain, once they're added to the chain, that's kind of it. And so they're hashed together. So if this is kind of the beginning and we're kind of moving in this direction here, we're moving this way and then this way and then this way and then this way and this way, like that. And we kind of create this chain of blocks, right? And we go here. And so if I wanted to go, so first of all, each one of these blocks is hashed to the block in front of it and behind it, creating that chain, similar to a linked list. But if I wanted to go back and change, say, block 74, I'd have to somehow figure out a way to change all of these blocks so that their hashes weren't affected, to go back and change this block, which is nearly an impossible procedure to go through. You literally can't do it. And so that's kind of the benefit of both blockchain and protecting ourselves from miners that may be malicious. Once a block is added, its contents cannot be changed. Okay. So, I mean, you're probably thinking you're in an information processing conference. How can I basically be able to use blockchain to my advantage? Well, one thing for sure that you can think about and kind of plays into every topic that's covered in this conference is thinking about access control to data. Okay, how do we control access to data? How do we monitor changes to the information that we're processing? And so blockchain kind of provides us with avenues to do that. And so if you think about every time information is created, stored, you know, exchanged on a system, if we created a transaction for each one of those occurrences, we could, in a way, create a blockchain that basically had transactions that told us information about who was involved in that event, what data was involved in that event, take a hash of that data, and make sure if that data ever occurs again, we have a record now of what that data looked like when it was processed. And so that's one area that you can use blockchain effectively, okay? So access control for information processing data would be one avenue in every field that's covered in this conference that you could use to basically monitor data, okay? And I'll talk about another one a little bit later. So when you're trying to set up information processing of data and you want to basically keep transactions of the processing, you could use a public blockchain or you could use a private blockchain. So basically a public blockchain is available to everyone. And so in those scenarios, basically, and another word for it is an unpermissioned ledger. So you're allowing anyone to contribute data to the ledger with all participants processing an identical copy of the ledger. Most occurrences that are in financial worlds, because anyone in the public can trade in that coin or cryptocurrency, are public blockchains. However, most private institutions that are using blockchain are using private blockchains, because now we're giving access to people, usually trusted people, to make changes or basically validate transactions on the blockchain. And so that's called a permissioned ledger or a private blockchain. And in that scenario, we allow for distributed identical copies of the ledger, but only to a limited amount of users. And those users are basically allowed to access that information through a main user or owner that would give permission to do that. And so in these information processing settings that you're probably dealing with, hybrid information processing, you're probably more likely to have some sort of private blockchain than you are a public blockchain. There may be instances where you may want to have a separate blockchain for public instances where public can get into that information. And that's possible too. You could have blockchains that are basically connected to one another. And so remember that centralized versus distributed, I mean, you kind of have to make, if you're using blockchain, you're more than likely in a distributed setting like cryptocurrencies, but you can still control your network by using a private blockchain. Okay. So with blockchain, there's different blocks, and here you can kind of see them hashed together. And so we have blocks 53, 52, and 51. 53 connects to its previous block by containing a hash of that block in it. And then we see the same thing here. You can also do them as two-way blocks as well, where they're connected in both directions, but for the most part, one direction is plenty. And so in the setting where you're using a blockchain for information processing, validation of the data, or transactions of the data, each one of these transactions then here could be some sort of event that's happened with the processing of the data. So it could be a read operation, a write operation, something like that. And so you can basically, put these transactions together and basically keep a ledger of everything that's happened. So, I mean, another way to think about it is if you have basically a set of data and you're allowing people to access to that data for information processing purposes, every time someone accesses the data, instead of writing down that transaction or keeping it in a log, you can keep it in something like in a blockchain, a private blockchain. And by doing that, basically, number one, it's all going to be automatic when anytime someone accesses the data. But second, we're creating a system that can't be edited, and so that it can't be changed. And so we'll always have a record of every single event that's happened on our data. So what are some benefits of using blockchain? Number one, we eliminate all intermediaries. Once you create the blockchain as an owner, you can control it. There's no third party that we need to worry about. They're fairly easy to use once you get the hang of what you're supposed to do with them. And we can easily, and this is the crux of it for information processing, we can ease the verification of transactions on data. And so that becomes very, very promising area for any field that's using information processing. The main reason that we would use blockchain is to basically improve the security of our system. And we can do it at a low cost because once we've implemented the blockchain and it's distributed, we just need to make sure that we're maintaining it. Because it's a decentralized system, there's no central cost for storing it on a server or basically maintaining that server that we need to worry about. And then obviously immutability that I've talked about before make it a very, very key feature of blockchains. So, I mean, on the one hand, we can say something like private blockchains won't revolutionize the financial system, but public blockchains in the financial system are quite popular. Another thing that can happen on blockchains is the use of smart contracts. And this also can have nice uses or nice use cases in information processing, because what a smart contract is basically a piece of code that's built in or basically deployed with the blockchain that may help us maintain its own state and control the assets of the blockchain. And so what a smart contract is basically there may be some conditions in the smart contract that are constantly being monitored by the smart contract in the blockchain to make sure those events happen or don't happen. And so what we can basically do is anytime that a transaction occurs, we send that information through the smart contract and they basically validate that it meets the criterion that we need to. So for example, in the information processing setting, let's just say someone tried to edit a piece of data. But I already had the hash of that data stored either on the cloud or in the blockchain, I can compare the data before it went out to that user with how it came back to that user using a smart contract. And by doing that, be able to maintain the integrity of that data. Okay, and so that's very important as well. Any questions on that? If there's any questions, obviously reach out to me. I'm yet to give you my email, so I should probably do that now. If you have any questions about what we're covering in this lecture, text. Okay, so here's my email. And so if you have any questions about the presentation, you can just send me an email. Okay? Okay, let's keep going. So smart contracts, basically the rules that smart contracts implement cannot be circumvented. So whoever implements the blockchain sets up the smart contracts, and if some people try to change these smart contracts, that information will be immediately visible. So you can really protect your data using these smart contracts and setting up rules beforehand using contracts that if they're not met, then something would happen, say an alert, or that transaction would not be allowed. And so there's a divide between blockchain applications that run smart contracts to do useful things and blockchain apps that simply use a blockchain like Bitcoin to store results of logic. So something like Bitcoin doesn't use smart contracts because they're just basically doing money transactions over and over again. But if you had a information processing application, you would probably want to employ some sort of smart contracts to basically monitor things that are going on with the data to make sure nothing malicious happened to the data. So that's something that I would definitely recommend. Blockchain is a revolutionary technology that is sure to change the whole world a few years from now. So, I mean, if we think about things that were pipe dreams in the 90s, like internet, we can see now how important they are. I mean, we've seen even from a research perspective, blockchain kind of poke its head in a whole bunch of different research topics. And so we can see how important blockchain is becoming. And so, 20 years from now or 10, 15 years from now, we might see how important blockchain technology is. I mean, it may be too early overall for blockchain. So, I mean, we need to wait a little bit longer. But on the whole, I mean, we'll definitely see blockchain come into fruition big time in the coming years. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about today was, as far as applications of blockchain, is access control. And so if you think about blockchain as a medium for allowing access to information, you can use blockchain for, and this is a very common use of blockchain for, authentication protocols. And so if you think about information processing, the information, you want to be able to control who has actually access to that information. And so blockchain gives you the ability to have authentication protocols where verified users can be stored. Okay, verified users can be stored on a blockchain and given a public and private key to access the information. And as long as the user is verified, their information is stored on the blockchain. But anytime that a user becomes unverified, okay, anytime a user becomes unverified, we can add a new transaction to our blockchain that cannot be changed, that basically revokes their privileges. And so authentication protocols and blockchain kind of go hand in hand. And so if you're working with an information processing setting where you want to be able to authenticate users that may be from all over. I mean, maybe there's people logging into your systems for information from all over the world. You can implement a blockchain to create an authentication protocol with smart contracts that check the validity of a user's verified verified values, and to be able to basically control who gets access to your data through authentication. So that's another area where blockchain can kind of come into play. Okay. Okay. So I wanted to share that with you. And then I want to, oh. Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to go back and just talk a little bit about one more thing. So just looking at the different parts of this conference and trying to focus in on some areas where blockchain may actually has shown some very interesting research. So basically, in any sort of real applications that have big data involved in them, blockchain has shown tremendous research positivity in the ability to create access controls and basically make sure that the data stays verified and stays in a state of originality. And so that's one area that basically for a lot of the topics that are in this conference that they can be used. In deep learning as well, I mean, we've seen blockchain be used in combination with federated learning to basically offload some of the tasks to device level as well. So the blockchain in that scenario would be used to collect the local updates for creating the global update. And so you'll be able to see basically just looking at this, at the different tracks in this conference, how blockchain can be used in a myriad of different ways. And so I encourage you, if you're doing research in any of the fields that could be connected to blockchain, that you do explore those avenues. And so yeah, I'd like to thank you for your time today with this talk. And so what I want to do now is basically, I mean, open things up for questions. Can't really do that in the virtual setting. So my email was on one of the slides. Please feel free to email me at your convenience. Again, if you didn't catch it at the beginning, my name is, oops. Okay, Gautam Srivastava, given down at the bottom here, Gautam Srivastava. And again, if you need to get a hold of me for any questions that you may want to ask, here's my email address. I mean, I'm fairly active researcher, mostly focusing in security, privacy, deep learning, and AI, but I'm always looking for collaboration. So feel free to reach out to me if you have any ideas for any projects that we could get involved with together. Otherwise, since it's a keynote, it's probably the beginning of the conference, so enjoy the other sessions. If you're listening to this, you probably have a presentation at some point, so good luck with that as well. And I hope we can all see each other in person soon. Thank you.
Visual non-destructive rendering of 3D animation images based on large data. 张扬、朱旭，辽宁 Communication University, Shenyang 110136, China. Abstract. In the visual non-destructive rendering of three-dimensional animation images, the traditional visual non-destructive rendering method is slow. So a visual non-destructive rendering method of three-dimensional animation images based on large data is proposed. The theoretical model of pixel-by-pixel time domain denoising process is used to denoise, and GPU is used to achieve time domain consistent processing according to the denoising results. The non-linear Quahara filter is used to smooth the three-dimensional animation image, and the first-order differential operator is used to highlight dramatically changing pixels in the image, so as to detect the edge of the image after obtaining the distinct contour of the three-dimensional animation image. The non-destructive rendering of the three-dimensional animation image vision is realized. In order to verify the effectiveness of this method, the average rendering speed of the proposed method is 83.2%, which is significantly higher than that of the traditional method. The experimental results show that the average rendering speed of this method is the highest, and the effectiveness of this method is verified. Keywords: Big data, three-dimensional animation, image vision, non-destructive rendering. Introduction. Three-dimensional animation image usually consists of point, line, surface, volume, and other geometric elements and non-geometric attributes such as gray level, color, line shape, line width. From the point of view of processing technology, three-dimensional animation images are mainly divided into two categories. One is composed of lines such as engineering drawings, contour maps, curved surface, wireframe drawings, and the other is similar to the shading of photographs. That is commonly referred to as realistic images. Graphic display devices are mostly two-dimensional raster displays and dot matrix printers. From the representation of three-dimensional solid scene to the representation of two-dimensional raster and dot matrix, image rendering is called rasterization. The raster display can be regarded as a matrix of pixels. Any graph displayed on the raster display is actually a collection of pixels with one or more colors and grade levels. For a specific grading display, the number of pixels is limited. The color and the grade level of the pixels are limited, and the pixels are of size. So the grading graphics are only approximate actual graphics. Due to the slow speed of traditional visual non-destructive rendering method for three-dimensional animation images, a new vision non-destructive rendering method for three-dimensional animation images based on large data is proposed. 1. Visual non-destructive rendering of 3D animation images based on large data. 1.1. Time domain consistency processing. Firstly, the theoretical model of the pixel-by-pixel time domain denoising process is used to denoise the image. It is assumed that the color values of each unchanged position in the three-dimensional animated image obey normal distribution. After noise reduction, GPU is used to achieve time domain consistent processing. Firstly, the frame image of the three-dimensional animation image is loaded into the texture in the main program, and then processed by GPU line operation. At the same time, render to surface is used to save the operation results to the texture cache for the next operation. 1.2. Image smoothing processing. After time-domain consistent processing, it is necessary to smooth the three-dimensional animation image. By smoothing the image, a large range of color consistency can be obtained, and a relatively uniform color in space can be obtained, so as to achieve a better smoothing color effect. At the same time, smoothing processing has important local operation characteristics, which can be better processed by parallel processing in order to reduce the loss of boundary information. A non-linear Kuhara filter is used. The principle of Kuhara filtering is to select the average color of the most gentle position near each pixel as the color of the current pixel. There are two reasons for this. Operational efficiency. If two steps are completed in the same process, each region will be calculated 4 times. The only one time is needed to divide it into 2 processes. The requirement of pixel shader program for program size. The number of instructions in a PS20 program cannot exceed 256, which makes it difficult to complete the whole algorithm. After calculating the mean and variance of the 4 vertices in rectangular region near each pixel are checked, and the mean of the pixel with the smallest variance is obtained as a result of this filtering. The specific image smoothing process is shown in Fig 1. Fig 1, specific image smoothing process. 1.3 Image edge detection. After the image smoothing process is completed, the image needs to be edge detected to obtain a sharp outline of the three-dimensional animated image. The horizontal Sobel operator. Fig 2. Schematic diagram. Vertical Sobel operator. 1.4. Image visual lossless rendering implementation. After the image edge detection is completed and the sharp outline of the three-dimensional animated image is obtained, the three-dimensional animated image is visually losslessly rendered based on the big data. First, real-time blanking is performed, and the three-dimensional information is transformed by a projection transformation on a two-dimensional display surface. Since a projection transformation loses depth information, it often leads to the ambiguity of the image. To eliminate ambiguity, you must eliminate occluded invisible lines or faces when drawing, customarily called eliminating hidden lines and hidden faces, or simply blanking. The projected image obtained by blanking is called the real image of the object. The object of blanking is a three-dimensional object. The simplest representation of a three-dimensional object is represented by a planar polygon on the surface. The blanking result is related to the observation object and also to the viewpoint. However, it should be noted that when the viewpoint changes continuously, there is a significant jump between the two different levels of the model, and it is necessary to form a smooth visual transition between the adjacent levels of the model. That is the geometric transition. The generated sequence of photorealistic images is visually smooth. The study of hierarchical detail techniques focuses on how to model the different levels of detail of the original mesh model and how to create geometric transitions between adjacent hierarchical polygon mesh models. Hierarchical detail display and simplification is based on the geometric model of the object scene. By reducing the geometrical complexity of the scene, that is, reducing the number of scene patches that the realistic graphics algorithm needs to render, the efficiency of rendering the realistic images improved. Requirements. However, for 3D animated images, a technique capable of real-time realistic graphics render is required, and this technique is required to be applied to a general computer. In recent years, technologies that meet this requirement have begun to emerge. That is, image-based rendering techniques. It starts from pre-generated realistic images and generates realistic images at different viewpoints through certain operations such as interpolation, blending, and deformation. After generating a realistic images at different viewpoints, it is necessary to render non-photorealistic images of these realistic images, including scientific data visualization processing and artistic style rendering processing. Visualization of scientific data pays more attention to highlighting important information and neglecting secondary information so that the most important data can be more clearly expressed. Artistic style rendering processing pays more attention to the personalization and artistic expression of 3D animated images. Combined with scientific data, visual processing and artistic style rendering processing realize visual lossless rendering of 3D animated images. 2. Experimental research. In order to detect the visual lossless rendering method of three-dimensional animated images, based on big data proposed in this paper, a comparative experiment was designed. 2.1. Experimental parameters. The parameters of this experiment are shown in Table 1. Table 1. Experimental parameters. 2.2. Experimental process. The 3D animated image is supported by the database to collect the experimental 3D animated images, and the 3D animated images are subjected to time-domain uniform processing, image smoothing processing, and image edge detection, thereby realizing image visual lossless rendering and comparing the rendering speed. In order to ensure the validity of the experiment, a three-dimensional animated image visual lossless rendering method based on radiosity processing, a three-dimensional animated image visual lossless rendering method based on raster display is compared with the big data-based three-dimensional animated image visual lossless rendering method proposed in this paper. Observe the experimental results. 2.3. Experimental results. 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on light energy transfer processing. 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on raster display. 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on big data. The comparison is shown in Fig 3. It can be seen from Fig 3 that the average rendering speed of the visual lossless rendering of the three-dimensional animated image by using the three-dimensional animated image visual lossless rendering method based on the light energy transfer processing is about 58.2%. The average rendering speed of visually lossless rendering of the 3D animated image using the 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on the raster display is about 18.4%. The average rendering speed of visually lossless rendering of 3D animated image using the 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on big data is about 83.2%. By comparing the average rendering speed The average rendering speed of the 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on big data is higher than the 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on radiosity processing, and the 3D animated image visual lossless rendering method based on raster display proved the superiority of the method. 3. Conclusion. Image rendering is a process of transforming three-dimensional light transfer processing into a two-dimensional image. Scenes and entities are expressed in three-dimensional form, which is closer to the real world and easy to manipulate and change. Before rendering the 3D animated image, you need to prepare 3D geometric model information, 3D animation to define information and material information. The 3D geometric model is obtained by 3D scanning, 3D interactive geometric modeling, and 3D model library to obtain 3D animation definitions, motion design, motion capture, motion calculation, and dynamic deformation are used to obtain materials from scanned photos, computer-calculated images, and human paintings. Get it out of the picture. The work to be done in image rendering is to generate images by geometric transformation, projection transformation, perspective transformation, and window clipping, and then through the acquired material and light and shadow information. After the image is rendered, the image information is output to an image file or a video file, or to frame buffer of the display device to complete the graphics generation. The experimental results show that the visual lossless rendering method based on big data and 3D animated image can reduce the amount of calculation and improve the rendering speed. Reference. That's all the papers talking about.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zhang Yihuo. I present research on collaborative classification of e-commerce multi-attribute data based on weighted association rule model. The abstract. Because the association between multi-attribute data of e-commerce is not obvious, the traditional collaborative classification method of e-commerce multi-attribute data has the problem of lower classification accuracy. Therefore, the weighted association rule model is introduced to realize the optimal design of collaborative classification method of e-commerce. Multi-attribute data. Firstly, the weighted association rule model is built, and the multi-attribute data is meaned and clean on the e-commerce platform. Taking the process e-commerce data as the example, the multi-attribute data classification index of e-commerce is determined. So, setting project weight, e-commerce data attributes, and calculating multi-attribute relevance. Multi-attribute data collaborative classification is obtained in the weighted association rule model. The collaborative classifier is used to get the multi-attribute data. Collaborative classification results of the e-commerce. Compared with the traditional collaborative data classification method, it is concluded that the accuracy of collaborative data classification is improved under the e-commerce platform of clothing and food, 24.22%. The introduction. E-commerce usually refers to a new type of business which is carried out by the buyer and the seller without meeting each other in a wide range of business activities all over the world. Under the open internet environment, to realize online shopping customers, online transactions, and online payments among merchants, as well as various business activities, transaction activities, financing activities, and related comprehensive service activities. Business operation model. In the new business operation model of e-commerce, one of the most important problems faced by merchants is how to obtain the market demand information of commodities in time and actively develop the purchasing potential of customers and fund the corresponding supply commodities as soon as possible, so as to adjust the business plan as quickly as possible. E-commerce, as the business model of information society, is developing at a faster speed than people expected. The U.S. government decided in the morning that e-commerce is a major information construction project and formulating the global e-commerce framework. From the perspective of China domestic situation, the overall situation of internet development determines the success and value of e-commerce marketing. According to the report of China Internet Network Information Center, as of June 30, 2018, the number of Chinese internet users reached 80,200. However, with the increasing scale of e-commerce websites, the type of goods stored in websites and the relationship between these types are becoming more and more complex. In order to facilitate the user's query and respond to the requirements of the market, e-commerce websites must first classify a large amount of commodity data and then achieve the goal of information extraction and intelligent market decision-making. E-commerce multi-attribute classification is one of the most important technologies in the application field of e-commerce virtual, and many algorithms have been proposed so far. E-commerce multi-attribute classification is a technology which constructs a classifier according to the characteristics of that set and assigns a class to the unknown class samples. The process of constructing classifier is generally divided into two steps: training and testing. In the training stage, the characteristics of the training dataset are analyzed to produce an accurate description and or model of the corresponding dataset for each category. In the test phase, we use the description and model of category to classify the test and test its classification accuracy. E-commerce website can use the classification algorithm in that meaning. So training and testing construct the classifier of commodity information of category and realize the automatic classification of commodities. At present, multi-attribute data classification method in e-commerce platform include decision tree classification method, support vector machine classification method, and k-nearest neighbor classification method. But there are some problems in current classification methods, such as low classification accuracy and long classification time. In order to solve the above problems, a weighted association rule model is proposed. General association rule meaning assume that all items in the database have the same importance. When calculating frequent item sets, only the frequency of item is considered. But in some application areas, users pay different attention to different projects. That is, the importance of projects is different. In order to reflect the importance of the project weighting is introduced. After project weighting, when meaning the weighted association rules, the frequency of project setting appear in transaction database, and the weight of project should be considered comprehensively. At the same time, the weighted process cannot only distinguish the importance of time of the project, make the meaning results more reasonable, but also greatly improve the efficiency of the algorithm. Because in the association rule algorithm, the main machine operation time will be consumed in the stage of generating frequent item sets. If the irrelevant items with small weight are cut off in the early stage of generating frequent sets, the time complexity of the algorithm can be effectively reduced. Through the introduction of weighted association rule model, classification collaborative can be realized so as to improve the ability of the e-commerce multi-attribute data classification. The first part, design of collaborative classification method for multi-attribute data in e-commerce. From a mathematical point of view, e-commerce multi-attribute data classification is a process of mapping. It maps data of unspecified categories to their original categories. The mapping can be one-to-one or one-to-many, because in some areas a product can be associated with multi-categories, which can be expected as follows. Where A is the set of commodities to be classified, and B is the set of categories in the classification system. The mapping rule of the e-commerce multi-attribute data classification is that the system summarized these classification rules according to the information of each classification in the analyzed samples, and then establish the discrimination formula and rules. When the new data comes, according to the discrimination rules, determine the commodity-related categories. 1.1 Building weighted association rule model. The essence of association rule meaning is to find hidden patterns or causal relationships between projects in a large number of complex information data carriers. 1.2 Meaning comes that, according to the user's behavior, such as user register information, user rating date, and user browsing behavior, the collaborative classification method of e-commerce multi-attributes that establish the user's behavior interest model. 1.3 Determine the multi-attribute data classification index of e-commerce. There's no unified pattern and absolutely effective classification method for multi-attributes data classification. According to the different target and price, multi-attribute data classification can be carried out. In the e-commerce enterprise, the most prominent character of that are the massive storage of that information, the fast update of stats, and the dynamic change of database. 1.4 Install data collaborative field classifier. Because there's some difference in the number of positive and negative samples in this small classifier, the classifier choose the class-weighted association rule model classifier. 2. Comparative experimental analysis. The purpose of the experiment is to test the performance of the algorithm under a single minimum support degree, the performance of the classification method under the multi-weighted association rule model, and compare the test results under the different environments, and analyze data classification results before and after the application of the multi-attribute data collaborative classification method of the e-commerce. 2.1 Experimental environment and preliminary preparation. The parameters of each group of experimenters are the same except that contrast parameters are available. IBM is a classic that set synthesis tool which is used to generate standard experimental data in association rule mini research. Due to the real-time change of e-commerce state, in order to reflect the collaborative design of the classification methods, the implementation environment of e-commerce multi-attribute data collaborative classification method based on weighted association rule model is different e-commerce platforms. 2.2 Experiment process. Set the accuracy rate as the measurement index of the classification method, and the solution method of the index is coincidence rate of the set e-commerce classification data and the classification method output data. In order to form the experimental compression, the traditional e-commerce multi-attribute data collaborative classification method is set as experimental comparison method and applied to the sum e-commerce platform. 2.3 Analysis of comparative experimental results. Under the environment of closing e-commerce, the experimental results about the accuracy rate of the classification obtained through the statistic and statistic of data are shown in Table 2. From the Table 2, we can get the conclusion. Now let's see the last part, conclusion. It can be seen from the above that with the growing e-commerce market, the increasing number of commodities and the increasingly diverse level of participants, it is increasingly difficult to provide valuable information for users. At this time, it is necessary to classify all kinds of goods in different levels to extract information intelligently from e-commerce market. It can quickly query the corresponding commodities for both sides of market transaction, determine the purchase scheme of commodities, and then complete the placement strategy of commodities and recommended the commodities that may be of interest to users. The extraction of this information is completed on the premise of classification. The above classification methods will effectively improve the classification efficiency and accuracy of e-commerce market commodity data, and better serve business and customers. This is my report, research on collaborative classification of e-commerce multi-attribute data based on weighted association rule model. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yihuo from Fuzhou University of International Studies and Trade. I present location and path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center in cloud computing environment. First, let's see the abstract. In order to solve the problem of higher transportation cost in the range of transportation distance from 3.5 kilometers to 7.5 kilometers, this paper proposed a method of location and path planning for cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center in cloud computing environment. Cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center location model is established under the cloud computing environment to achieve cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center location. Cross-border e-commerce logistic path planning is realized by constructing cross-border e-commerce logistic path planning model in cloud computing environment. The logistic path planning model of cross-border e-commerce include time and event skew submodel, state, variables, quantum model, external information submodel, state transfer submodel, objective function and optimal strategy submodel, in order to prove that the transaction cost of this method is lower in the range of 3.5 km to 7.5 km. Two original methods are compared with this method. The experimental results show that the transportation cost of this method is much lower than that of the other two methods, and the cost is reduced successfully. Cross-border e-commerce, logistic distribution center location, and path planning method can help cross-border e-commerce reasonable, specific planning of the distribution center address and the distribution path. In recent years, the rapid development of cross-border of e-commerce have changed from an economic phenomenon to an advanced business model, and will become the mainstream business model in the future international trade. At present, the central government is focused on promoting the development strategy of going global of Chinese enterprises, encouraging enterprise to actively participate in the competition in the international market, and striving to become world-class across border e-commerce enterprises. In order to simplify the processing of cross-border e-commerce orders, shorten the time of logistic transportation, and improve the efficiency of logistics transportation, the research on the location and the path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center has been carried out for a long time. In 2012, NASA proposed a new distribution model based on maximum likelihood method and moment method, namely better logistic distribution model. The model is a per-meter estimation model. At the same time, Black Richmond put forward a delivery model of order recurrency relation based on it. The scholar Hanxi Chen puts forward a method of location and path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center based on order recursive relation distribution model. However, the research in China is relatively late. Some scholars put forward a method of location and path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center based on field decision analysis. Mainly through field decision analysis of cross-border e-commerce logistics achieve location and path planning. In view of the fact that location and path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center by using the above method are unable to be transferred due to the difficulties in cross-border logistic control, and the transportation cost is higher within the range of transportation distance from 3.5 kilometers to 7.5 kilometers, a method for location and path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution centers on the cloud computing environment is proposed. First, location of cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center in cloud computing environment. 1.1 Location of cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center. Cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center site selection is realized by building a cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center location model under the cloud computing environment. 1.1 Model assumptions and analysis. First of all, the model assumptions need to be made as follows. All the micro factors and the meso factors of the alternative address of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution centers are the same. So only the impact of macro factors on the location of logistic distribution centers is taken into account, and the construction costs of each logistic distribution center are fixed within a certain period. 1.1.2 Establishing the location model of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center. The location model of the cross-e-commerce logistics distribution center should be established as follows. There are 6 functions. We can see the 6 functions are the main part of the model. (1.2) Cross-border e-commerce logistics path planning in cloud computing environment. Cross-border e-commerce logistic path planning is realized by constructing cross-border e-commerce logistic path planning model in cloud computing environment. Cross-border e-commerce logistic path planning model consists of time and event sequence submodel, state variable quantum model, external information submodel, state migration submodel, objective function, and optimal strategy submodel. 1.2.1 Time and event skew. The time and event skew submodels are modeled as shown in the follow figure. We can see the figure is time and event skew. 1.2.2 State variables. When planning a cross-border e-commerce logistic path, the state variables need to provide enough information for decision making. So the state variables submodel is usually composed with vehicle state and customer state. 1.2.3 External information. Because there is only one kind of external stochastics information, namely custom demand. For the multi-vehicle routing problem with stochastic demand, the external information submodel is expressed as follows. We can see the function. 1.2.4 State migration. The state migration function can be expressed as the function 9. We can see it. 1.2.5 Objective function of an optimal strategy. In the cross-border e-commerce logistic path planning with stochastic demand and service periods, the goal is to maximize the customer demand. That is, the objective function is we can see the function. And the optimal strategy function, we can see the last function. Part 2, experimental test 2.1. Experimental case, the design of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center location and path planning method in cloud computing environment was tested. The experimental case is as follows. Enterprise B is a third-party logistic enterprise of cross-border e-commerce logistic and distribution. With the rise of sport cross-border e-commerce in recent years, Enterprise B's cross-border and e-commerce business customers are mainly located in Quanzhou of Fujian Province, Hangzhou of Zhejiang Province, Hefei of Anhui Province, Kunming of Yunnan Province, and Suzhou of Jiangsu Province. The overseas buyer of cross-border e-commerce enterprise are mainly located in France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands, and other European countries. 2.2 Analysis of experimental results. With the range of transportation distance from 3.5 kilometers to 5.5 kilometers, the comparison result of transportation cost experimental date before cross-border e-commerce, logistics, distribution center location, and path planning under cloud computing environment distribution model based on order recurrency relation and cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center location, and path planning on feasibility analysis as shown in Table 1. Another part of the analysis of experiment results are disseminated here. It can be seen from Figure 3 that the location problem of e-commerce logistic distribution center involves not only the cost of construction, operation, and distribution, but also the cost and the capacity constraints. Therefore, it has practical application value to construct an optimization of model of e-commerce logistic distribution center location, which comprehensively considers the factors of cost, time window constraints, cargo demand rate, objective function, and optimal strategy. In conclusion, the transportation cost of location and the route planning of cross-border e-commerce logistic distribution center in cloud computing environment is lower than the other two methods, which provides an important reference for practical application. Let's see the last part, conclusions. At present, the construction level of China's cross-border logistic and transportation system is far lower than that of developed countries in Europe and America, and the distribution service level cannot meet the needs of the rapid development of the market. We should actively promote the layout and the construction of logistic hubs to promote and improve the quality and efficiency of national economic operation. Major cross-border logistic solutions all have some problems that cannot be solved by themselves, which are the main factors affecting the future development of cross-border e-commerce. Therefore, the site selection and the path planning of cross-border e-commerce logistics distribution center must be carried out through the method of site selection and path planning. That's my report. Thank you so much.
Research on key performance evaluation method based on fuzzy analytic hierarchy process. 张诗涵、邱刚。Abstract. Under the traditional performance evaluation method, the financial analysis process lays too much emphasis on the integrity and the weight of performance factors is not clear, which leads to the poor aggregation degree of performance evaluation data. A key performance evaluation method based on fuzzy analytic hierarchy process, FAHP, is proposed. The data flow of performance indicators is established according to the current situation of the enterprise on the basis of the three indicators of work efficiency of financial staff, utilization of financial funds, and overall financial operation efficiency. By applying data envelope analysis and static tree analysis, a comprehensive analysis model is established. The index data flow is sampled according to the boundary performance value, and the weight of each factor is calculated by using the idea of a fuzzy hierarchy. After quantification, the final fuzzy evaluation is obtained, and the key performance evaluation is realized. The experimental results show that, compared with the traditional key performance evaluation method, the data aggregation degree of the designed key performance evaluation method is improved by 29%, and the overall scientific nature is stronger. First, introduction. At the beginning of reform and opening up in the last century, China was backward in society, weak in economic foundation, low in scientific and technological level, workers' cultural literacy, backward in ideology, low in international status, less exchanges with foreign countries, lack of experience in market economy, and imperfect in various economical systems, laws and regulations. In recent years, with the stability and prosperity of China's social economy and finance, some economists in China have begun to emphasize financial economical management. The core issue is how to prepare effective financial formation management policies and how to rationally allocate existing financial resources in the financial management of enterprises in China. The solution of this problem has an important impact on the rational management of financial economy of enterprises in China. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the financial work of enterprises and carry out financial management with the highest efficiency, it is necessary to establish a proprietary financial key performance evaluation index system, which can not only ensure financial security but also improve work efficiency. Facts have proved that only by using new management means to ensure the standardization of financial information management process can the risk be minimized. Some duplicate financial work content can be avoided, and the efficiency of financial information management is gradually improved. The method of fuzzy analytic hierarchy process, FAHP, is to express the fuzziness of the evaluation index on the impact degree of the final evaluation target parameters in the form of fuzzy set. Form an evaluation matrix that can be directly evaluated, and obtain an evaluation result of a fuzzy set through a fuzzy transformation, and evaluate the final evaluation target perform parameters according to the size of membership. By introducing the fuzzy analytic hierarchy process, FAHP evaluation scheme, we can establish a unique evaluation matrix through the objective weight of the indicators and realize the evaluation of key financial performance. Second, design of key performance evaluation method. 2.1 Establishment of performance indicators data flow. The extraction and establishment of financial key performance data flow can be simply regarded as a combination of organizational viewpoints and thinking modes of financial sharing. The organization of data viewpoint is the primary problem in designing an effective method of financial key performance evaluation. It needs to use mathematical logic to influence data system integration. Through the follow-up fuzzy analytic hierarchy process, FAHP, an analysis matrix is established for comprehensive calculation. In the establishment of data flow of financial performance indicators, different levels of financial information need to correspond to different value systems and financial advantages, and finally introduce different rating weights. The whole data system of performance indicators is divided into policy level and strategy level according to the level of financial information. Its core indicators include three main aspects: the efficiency of financial personnel, the utilization rate of financial funds, and the overall operational efficiency of finance. The work efficiency of financial personnel needs to be determined by means of per capita financial operation quota. Its algorithm is the ratio of the total operation quota to the total number of financial personnel. This value reflects the intrinsic relationship between human resources input and output. The larger the ratio, the stronger the purchasing economy. In addition, it is necessary to determine the value of the per capita procurement cost, that is, the ratio of the average monthly salary of the procurement personnel to the public financial expenses of the procurement department. The smaller the ratio, the higher the procurement efficiency of the procurement department. The determination of the index of the utilization rate of financial funds needs the support of three data: budget preparation rate, procurement budget completion rate, and the procurement control rate. Budget preparation rate is the proportion of purchasing funds to the overall budget, which reflects the efficiency of purchasing departments' management of financial funds. The procurement budget completion rate is the ratio of the procurement amount to the procurement budget. This ratio defines the effect of the procurement budget implementation. The higher the proportion, the more efficient the financial budget implementation is, and the better the procurement goal can be achieved. Purchasing control rate can reflect the degree of capital savings of purchasing department. However, high control rate is not the ultimate goal in procurement, because the accuracy of procurement budget preparation and budget precision can also determine the control rate to a certain extent. The overall operational efficiency of finance is the proportion of enterprise financial expenditure in the total amount. On the one hand, this proportion shows the importance of financial application of enterprises. On the other hand, it also reflects the impact of economic operation of enterprises under certain conditions of the overall budget. The larger the ratio, the smaller the corresponding proportion of other forms of economical management. Detailed economical indicators are as follows. Table 1. The above-mentioned evaluation index system mainly aims at the actual evaluation scheme of current enterprise financial performance index data flow. Through evaluation and analysis, numerous data streams can be formed, which can provide database for subsequent data sampling and extraction. 2.2 Indicators Data Flow Sampling. The establishment of data flow in Cloud Accounting Financial Sharing Center needs to aim at the completion rate of the above evaluation indexes and influencing factors. The actual calculation of data flow needs to consider many reasons. After the data flow summary work is completed, we can extract the data indicator samples of the current key data of enterprises finance through the designed extraction template. In order to ensure the scientificity and accuracy of data extraction, the design introduces two kinds of data logic analysis methods: data envelopment analysis and static tree analysis, and combines the current financial indicator data for theoretical quantification. Data envelopment analysis (DEA) is a comprehensive logical structure analysis method derived from the intersection of modern financial operations management and mathematical economics. It is mainly through the use of mathematical logic planning to convert multiple evaluation indicators to or data flow information into output departments or units, also collectively referred to as decision units, and then judge whether each decision unit is DEA according to the effectiveness between each decision unit. Effective is, in simple terms, is to analyze whether each decision-making unit is in efficient production and its effective data is extractable data. In the field of statistics and financial economics, efficient production is a prerequisite for generating production functions. DEA method can be used to determine the distribution structure of integrated production frontiers. So DEA can also be regarded as an unconventional parametric statistical evaluation method because there are many decision-making units involved. The designed analysis model introduces the static tree structure into the DEA data envelopment analysis method and establishes a static tree analysis system as shown in Figure 1. This diagram is used to explain the static tree analysis. The static tree analysis method can use the linear specification to obtain the production frontier boundary of each economical data analysis gate of the current enterprises and directly calculate the completion efficiency and input and output of the decision unit under each gate. In the actual calculation, the decision unit should be comprehensively selected first. The total number is N. M and S respectively refer to the performance rate input and output of each decision unit and assume the ITH input variable of the kth decision unit, denoted by the symbol XIK. I means I equals to 1, 2, and 2M, corresponding to the jth output in these serials of decision units expressed by YJK. I equals to 1 to 2 and 2S. Relevant, the calculation model is as follows. in equation 1 and respectively represent the economical verification coefficients of each decision gate and represent the decision-making influence parameter variables of each decision gate, where is the performance comprehensive efficiency value of each financial information influence gate. The efficiency obtained by formula can be represented by, in order to distinguish the value range, each part of the value range can be divided into A1, A2, A3, A4. In performance rating, the theoretical efficiency is assumed to be a fixed amount. Then each range, variable, and corresponding output are as follows. Where is the Solomon efficiency coefficient and is based on the actual situation? Before the calculation, the static tree analysis can be transformed into a static analysis chain, and the data extraction convenience rate is improved as shown in Figure 2. Based on Figure 2 and equations 2 and 3, the decision-making unit input and output analysis matrix is established to obtain the boundary performance value C. Following is the analysis matrix. The boundary performance value can represent the completion efficiency of each desired work within the indicator system. Using DEA analysis, the input and output values of all decision units are converted to boundary performance values, projected into the geometric space with the lowest input or highest output as the boundary. When the decision-making unit DMU's boundary performance refers to being at the spatial boundary, the DMU is considered to be efficient, with a relative efficiency value of 1, which means that the DMU can no longer reduce input or increase production under the same conditions. The data is extractable data. If the DMU is within the bounds, the DMU is an inefficient unit and gives a value between 0 and 1. The performance metric between 1 indicates that if the output is unchanged, the input or investment remains unchanged. It shows that if you continue to add inputs, you can increase the output, and the data is non-extractable data. Achieve performance evaluation. According to the sampled data extracted above, based on the fuzzy analytic hierarchy process, the final performance target can be evaluated. The principal steps are as follows. A set of factors U composed of factors to be evaluated that affect the set of evaluation results of the target, and a set of comments V composed of comments that judge each factor or set can be expressed as follows. Firstly, according to the 1-to-1 analytic method of the analytic hierarchy method, according to the evaluation method shown in Table 2, all the factors in the factor set U that affect the financial performance are compared in pairs, and the fuzzy quantitative assignment between the influencing factors is established. Firstly, according to the 1-to-1 analytical method of the analytic hierarchy method, according to the evaluation method shown in Table 2, all the factors in the factor set U that affect the financial performance are compared in pairs, and the fuzzy quantitative assignment between the influencing factors is established. Table 2, fuzzy weighting method for each evaluation factor weight, as we can see in the Table 2. By comparing the two factors, we can get an n-direction positive matrix C. the application formula for fuzzy assignment of each factor in matrix C is transformed to obtain the weight coefficient of single factor. On this basis, the weight vector composed of multi-factor weight coefficients is obtained, and the weight vector is expressed as n. Then, according to the evaluation in the single-factor evaluation set V, the discretized values are applied to the normal distribution according to the grading criteria, and the fuzzy comprehensive evaluation matrix R is constructed according to the interval membership degree of the fraction. After determining the weight vector and the comprehensive evaluation matrix, the result of the comprehensive evaluation Y can be obtained by the fuzzy operation, where Yj is the subordinate of the corresponding fuzzy comment corresponding to the judgment object, and generally needs to analyze and evaluate the result according to the principle of maximum membership degree. It is considered to be the last fuzzy comment. Third, experimental results analysis. The simulation data set is taken as an experimental sample to illustrate the basic process of determining the key performance value by applying fuzzy comprehensive evaluation method and verifying the rationality of the method. Applying the 1:9 ratio method, according to the relative importance of different factors to evaluate the target parameters, the fuzzy assignment is performed, and the normalization transformation is applied to determine the single-factor index weight coefficient. For example, the evaluation of the efficiency of a financial application, the main factors affecting the financial structure, the status quo of enterprises. According to the factors, the two factors are compared to determine the importance of the factors. Commonly used good, medium, poor, and poor 5-level evaluation criteria to fuzzy evaluation of a good or bad thing. The calculation method and the evaluation standard of single-factor index in the evaluation system are mainly determined based on the results of ministerial standards and digital model theory. For example, the plane permeability coefficient of variation coefficient is good, medium, poor, and the parameter and the corresponding range is less than 0.5, 0.5 to 0.6, 0.6 to 0.7, 0.7 to 0.8, and greater than 0.8. You can directly set the number according to the size of the parameter. For the criteria of new physical factors, irregular factors, and other indicators, the application of mathematical model theory is determined. If the font utilization rate standard is determined, the typical theoretical model established by the application stimulates the influence degree of different capital utilization efficiency, and the 5-level evaluation standard is established according to the simulation result. The end evaluation index in the evaluation system has a clear boundary value, and the single factor of evaluation matrix can be obtained according to the specific value of the parameter and the single factor evaluation standard, and the normal distribution function is used to obtain the interval membership degree. The upper level doesn't have an explicit evaluation index of the boundary value, and the single factor evaluation matrix can be obtained by using the one-factor evaluation matrix of the next level evaluation index and the weighting set determined by the analytic hierarchy process. On the basis of the single-factor evaluation matrix, the fuzzy evaluation matrix of each level can be obtained. The matrix values are extracted to determine the final fuzzy evaluation results. which are compared with the traditional performance analysis methods. The results are shown in Figure 3. Figure 3 Data Aggregation Degree Comparison Chart. As can be seen from the experimental results in Figure 3, the data aggregation degree of both the traditional method and the proposed method fluctuated to a certain extent during the whole experimental process. However, in terms of the average degree of perfect fit, the proposed method is significantly higher than the traditional method, with the highest data aggregation index value up to 0.026, indicating that the proposed method has better application effect and obvious advantages. Fourth, conclusion. Combining with the actual financial characteristics and the important problems faced by the authentic company, this paper applies the research template of the fuzzy analytic hierarchy process, FAHP, to make up for the influence of financial factors neglected in the past financial performance evaluation on the results of performance evaluation, and constructs a scientific, reasonable, and comprehensive financial performance evaluation system of the company. This paper also has some limitations. Firstly, the data of financial indicators selected in this paper come from the current stage of our country, although financial audit and performance evaluation need to audit the annual report of the company. The assurance provided by auditors is limited to reasonable assurance, so it is impossible to guarantee the authenticity and integrity of the annual report disclosure data 100%. Secondly, the selection and revision of the index system in this paper combines the analysis and judgment of the characteristics of the current financial enterprises. It has certain subjectivity. Different evaluation subjects may have different opinions on the selection and revisions of the index. To some extent, the conclusion of this study is not unique. Finally, because the change of external environment will affect the performance evaluation system of enterprise, and the conclusion of this paper is based on the historical data disclosed in the annual reports of listed companies from 2014 and 2016. So it reflects the past financial performance and fails to accurately predict the future development trend of financial performance of listed companies in construction industry. It is hoped that in the follow-up study, we can pay attention to the changes of the external environment and adjust the evaluation system appropriately to adapt to a new situation of industrial development. Here is the reference. So much for this, and thanks for your listening.
Hello everyone. It's my honor to present our work here. The paper is entitled
Research or Data Organization Method of Software Knowledge Base, Operation and Maintenance based on Cloud Computing.
The outline of this paper is as follows: motivation, model, method,
and experiment.
Conclusion. Next, I will introduce the research background. With the rapid development of modern technology, the scale of software acknowledgement-based data cluster is gradually expanding. In order to better guarantee the stability of knowledge base operation, it is necessary to further improve the database operation and maintenance technology of software knowledge base. Through the analysis and research of the current common methods of operation and maintenance data optimization, it is found that due to the unreasonable structure of software knowledge base and the lack of efficient association matching model, it is difficult to distribute. Next, I will introduce model and method. In order to achieve the research goal of optimizing the operation and maintenance data, the first step is to initialize the operations and maintenance data association in the knowledge base. In the construction of software knowledge base structure, the characteristic change period and the stability of operation and maintenance data are mainly judged by the delay time and the quality of anti-interference factors in the operation and maintenance process. Combined with the network optimization scheduling algorithm, the arbitrary change time of the data features in the knowledge base is set to alpha. If the data amount in the software knowledge base is n, and the feature acquisition interference degree of the data amount is x, then using the feature distribution extraction principle, the initial feature change degree of the data can be effectively described by the algorithm. According to the principle of the algorithm mentioned above, if the data stream theta in the software knowledge base DRC is processed by feature classification, if M is a common characteristic parameter of data, D is a data flow of data change in the database HOL, and theta is the lowest tail parameter of data potential relevance, then the probability algorithm for feature association of abnormal data can be described as a formula 2. If the probability index of feature change of all data in knowledge base is T, the standard information association matching parameters of all data in data stream
theta x and theta x
can be obtained, which is expressed as a formula 3. According to the above algorithm, we can accurately grasp the relativity of operation and maintenance data in software knowledge base. The spatial behavior of software knowledge base includes social behavior data, logical language behavior data, and spatial movement behavior data. The steps of mining spatial behavior data are divided into 4 stages: spatial behavior data preparation, data mining, data presentation, and data evaluation. The process is shown in Figure 1. In the process of mining the spatial behavior data of the operation and maintenance of software knowledge base according to the above steps, the minimum support degree of data mining is assumed to be S and the minimum confidence degree to be
ceiling,
and then the candidate item set will be obtained. If the support degree of the set is greater or equal to the minimum support degree, it is called the frequent item set. The data in the database is scanned until no new candidate sets are generated. According to the above software knowledge base operation and maintenance data mining steps, social behavior data is mined. social data topics, named entities, and their associations are defined as a hierarchical semantic model. Each message is defined as a node, where N represents the message data in the spatial behavior data, and V is a message set of the same topic. The clustering graphic obtained after partition traversal is represented by matrix vector, and the graphic expression is shown in formula 4. In equation 5, ET is a classification relationship of named entities. According to the same mining method, the data of logical language behavior and spatial movement behavior in spatial behavior are mined, and the clustering fuses spatial behavior data to output the final mining results. The spatial behavior data information in the operation and maintenance data of the software knowledge base is converted into the representation of the graphic. So the spatial behavior trajectory needs to be transformed. The transformation process is divided into 2 steps, namely the generation of spatial behavior trajectory and the trajectory transformation. The generation of spatial behavior trajectory needs to calculate the distance of behavior and judge the direction of spatial behavior. When calculating the distance and direction, each node its space needs to be traversed, and the buffer of path intersectors to obtain the set L of spatial behavior. Then the total distance length is also L, where the length coefficient between each 2 nodes is k. Then the overall direction value of spatial behavior is calculated as follows. The direction angle of each space segment is
alpha n.
The value of direction angle and the distance length value are calculated, and the result of spatial behavior trajectory transformation of the operation and dimension data of the software knowledge base is finally obtained. After data management and validation, the validation information is fed back to improve the accuracy, security, and effectiveness of data operation and maintenance of software knowledge base. In order to effectively optimize operation and maintenance data of software knowledge base, first of all, it is necessary to collect and analyze the data features and to add the corresponding functions of feature recognition, category analysis, data storage, and retrieval of associated data into the structure of software knowledge base. By setting and optimizing data management model, feature classification change model, and data transmission and publish management model in software knowledge base, the accurate feature extraction of different operation and maintenance data can be realized effectively. According to the acquisition characteristic, to determine the correlation between data and in the software knowledge base to complete the data transmission and management work. Integrating the previous idea and the algorithms, the data transmission process of operation and maintenance of software knowledge base is designed, and the following figure 2 is obtained. As shown in the figure 2, combined with the previous method to optimize the software knowledge base operation and data transmission process, combined with data feature collection, data encryption, and other technical principles, the process of data encryption, transmission, and decryption. Verification realizes the construction of IoT data movement operation and maintenance model. Therefore, the abnormal data in the knowledge base is detected in time to achieve the goal of accurate collection and optimization of operation and maintenance data. Next, I will introduce the experiment. In order to verify the practical performance of the cloud computing base software knowledge base operation and maintenance data optimization method, a simulation experiment was carried out, and the functional and non-functionality of the operation and maintenance system were compared and tested in order to clarify the detection target. The problem in the test are corrected and perfected. According to the above experimental results, it is not difficult to find that the data matching degree of the software knowledge base compared with the traditional method is improved by the cloud computing method, and the overall matching situation is improved by 20 to 30% compared with the traditional method. In the operation and maintenance process, the higher the data matching degree, the less the abnormal data is, and the higher the operation and maintenance effect is. Therefore, it is confirmed that the cloud computing method fully satisfies the research requirements of the software knowledge-based data operation and maintenance method. Figure 4 shows the average data operation and maintenance time of the two methods under the different data volumes. According to Figure 2, with the increase of data volume, the running time of both methods is increased. However, through comparison, it can be seen that the running time of the traditional method is much higher than that of the proposed method, and the running time increases more during the experiment. By comparison, this method is superior to the traditional method and has higher data operation and maintenance efficiency. The cloud computing method is used to optimize the software knowledge base of the software knowledge base to ensure the safe and reliable operation of the knowledge base. The comparison experiment is carried out to compare the optimization effect of the method. The experiment proves that the combination of cloud computing method has a strong practical value for the software knowledge base data operation and maintenance method, which can process data information more quickly and accurately and ensure knowledge.
Artificial intelligence-based wireless sensor network radio frequency signal positioning method. 赵丹，曲明飞 College of Mechatronic Engineering, Beijing Polytechnic, Beijing 100-176, China. Email zdddky@163.com. Abstract. Aiming at the problem of low positioning accuracy of existing wireless sensor network node positioning methods, a distributed node partitioning method based on radio frequency interference is proposed. Analyze the structure of the wireless sensor network. Use two anchor nodes to form a radio frequency interference field, and use the movement of one of the anchor nodes to generate the Doppler effect, so that each node can obtain the instantaneous frequency indicated by its low frequency received signal field. Strengthen the angle information with the mobile anchor node. Combined with the geographic location of the anchor node, the node merges multiple sets of positioning angle information to obtain the optimal position estimate. The simulation results show that, compared with other localization methods, the positioning accuracy of this method is significantly improved, and the localization time of radio frequency signal in wireless sensor networks is shortened. Keywords: artificial intelligence, wireless sensor network, radio frequency signal, Doppler effect, node location. 1. Introduction. In wireless sensor network, data without geographic location information is often meaningless. So wireless sensor node partitioning plays an active role in data routing. There are many types of conventional partitioning algorithms, but they are generally divided into two categories. One is based on non-ranging algorithms. The required equipment is simple, but the partitioning accuracy is poor. The other is a region-based algorithm. This type of algorithm uses the characteristics of radio signal phase information or radio signal strength with distance attenuation to perform running partitioning. However, the partitioning accuracy is poor, and the algorithm used phase has better accuracy. But there is often phase ambiguity, so it's necessary to introduce complex number to correct the algorithm. In addition, when ultrasonic signal and infrared signal are used for partitioning, additional measurement equipment is needed, which will increase the complexity of the system, high energy consumption, and short propagation distance. In view of the problems of the above methods, this paper proposes a distributed node partitioning method based on radio frequency interference. The node can obtain the angle information with the mobile anchor node by measuring the Doppler frequency deviation of the radio frequency interference signal, and then estimate the partition compared with the reverse method. This method has the following advantages. The node can complete the partitioning only by performing signal reception measurement and does not require centralized processing. It is a distributed location method. The nodes measure the signal frequencies and there is no phase ambiguity. The complexity of positioning is greatly reduced. 2. Radio frequency signal location method in wireless sensor network. This paper proposes a node positioning method combining RF interference and Doppler frequency offset measurement. A fixed anchor node and a mobile anchor node are used to form a RF interference field. The mobile anchor node moves horizontally and uniformly to produce the Doppler effect. The frequency of the RF signal transmitted by the two transmitting nodes is very close, and the superimposed signal received by the receiving node has a low frequency envelope. At the same time, due to the presence of the Doppler effect, the frequency of the low frequency envelope signal will change with the movement of the mobile anchor node. Each node can obtain the relative position information of the unknown node and the flight path by measuring the change law of the instantaneous frequencies of its own low-frequency RSSI signal. By moving the cross movement of the anchor node and fusing multiple relative position information, the unknown node can obtain its own absolute position information. 3. Experimental analysis. 3.1 Experimental environment. Due to the lack of experimental conditions in real sensor network environment, this paper chooses to use simulation software to simulate the node positioning process. The experimental environment is MATLAB version 7.0. 3.2 Node distribution and initialization. In this paper, we specify a square with boundary value of 100. The nodes are randomly distributed in this square area. We can regard this area and the nodes in it as the practical application environment of wireless sensor network. For each node, it needs to be initialized because the randomly generated nodes themselves have coordinates. These coordinates need to be stored and correspond to the serial numbers of the nodes. 3.3 Storage of node information. According to the characteristics of MATLAB experimental environment, node information is stored by matrix, and the data operation of node information is also based on matrix. The key of storage is to change the row and column labels of matrix correctly according to the specific requirements. 3.4 Upgrading secondary beacons of unknown nodes. In the location algorithm, the unknown nodes that have been located are regarded as beacon nodes and continue to participate in the location of other unknown nodes, which are called secondary beacon nodes. In the experiment in this paper, a matrix beacon 1 is set, which initially stores the coordinates of all beacon nodes. As the positioning processes, some unknown nodes determine their own coordinates. These coordinates are added to the beacon 1 matrix. The centroid algorithm is used for positioning the beacon node in this matrix. Of course, including the original beacon node and the secondary beacon node. The unknown nodes upgrading to secondary beacons need to broadcast packets with their own location information to other unknown nodes, which will consume a certain amount of energy. 3.5 Evaluation Performance Index of Positioning Algorithm. The location accuracy is an important performance index for evaluating the location algorithm. The high location accuracy of an algorithm determines that the algorithm had at least some practical application value. 3.6 Result Analysis. 200 nodes randomly distributed in a 100 meter times 100 meter times 100 meter cube network are used for simulation experiments, of which 20 nodes are anchor nodes and the rest are unknown nodes. The positioning results are shown in Table 1. It can be seen from Table 1 that the algorithm in this paper has high positioning accuracy. All unknown nodes can be located and the positioning error is small. So the algorithm has ideal effect in optimizing positioning. 1. Positioning accuracy under different number of anchor nodes. As the number of reference nodes and the number of test triangular pyramids increase, the estimation rate of unknown node positioning is reduced, and the positioning accuracy is naturally improved. In addition, echo nodes have a direct impact on the possibility of node location. When the number of echo nodes is small, the positioning accuracy of this algorithm is obviously better than DV-hop algorithm and AOA algorithm. This algorithm improves the division of positioning measures, reduces the estimation rate of positioning, and speeds up the positioning speed. The estimated rate of positioning can be reduced to half of other algorithms. More importantly, the algorithm in this paper can solve the situation where it cannot be located, so the positioning accuracy has been greatly improved. 2. Positioning accuracy under different communication radius. As shown in Table 3, when the number of anchor nodes n equals 18 and the communication radius r of nodes gradually increases from 1 to 30, the average positioning errors of the three algorithms are rapidly reduced. According to Figure 4, the positioning time of radio frequency signal in wireless sensor network of this method is within 13 seconds. whereas that of traditional method is within 16 seconds, which shows that the positioning time of radio frequency signal in wireless sensor network can be shortened by using this method. For conclusion, in summary, this article elaborated on the principles and methods of interferometric positioning, and simulated and analyzed the interferometric positioning algorithm to verify the feasibility of the algorithm and analyze the factors that affect the accuracy. The location method of WSN based on interference effect can realize distributed location only by measuring the received signal phase at each receiving node. It has the advantages of simple equipment, high positioning accuracy, and low power consumption. It is a better method. Of course, compared with other positioning algorithms, this algorithm has higher time complexity and increased network energy consumption. Future research directions should focus on reducing the energy consumption required for positioning while improving positioning accuracy and network coverage.
Signal collection method of wireless radio frequency gas sensor array based on virtual instrument. Liaping, Gautam, College of Mechatronic Engineering, Beijing Polytechnic, Beijing 176, China. Abstract. The traditional multidimensional array tactile sensor research and application cannot have the characteristic of flexibility and multidimensional force measurement, so there is a big gap in the acquisition of sensor array signal. It is difficult to extract relevant information and make corresponding actions in complex environment. Based on this, a method of wireless RF gas sensor array single acquisition based on virtual instrument is proposed. By mining the flexible three-dimensional force and temperature composite sensor array numerical characteristic of virtual instrument, the flexible sensitive value of sensor array is improved, and the flexible three-dimensional force sensor array single acquisition and temperature compensation are designed so as to effectively reduce the temperature to the three-dimensional force detection. The influence of measurement can improve the single acquisition performance of the wireless radio frequency gas sensor array. The experiment proves that compared with the traditional dedicated array acquisition method, the wireless RF gas sensor array single acquisition method based on virtual instrument is easy to implement, flexible to use, and cost-effective, which can be used by researchers for reference. Keywords: virtual instrument, radio frequency gas, sensor, single acquisition. Introduction. With the development of sensor technology and signal processing methods, the functional requirements of sensor data acquisition devices are also changing. The collection, analysis, processing, and display of sensor array signal is one of the important research trends of current social development. Traditional sensor data collection devices are generally designed for a single sense. Even multi-channel collection devices are often only for data collection of different sensors, and the requirements for a synchronous single collection are not very high. Usually the data processed by the sensors are array synchronous. Therefore, the paper analyzes the structure of sensor synchronous acquisition module from the functional point of view, describe the construction process of array acquisition and bidirection safe grasping of auxiliary target so as to achieve the purpose of human-computer interaction. One signal collection method of wireless radio frequency gas sensor array. 1.1 multi-cascade construction of wireless RF gas sensor. With the development of signal processing and computers, especially with the introduction of virtual instruments, users are more willing to accept graphical representations and use computer technology to process the entire process of information. In the research of acquisition and display, the same kind of sensors are often arranged in a certain geometric shape, using the special characteristics of signal to enhance the signal and effectively extract the special information of the signal. Array sensor signal has a high requirement of synchronous acquisition. Multi-channel isolation decoration is integrated in the system with 12-bit accuracy and fastest conversation speed of 1 ms. It is equipped with more than one independent ADC controller, which is quickly collect multiple analog signals at the same time. ADC module is initiated to continuous conversion mode. ADC channel 0 to 8 is selected for DMA transmission, and software filtering is added to ensure stability and reliability of data transmission. The specific frame structure is shown in the figure below. Generally, the composite array sensor consists of 16 three-dimensional force-sensitive units and 9 temperature-sensitive units, in which each three-dimensional force-sensitive unit output for resistance signals in order to reduce the material interference between sensitive units and give full play to the performance of MCU. It is necessary to design appropriate array acquisition circuit. Row and column scaling is an effective way to save isolation or point, but there is a neutral coupling interference noise between sensitive units. Voltage mirror method is a common method to eliminate the coupling interference between resistive array units. 1.2 beamforming algorithm of sensor array signal. In the application environment of wireless sensor networks, network nodes complete the network topology through self-organization. Network nodes collaborate to perceive, collect, and process information of interest in the network coverage area. The wireless sensor network can collect and process specific information of a correlated area at any time. When sampling rate does not meet intermediate frequency sampling algorithm, the decimator with polyphase filter structure can be used to realize digital down convention. 1.3 The realization of sensor array single acquisition. Access 2003 database is used for observation. Create a data table through dbtool. Create tool 6 in the LabVIEW database toolkit so that user can directly create and delete fields in the database in LabVIEW software. Through these 6, a table named user is established in the database to store the data of all users in the module, such as the number, username, user password, user authority, and last lucky time. A table named pressure is established to store the collected pressure singles, including test time, test and collected data value. A table named temperature is established to store the collected data. The collected single, including test time, test and collected data value, so as to realize single condition. The specific steps are shown in Figure 1. Analysis of experiment results. 2.1 Experiment parameter setting. In order to verify the actual application effect of the single acquisition method of the wireless radio frequency gas sensor array based on the virtual instrument, the experiment detection was carried out using the tactile sensor array data acquisition circuit USB 2080 multi-channel data acquisition card and LabVIEW software made by the laboratory designed program. The designed acquisition circuit is used to accurately collect the singles of sensor array. The real-time and effective acquisition and storage of sampling data are realized by the LabVIEW program software developed by Ni Company, and the singles measured by sensor array are effectively, intuitively, and vividly displayed by large number of 2D and 3D and other controls of LabVIEW software. 2.2 error analysis. Furthermore, we use the lab school to access the database and build a free multi-database cross-platform LabVIEW database access toolkit in order to ensure the security of data collection and prevent a lag operation by a serialized user. We have designed a login interface that is, user can only log in after entering the correct username and password, and different permissions are given to different users. Demand convention operation requirements and protection of different users improve the security of single acquisition and data storage. 2.3 Acquisition time. Compared with the traditional method, the time consuming of the single acquisition method based on the virtual instrument proposed in this paper is significantly lower in the practical application process, which confirms that practical application effect of the single acquisition method based on the virtual instrument proposed in this paper is relatively better and few satisfied research requirements. According to Figure 6, the highest single acquisition accuracy rate of wireless radio frequency gas sensor array in this method can reach 100%, while that of traditional method is only 36%. It shows that the single acquisition accuracy rate of the wireless radio frequency gas sensor array in this method is higher than that of the traditional method. Conclusion. In this paper, a method of single acquisition of wireless RF gas sensor array based on virtual instrument is proposed, aiming at the problem of temperature interference in detection of flexible sensor array single acquisition and temperature comprehension algorithm is designed by temperature compensation of three-dimensional force sensor. The influence of temperature is effectively reduced, and the reliability of single acquisition of wireless RF gas sensor array is improved. In the later stage, the single acquisition and processing can be integrated into the sensor array, and the data can be transmitted wirelessly to improve the practicality of the sensor array. The experiment results to show that the wireless RF gas sensor array single collection method can effectively improve the accuracy of single collection.
Research on feature extraction method of UAV video image based on target tracking. 张信、刘志俊、曲明飞 Beijing Polytechnic College of Mechatronic Engineering, Beijing 100176, China. Extract. In order to extract the key and useful features of the target in the UAV video image and strong marking ability, a feature extraction method for the UAV video image based on the target tracking is proposed. The beam method is used to adjust the splinking of UAV video images. Based on this, the pixel coordinates are obtained through the frame different method to detect and locate the target. According to the target determination and positioning results, the video image of the target area is selected and processed by the Wilt transform algorithm. Target area video image and extract the target area video image feature through hierarchical particle filter to achieve the target tracking. To achieve the extraction of UAV video image feature, the experimental results show that in the URL database experiment, the average feature extraction percentage is 78.08%, and the average target tracking area is 1.16. In the COIL-20 database experiment, the average feature extraction percentage is 82.55%, and the average target tracking area is 1.20, which meets the needs of UAV video image feature extraction and target tracking. Keywords: target tracking, drone, video image, feature, extraction. 1. Introducing. As a new aerial remote sailing platform, UAV has the character of a fast-sailing, flexible operation and low cost. The digital cameras mounted on the aircraft can obtain the high-resolution video images, and the processing of video images can safely the vast majority. The needs of most users in aerial photography and target mounting. However, the video image acquired by UAV has the character of high altitude and small image amplitude, which cannot reflect the overall situation of in emergency rescue is often unable to meet the need and the application of information. It's necessary to use video image feature extraction method to provide the target information of camera area. Using various transformation technology, the video images collected by UAV can be downloaded in real time. Video image has the characteristics of small frame, low resolution, large amount of data, and high redundancy. The research of feature extraction has two main purposes. One is to find the most discriminative description between targets, so as to distinguish different types of targets. The other is to compress the delimitation of target under certain column circumstances. Research on the feature extraction method of UAV video image. 2.1 Drone video image stacking. The time difference of UAV video image acquisition results is graphs between video images. In order to obtain the complete video image information of high quality, the UAV video image is split based on variance beam adjustment. The variance beam method adjustment can be used to globally optimize the split UAV video image and minimize the conversion area of each video image to the reference plane. In order to obtain the high quality splitting video image in real time, this study used the central constraint to dynamically select the reference plane and ensure that the split video image has a global optimal character each time the reference plane is changed. Middle frame of the flight belt is taken as the final reference point to complete the splinking of UAV video stream. The specific splinking steps are as follows. Step 1. Using UAV trajectory planning data to obtain the upstreaming rate of the shooting area, determine the longitude and latitude of the first and last video image each flight area, and convert them into dedicated coordinate to determine the dedicated coordinate of the middle position of the flight area. Step 2. When the drone researches the present altitude and is flying at constant speed, calculate the ground area of the video image during vertical shooting, and then roughly determine the video image to be extracted. Step 3. According to the camera parameter, altitude and flight speed, calculate the sampling travel of the keyframe. Extract the keyframe and correct the video image, and cut corrected video image into corrected image with the short y at the image y and the y highlight latitude of 4.3. Step 4. Platform squaring fixing on the corrected images. 2. Target determination and positioning. On the basis of the above video images, the pixel coordinates are obtained based on the frame different method, and the target is detected and located. Among the many target determination methods, considering the high speed of the frame difference method, this study selected this method as the best of the pixel extraction algorithm. According to the result of the frame different methods, the update of the UAV video image is divided into pixel level and frame level. The former is used to determine small and slow changes. The latter is used to determine global and sudden changes. Different learning strategies and update speed. Feature extraction of video image in target area. Based on the above target determination and propagation results, the target region video image is selected. The target region video image is processed by the water transform algorithm, and the target region video image feature is extracted. Water transformer form is widely used in video image processing because of its good properties of military scale and military resolution. In video image processing, water transform has perfect reconstruction power. That is, it will not lose the original information nor generate redundant information. High level part is the gray level, which changes faster and faster in the video image, corresponding to the age, detail, and noise in the video image. Therefore, the processing of the low frequency part of the video image will not lose or change the detail and age information of the video image, nor will it change the noise in the video image. The feature vectors are sorted according to the size of the feature value. The larger the feature value is, the better the feature vector can reflect the video image finisher of the tagged area, and the size of the feature value decreases exponentially. Point 4. Feature basic target tracking. Based on the video image feature vector of the target area obtained above, the target tracking is realized by hierarchical particle filter. The step of target tracking algorithm based on the hierarchical particle filter as follows. Step 1. Set the tracking window Manually select the target to be tracked. Take the center of the window as the initial position of the target and the angle between the long axis of the window and the axis as the initial direction. The target and the size of the window as the initial size of the target. Step 2. Initialization of particle filter. Step 3. Importance sampling. 4. Similarity measurement. Step 5. Target state estimation and target vector update. Step 6. Determine whether the target disappeared. Through the above process, the feature explanation of UAV video image based on the target tracking is realized, which helps the application of UAV. 3. Platform analysis of feature explanation method for UAV video image. This research will verify the effectiveness of the UAV video image feature explanation method based on target tracking on ORL database and COL20 database. In the experiment, 2 random participant methods are selected for each database video image set to verify the feasibility of the proposed method. In the experiment, the nearest neighbor classifier is used. The experimental software environment is MATLAB 7.0a. All the experimental results are executed 10 times, then take the average. Point 1. Simulation experiment on ORL database. The information of URL database is not described in detail due to space limitations. In this experiment, all UAV video images are copied to the size of 64 mm 64 dimensions, and then each video image is divided into 4 blocks. Row and column are divided into 16 blocks in total. Then the size of each sub-block's video image is 16 mm 16. In this experiment, the ORL database is used as input UAV video image set, and 10 video images belonging to the same target and used as a class. For the first time, 5 video images in the database are randomly selected as training video images, and the remaining 5 video images are as test video images. The training video image set has 200 images, and the test video image set as 20 images, referenced to as 5 training for short. Extraction of 3 video images in the database as training video images, and the remaining 7 video images as test video images. The training video image set has 120 images, and the test video image set has 280 images, referred to as 3 training for short. Through experiments, the percentage of feature explanation of purpose method is shown in the Table 1. Table 1, feature explanation percentage analyzed. Average value is 78.08%. 3.2, simulation experiment on COL20 database. The COL20 database is used as input video image set, and 24 video images belonging to the same target and are used as a category. For the first time, 12 video images in the database are randomly selected as training video images, and the remaining 12 video images are used as test videos. For video, the training video image set has 240 images, and the test video image has 240 images, referred to as 12 training. In the second random extraction of 9 images as training video images, the remaining 15 video images are test video images. The training video image set has 180 images, and the test video image set has 300 images, referred to as 9 train. That the dependent variable is the number of targets. The feature explanation percentage of the proposed method is to obtained through the simulation compression experiment as shown in the Table 2. Table 2, feature explanation percentage analyzed. Averagent value is 82.55%. In order to further verify the effectiveness of this method, the proposed method and the traditional method of UA video image feature explanation accuracy are compared and analyzed. The comparison results are shown in Figure 1. According to Figure 1, the accuracy of UA video image feature explanation in this paper is up to 80%. While that of the traditional method is only 65%. The accuracy of UA video image feature explanation in this paper is higher than that of traditional method. Figure 1, compression of video image feature explanation accuracy of UAV. The accuracy of image feature explanation based on this method. And B, accuracy of image feature tradition based on traditional method. Empirical conclusion. This paper proposed a feature extraction method for UA video images based on target tracking, and the experimental results show that under the OIL database experiment, the average feature explanation percentage is 78.08%, and the average target tracking area is 1.16. Under the COIL-20 database experiment, the average feature explanation percentage is 82.55%, and the average target tracking area is 1.20, which can meet the needs of the UAV video image feature explanation and target tracking. Thank you very much.
Research on abnormal data detection method of power measurement automation system. Abstract, aiming at the problems of long time consuming and low accuracy in traditional methods of abnormal data detection in power measurement automation system. This paper studies the method. Design the data storage structure table of the electric power metering automation system database and repair the missing data and denoise the data in the data table. Perform PAA calculation on the data to get the data feature sequence. After the p-clustering algorithm pre-cluster the data, the iForest model is used to detect abnormal data to complete the research on the method. The experimental results show that the proposed detection method has advantages of short detection time and high precision of 91.26 to 95.67%. The metering automation system realized remote automatic real-time metering reading, abnormal alarms of electricity consumption information, voltage, and power quality monitoring, line loss analysis, and prepayment by collecting, monitoring, analyzing, and processing information such as data, voltage, current, load, and other information of each metering terminal functions such as free management, electricity consumption, inspection, load management and control, and power outage statuses, provide data support for grid operation and management. But before the realization of this advanced application research, the most basic premise is to ensure the timeliness, integrity, and reliability of the data collected by the system. At present, the data content involved in the measurement automation system mainly includes various indicators of the terminal such as online rate, automatic meter reading date, and so on. Collected data such as table codes, electricity, and power factor, and these basic data are subjected to secondary calculations such as voltage divider, advanced application data such as line loss in substations, and so on. Faced with such a large amount of data, relying on manual or traditional database software tools for daily data quality checks has been unable to effectively guarantee the reliability of data quality. The traditional method of outer data detection is to use RBF classifier to detect outlier data, and the time most of this detection method for large system data detection is too high, and the error of detection result is so large. Therefore, based on the above analysis, this paper studies the abnormal data detection measures of power measurement automation system. 1. Abnormal data detection method of electric power measurement automation system. Establish data structure table of electric power measurement automation system. The data used to detect abnormal data in the power metering automation system is data in tables, such as the consumption follow table of the system terminal and the field operation and maintenance record table. Therefore, the system data structure table needs to be established in the terminal database. The communication follow table is used to record the communication status between each terminal and the master station, mainly including communication follow, number of reconnection and online time, and so on. The specific definition is shown in Table 1. The data in this table is collected and counted by the master station at 0 variety, reflecting the previous day's communication. If the terminal fails, the master station will not be able to collect current data, so there is no corresponding record in the database. The sending and the receiving bytes in the table refer to the master station. The sending bytes represent the number of bytes sent from the master station to the terminal, and the received bytes represent the number of bytes received by the master station. The data follow in the table indicates the follow used to transmit electric energy data among all follows. In addition to the above follow, the table also includes other control information of the terminal, including the number of reconnections, alarm follow, and heartbeat follow. The online time indicates the number of heartbeat signals received by the master station, and the terminal transmits once per minute. If the value is 1440, it indicates that the terminal is online for 24 hours. The fault type and the fault description are manually filled in by the operation and the maintenance personnel and then input into the system. Therefore, for the same fault, the names filled in by different operation and maintenance personnel may be different, which needs further processing. Line loss refers to the loss of electrical energy during power transmission and transformation. The line loss table is used to record the input and output power and line loss rate of each line, and contains basic information related to line loss for each line daily, as shown in the follow tables. After the above table is established in the database of the electric power metering automation system, the data collected and stored in the database by the system is processed. Due to various reasons, the data will be incomplete and inconsistent. These data are called error data, which has a great impact on subsequent anomaly detection. Therefore, data cleaning is very important for abnormal data detection. Data cleaning must first delete the redundant data in the dataset. Redundant data is the only characteristic that destroys every record in the dataset. When multiple identical records appear, the redundant data must be deleted. Every user must have electricity readings for every hour of the day, and the series absence is defined as 20% of the reading points are missing from the curve. The curve is continuously missing more than 2 consecutive reading points. If the data is missing to a serious extent, the user is excluded from the research scope, and the multi-level Lagrangian interpolation method is used to repair the missing value. The missing value repair formula is as follows. This follows. After the data is patched, the data is denoised by the smoothing the system timing relationship curve. Set the total operation time t of the system for a period of time t has been in the abnormal state recorded by the observation equivalent. The starting point of the abnormal state is recorded as p start. The ending point of the abnormal state is recorded as p end. After processing, the data points in the time series relation curve can only be divided into two types, normal data and abnormal data. After processing the data of electric power measurement automation system, the abnormal data features are extracted. Feature extraction of abnormal data. In the process of abnormal data detection in the electric power measurement automation system, the time series of each data in the networked database is first obtained, which takes the advantage value of the time series as element. The specific steps are as follows. In Formula 4, W represents the 8 value to form a new data sequence. M represents the piecewise aggregation approximation, and WQ and WC represent the mean value of data elements. In Formula 4, L, D, T, W represents the process in which two time series are first converted into feature sequences. After extracting the abnormal data features of the power metering automation system, the abnormal data is detected. Elimination of abnormal data detection. The clustering analysis of the AP algorithm uses an abnormal data factor similarity matrix, and the similarity between data points is expressed by the square of the negative acquisition distance. Application of abnormal data detection. The clustering analysis of the AP algorithm uses an abnormal factor similar matrix and the similarity between data points expressed by the square of the negative acquisition distance. The element value Sij on the dinormal of similar matrices is used to judge the cluster center. When the number of iterations of automation matrix R and attribute matrices A exceeds the maximum number of iterations given in advance, or the change of Rik, Aik is lower than a given threshold, the iterative process will stop. After the AP clustering and the cluster, the data will be first detects the outlier of the cluster data. The training steps for 5i tree are as follows. Experimental research. In order to verify the effectiveness of these methods, the following design of comparative experiments. This experiment is a simulation experiment. The experimental group is abnormal data detection method of the electric power metering automation system studied in this paper, and the experimental group is a traditional abnormal data detection method of the electric power metering automation system. A total of 2 sets of experiments were conducted in the experiment. The first set of experiments compared the forest model of the experimental group and the RBF model of the comparative group when detecting data sets containing the same abnormal data. The second group of experimental comparison indicators were abnormalities of the experimental group and the comparative group data detection method when the abnormal data is detected in the experimental data set. The recall date and the precision rate of the method. Experiment preparation. The power metering data selected in this experiment include the power consumption information of some users. The details of data source are as follows. Different datasets carry out abnormally data detection one by one. Record the precision and recall. Take the precision as ordinate and recall as abscissa, and draw the PR curve. Record the experimental data of the two experiments, process and analyze the experimental data, and draw the corresponding experimental conclusion. In order to verify the effectiveness of these methods, the abnormal data of iForest model and contrast group RBF model are detected, and the detection results are shown in the figure below. Analysis of the data in figure 2 shows the iForest can basically detect abnormal data when the data continuous outlier is used for detection. This is a table 5. According to the above table, the record rate of the test method in the experiment group is 100%. Conclusion: in the power metering automation system, the detection of normal data may obtain more useful value than the analysis of normal data. This paper proposes to use a combination of clustering algorithm and isolated forest as an anomaly detection method, though comparing experiments with traditional methods, it proved that the research method takes less time to detect.
Detection method of abnormal behavior of network public opinion data based on artificial intelligence. Kang Yingjian, Ma Lei, Zhang Yanning, Beijing Polytechnic, Telecommunication Engineering Institute, Beijing, China. Abstract. In order to improve the effect of network public opinion data abnormal behavior detection, an artificial intelligence-based network public opinion data abnormal behavior detection method is proposed. By constructing the network public opinion data model, recognizing the evolution rule of network public opinion data, locating the abnormal data area according to the behavior detection algorithm, and using the probability neural network under artificial intelligence to detect the abnormal data behavior. The experimental results show that the detection method proposed this time is 28.12% and 84.37% higher than the two traditional methods when detecting large-scale public opinion abnormal behavior data. It can be seen that the detection method based on artificial intelligence is not restricted by the volume of network data, and the detection effect is better. Introduction. The network public opinion takes the network as the carrier and the event as the core. It gathers the expression, dissemination, and interaction of the emotions, attitudes, opinions, and opinions of the majority of netizens. However, as a public use platform, the network has abnormal data behavior. Due to the single detection technology, the traditional detection methods will lose some abnormal data when facing massive network information. Therefore, based on artificial intelligence technology, a new detection method for abnormal behavior of network public opinion data is proposed. By constructing the network public opinion data model, the evolution of network public opinion is divided into three stages: public opinion generation period, public opinion diffusion period, and public opinion reduction period. The evolution law of network public opinion data in different stages is identified. The abnormal data area is located by using behavior detection algorithm. An abnormal data behavior is detected by artificial intelligence technology. The experimental results show that the method proposed in this paper has a good effect on abnormal behavior detection of network public opinion data. Building the data model of network public opinion. To construct a network public opinion data model, first assumes that the interaction behavior of individual opinions at the macro level is restricted by the trust threshold. That is to say, the interaction behavior can only occur when the distance between the two parties' views is less than the trust threshold. Otherwise, the two parties will avoid contact and exist on their own original point of view. Therefore, through the continuous iteration of this interaction mode, we can explore some rules of the aggregation process of group views from a macro perspective. The model breaks through the limitation of the individual point of view binary, where it can only take values within a limited range of values. It is believed that the individual point of view can be any real number within a given range of values. Among the categories of models, in addition, the model assumes that any two individual groups randomly selected from the group may have viewpoint interaction behavior, as long as their viewpoint distance is less than the trust threshold. In the network public opinion data model, trust threshold has an important influence on the aggregation process of group opinion. Through the model simulation, it can be found that when trust threshold is greater than or equal to 0.5, the group tends to form a consensus. That is, all individuals in the group ultimately hold the same views on a given issue. With the decrease of trust threshold value, the group gradually divides into two or more opinion groups, and the members of each opinion group share the same views. Identify the evolution of Internet public opinion data. From its generation of its final demise, Internet public opinion is in a complete dynamic change process, and it presents or follows some internal rules to run. Therefore, on the basis of constructed public opinion data model, the evolution of network public opinion is divided into three stages: public opinion generation period, public opinion diffusion stage, and a public opinion restoration stage. And the evolution law of network public opinion data in different stages is found out. Figure 1, life cycle curve of online public opinion. Generating law of network public opinion. The generation of network public opinion is a special risk factor and risk influence formed in the network due to the interference of a nature, economy, society system. Previous studies have shown that analyzing and grasping the generation law of public opinion is the basic premise and key to effectively guide and manage public opinion. The generation rule of online public opinion believes is that during the generation of network public opinion, it mainly undergoes 4 triggers: trigger, agglomeration, hot discussion, burst, and each of them presents corresponding evolutionary rules. Shape mutation rule, superposition focus law, resonance convergence law, group polarization law. The state generation of network public opinion can also be regarded as state break or state break. And the control factor of the state break belongs to a dependent variable. And the state break condition can be regarded as a fixed critical limit value. Assuming that the damage status and social impact of a network event are a risk and a crisis-independent variable function X, the event stakeholders are a risk-dependent variable function Y. The calculation formula of public opinion risk value is U equals to F X Y. If the risk value of public opinion does not exceed the risk critical limit value F0, that is, U less than or equal to F0, it is a sub-stable balance, that is, it belongs to the incubation period of network public opinion. During this period, Internet public opinion was basically stable or under control, and Internet public opinion was relatively calm. If the control factor energy continues to increase due to some internal or external forces, the risk value of public opinion will reach or exceed the risk critical value limit value F0, that is, U less than or equal to F0, then it will release potential energy and seriously destroy the inherent state of public opinion. The state of public opinion balance will suddenly interrupt or break, forming a real public opinion risk. The law of diffusion of Internet public opinion. Due to the characteristics of freedom, interaction, and complexity of Internet public opinion, its diffusion and development is not a simple linear rise or decline, but a complex process. But generally speaking, the diffusion of network public opinion mainly refers to the process of transmission and change from small to large, from weak to strong, from recessive to dominant after the generation of network public opinion. In essence, it is a process of strengthening and magnifying after the generation of online public opinion. Generally speaking, in the stage of network public opinion diffusion, along the logical structure of strengthening and amplifying, its diffusion is going. Through 4 stages of popularity, reinforcement, reputation, sublimation, it presents certain evolutionary laws: linear asymptotic law, ripple divergence law, interference interaction law, and spiral ascent law. The dissemination effect of public opinion and the amount of information transmission show a linear positive relationship. The linear diffusion evolution of public opinion is a structural description of the process of public opinion communication. That is to say, every link and process of public opinion dissemination are closely linked after the emergence of public opinion emergency network. Law of reducing public opinion on the Internet. The reduction of network public opinion mainly refers to the process of network public opinion gradually decreasing and declining from large to small, strong to weak, and changing from hotspot events to common events after the generation and spread of network public opinion. With the proper handling and resolution of the event, the social resources driven by the network public opinion are gradually exhausted. The public's attention to and the event shows fatigue. Network media and traditional media pay less attention to and report. And the development of the network public opinion lacks a new power mechanism. So the network public opinion begins to gradually enter a slowly subside reduction stage. In the process of reducing public opinion on the Internet, some have disappeared in a broken manner, and some have repeatedly weakened. But generally speaking, it is the process of progressing from prosperity to decline along the evolution path of conflict, order, change, fading, dying. In this process, each public opinion reduction node accordingly exhibits certain laws: conflict blocking law, substitution transfer law, defocusing and fragmentation law, and natural dissipation law. behavior detection algorithm locates abnormal data area. In the behavior detection algorithm, compare the distance d zhi between the test sample and the center point of the nearest anomaly class hi, and the maximum distance di dzhi greater than di between the center point of the anomaly class and other points in the class. It is determined that a new anomaly class appears. The point is defined as a new anomaly point. When there are other test points that determine the new anomaly class di, is the distance between the two, and then the anomaly classification model is updated. Otherwise, the test sample is determined as an I-type anomaly. Suppose that in the test sample, the object is Z, Hi is the center of mass of cluster I, H is the center of mass of all points, and the anomaly node is located. Figure 2. Location of abnormal data nodes. Artificial intelligence technology detects abnormal data behavior. Non-probability neural network is one of the artificial intelligence indexes, which is suitable for data separation. The intelligent network originates from radio basis function network, which can make use of simple linear structure to expand the non-linear learning algorithm. The main principle of probabilistic neural network is to combine density function estimation and Bayesian decision theory. Under certain conditions, the network can detect abnormal behavior of public opinion data. In classification decision-making, input factors should be classified into categories with higher posterior probability. In practical application, risk and loss should be considered. Experiment and analysis. In order to verify the reliability of the proposed detection method, two traditional detection methods are selected and applied to the detection of abnormal behavior of network data. The proposed method is used as experimental group A, and the two traditional methods are used as experimental group B and experimental group C, respectively. Choose a website as an experimental test background condition. It is known that there is abnormal behavior data on this website. The three detection methods are used to locate the abnormal behavior data in the network public opinion data database, and the positioning differences of the three detection methods are compared. Experiment preparation. Three sets of network public opinion data sequences with different data volumes are selected, and the abnormal data are hidden in three data sequences respectively. Figure 5 below is a statistical diagram of the data volume of different data sequences. According to the test results shown in the above figure, in the face of small data series, the three detection methods can detect the abnormal behavior data without missing any abnormal network public opinion data. According to the statistics, the detection rate of three groups of methods is 100%, and the difference between them is also 0. It can be seen that three detection methods are applicable to the detection of abnormal behavior of network public opinion data with small volume. The second set of experimental results. In the face of large-scale data series, experimental group A can also fully detect abnormal behavior data, while experimental group B and experimental group C lose a lot of abnormal behavior information. The detection of group A is completely in place. The detection of group B exists 28.12%. The detection rate of group C was only 15.63%. It can be seen that the traditional two detection methods are not suitable for the detection of abnormal behavior of large-scale network public opinion data. It can be seen from the results of the two sets of experimental tests that the detection method proposed this time can perform data abnormal behavior detection in large-scale network public opinion data. Conclusion. Artificial intelligence, also known as intelligent machinery and machine intelligence, is the intelligence shown by machines made by human beings. Usually, artificial intelligence presents human intelligence through ordinary computer programs. Artificial intelligence is applied to abnormal behavior detection to provide more reasonable technical support for detection methods. The proposed detection method fully realizes the detection of abnormal behavior data. However, the total number of tests in this experiment is less. In future research, we should expand the experimental data, increase the number of experiments, and strengthen the persuasion of test results. Thank you. Dynamic monitoring system of big data leakage in mobile network based on Internet of Things. Zhang Yanning, Kang Yingjian, Beijing Polytechnic, Beijing. Abstract. Aiming at the problem of large acquisition time synchronization error caused by data explosion in traditional monitoring systems. A dynamic monitoring system for mobile network big data leakage based on Internet of Things is designed. The wireless sensor network is arranged in the system. Multi-channel based station node is designed, and the sensors are arranged in different channels to achieve the purpose of data diversion. The experimental results show that, compared with the traditional monitoring system, the designed monitoring system based on the Internet of Things has smaller acquisition time synchronization error, better data acquisition synchronization performance, and it improves the dynamic monitoring accuracy of mobile network big data leakage. Introduction. As an important milestone in the modern history of human development, the Internet is a symbol of human innovation and wisdom, and an important symbol of the rapid development of science and technology. The development of the Internet has become more in-depth, especially the development of mobile clients has profoundly changed the lives of Internet users. Network security is the basic condition for the existence of the Internet, which makes the computer network from an important business tool of academic concern. Security limitations have also become the limitations of the Internet. Security vulnerabilities have been discovered one after another, and network security has become a hot topic that people pay close attention to. At this time, facing the problem of big data leakage in mobile networks, it is particularly important to introduce a monitoring mechanism into the network security management summary and establish a powerful dynamic monitoring system for big data leakage in mobile networks. In view of this phenomenon, this paper proposes and designs a mobile network big data leakage dynamic monitoring system based on the Internet of Things. On the basis of hardware design, the system software is designed, including cluster monitoring function, node performance monitoring function, and operation monitoring function, which reduces the acquisition time synchronization error, improves the mobile network big data leakage dynamic monitoring accuracy, and improves the data acquisition synchronization performance. 1. Hardware design of dynamic monitoring system for mobile network big data leakage based on Internet of Things. The wireless sensor network is adopted in the monitoring system. Multi-channel based station nodes are designed, and the sensor nodes are arranged in different channels to realize data exchange monitoring. The node arrangement in the monitoring system using the Internet of Things technology is shown below. The multi-channel based station nodes and the monitoring center are connected through the USB 2.0 bus, which can meet the requirement of simultaneously uploading 8 wireless channels of data to the monitoring center at a high speed and complete. The network data transmission rate is doubled from the original 250 kbps of a single channel, can reach 2 Mbps. The speed of USB 2.0 bus can reach more than 12 Mbps, which can solve the problem of throughput limitation caused by using serial ports. The hardware structure of the designed multi-channel base station node is shown in Figure 2. The hardware of the multi-channel base station node includes FPGA chip, USB chip, 8 independent CC2420 radio frequency modules, electrically erasable programmable read-alone memory chip, power management module, clock module, and peripheral circuits of each chip. Among them, 8 RF modules, each pin of USB chip, and a part of FPGA chip can be connected with I/O pin, and functional configuration of available I/O pin of FPGA chip can be realized through program, so as to realize the operation of PLD module on RF module and communication module. The CC2420 radio frequency module is responsible for receiving and sending wireless data, and its initial configuration and work are controlled by the FPGA chip. Multiple CC2420RF modules are used to receive data in different channels in parallel, and there is no competitive interference between them. After the USB chip is powered on and initialized, the data stream is uploaded under the control of FPGA chip. FPGA appears as a semi-custom circuit in the field of special integrated circuits, which not only solves the shortcomings of custom circuits, but also overcomes the shortcomings of the limited number of gates of original programmable devices. Considering the universality of multi-channel base station node design, FPGA chip selection mainly investigates Altera's products, which produce general-purpose FPGA chips. Research shows that Altera's Cyclone series can provide more available pins and memory cells, and further reduce the static power consumption, which can achieve the function of a multi-channel base station node, and the cost is significantly lower than the Area series chips. Through the analysis, the multi-channel base station node needs more available I/O pins and logic units, so choose the appropriate FPGA chip as the processing core chip of Cyclone 2 series and Cyclone 3 series multi-channel base station nodes. Considering the actual application of monitoring, we must complete the configuration of the USB chip function, control the USB chip to realize the function of uploading data at high speed, obtain the status of the RF module in real time, and control the 8 RF modules to complete the data receiving operation in parallel at high speed according to the reception status of the data packets. Encapsulate and verify the received data packets, and use the HDLC mechanism to parse the data packets to ensure that the host computer program can be completed at high speed. CRC verification mechanism is adopted to ensure the correctness of data packets uploaded to the monitoring sender. In conclusion, the EP3C16Q240 chip of the Cyclone 3 series is selected as a core chip of the multi-channel base station node. 2. Software design of dynamic monitoring system for big data leakage in mobile network. Based on the above hardware design, the software part of the monitoring system is designed. Dynamic monitoring of big data leakage in mobile network can be divided into 3 levels: cluster monitoring, node performance monitoring, and job operation monitoring. Managing and scheduling nodes is an important part of big data clusters. Whether the cluster is operating well or not directly determines the efficiency of the entire cluster. So the system needs to monitor and manage the various information resources of each node in real time. The administrator can adjust the cluster in real time according to cluster performance, improve the cluster bottleneck, and ensure the good operation of the job. The cluster monitoring agent is mainly responsible for the collection of monitoring index data of the cluster. For cluster monitoring, you can view the cluster status information, the total number of machines in the cluster users, host groups, and other information. The acquisition of cluster performance data is mainly achieved through the command line. The cluster monitoring plugin is mainly responsible for receiving the monitoring indicator data sent by the agent process. When monitoring the cluster, the implementation process of the plugin process is to use the iSync expansion mechanism to encapsulate the command to receive cluster performance data, and follow iSync's custom plugin expansion mechanism to form a plugin. Change the iSync configuration file and plug the plugin deployed on iSync server. Restart the iSync service to view the cluster performance indicators. Node performance monitoring is mainly to monitor the underlying nodes and collect various performance indicators, so that managers can timely and comprehensively grasp the performance information of cluster nodes. The node performance monitoring module is mainly completed by iSync. Node performance monitoring agent is mainly responsible for collecting node performance data and data processing, including performance monitoring data collection module and performance monitoring data processing module. In the performance monitoring data receiving module, after the Async agent returns the performance index data, Async supports 2 methods to process the performance data. That is, use the command line to process or write directly to a specific file, which can be configured through the configuration file. If the first method is used, define the processor of plugin performance data in the Async configuration file. After executing the plugin, execute the performance data processor. At this time, the performance processor obtains the data from the environment variables. Async starts the plugin through the command line to perform the corresponding status check, and then capture the standard output stream of the plugin to obtain the results after execution. The plugin The execution result of async includes at least one line of readable text to represent the current state. And the performance data related to the plugin is also included in the result. If the second method is used, async can directly put the obtained performance data into the performance data file, use the component to process the file, or configure a command in ASIC to periodically process the performance data file. Job operation monitoring is an important part of the monitoring system, and the monitoring object is the mobile network data of operation status. Job monitoring includes data acquisition module, data processing module, and a data sending module. The object of data collection is the logs generated during the operation of the mobile network. After the data collection is completed, the data is filtered and extracted, stored in a certain data structure, and completed by the agent resident on the cluster node. In the data processing module, the user calls the data processing function module after the performance data collection. First, the mobile network operation task generates logs, which are stored in the work folder, using the log collection method based on text analysis, read file analysis, and processes the collected logs, and obtains the text edu of the operation text read form file processes collected logs, extracts the running indicators of each task, including moderating indicators such as user, start time, duration, running status information, and stores them in a predetermined data structure. In SNMPUTIL-SEND, all moderating indicators are aggregated to form an SNMP data packet, ready to be sent. The data sending module uses the event-driven mechanism to send moderating information through SNMP. It does not need a moderating server to pull, saves bandwidth and server utilization, and provides system performance. So far, the design of a dynamic moderating system for mobile network big data leakage based on the Internet of Things is completed. 3. Experimental research on dynamic moderating system of big data leakage in mobile network. The data sending module uses the event-driven mechanism to send moderating information through SNMP. It does not need a moderating server to pull, saves the bandwidth and server utilization, and provides system performance. So far, the design of a dynamic moderating system for mobile network big data leakage based on the Internet of Things is completed. In order to verify the time synchronization effect of the mobile network big data leakage dynamic moderating system, a time synchronization effect function verification experiment platform was built. In the experiment, the moderating system is used to collect the fixed frequency waveform generated by the signal generator in real time. After this experiment, the acquisition time synchronization error of the sensor node is obtained by analyzing the collected data, and then the acquisition synchronization performance of the traditional moderating system and the design mobile network big data leakage dynamic moderating system is compared. 3.1 Experimental scheme design. It is found that most of the experiments are based on computer simulation. In addition, based on the experimental platform of wireless sensor network for structural health monitoring, foreign researchers have verified the synchronization effect of network acquisition. The experimental method they used was to use a signal generator to generate a fixed frequency waveform for the sensor network to collect, and then analyze the data collected by all nodes. Based on this method, an experimental method based on standard waveform acquisition is designed to verify the synchronization performance of the moderating system. The equipment used in the experiment included 16 telespeed sensor nodes, a dual RF relay node, management node, AFG 3021 arbitrary waveform generator, and a laptop. AFG 3021 arbitrary waveform generator has 14-bit output accuracy. Among them, 16 nodes are divided into 8 different channels. In the experiment, the AFG 3021 arbitrary waveform generator was set to generate a standard signal under test for 16 nodes to collect. The waveform generated by the measured signal is set as a triangular wave signal, and the output end is connected to the ADCO and GNO pins of 16 nodes with multiple leads. The voltage range of the output wave form is 0 to 2.55. To meet the allowable range of voltage input of AD output triangle wave is set to 300V/S. Since the AD sampling accuracy of the telespeed node is 12 bits, the range of the AD sampling value can be calculated from 0 to 4960. The reference voltage selected by the telespeed node is 2.5 V, and the voltage resolution calculation formula is as follows. In the formula, represents the AD sampling value. According to the above formula, when the AD sampling value changes by 1, the measured voltage value correspondingly changes by. Therefore, when the AD sample value changes by 1, the corresponding time change on the rising edge of the output waveform is calculated as follows, where K is the slope of the rising edge of the output waveform. When multiple sensor nodes collect data at the same time, if the collection time is fully synchronized, data collected from the same serial number data should be consistent. When there is a sequential error at the node's collection time, you can use the AD sampling values collected by different nodes in the same collection cycle to calculate the voltage value collected at this time and the average collection voltage value of all sensor nodes. Then, the voltage value collected by each node is subtracted from the average voltage value, and the time synchronization error of the node relative to the average sampling time is calculated using the formula. The formula is as follows. In the formula, V represents the difference between the collected voltage value and the average voltage value. The entire experiment lasted 2 hours. Before the experiment, turn on the arbitrary waveform generator, adjust the output waveform accurately according to the set value, connect the positive voltage output terminal to the ADCO pins of all sensor nodes, and connect the negative voltage output terminal to the GND pins of all sensor nodes. After the experiment starts, the host computer control management node sends a start command to all sensor nodes to start monitoring the network. During the working process, the management node synchronizes the collection time of all sensor nodes in the network according to its own program. The base station node in the monitoring system receives the data packet sent by the sensor node in real time and uploads it to the upper computer for storage, waiting for the end of the experiment for analysis. 3.2. Experimental results and analysis. After the experiment, according to the package number of the data package stored in the upper computer, select 3 time points randomly, record the AD sampling values collected by all sensor nodes at the 3 time points, and convert them into voltage values as shown in the table below. Table 2 shows the experimental measurement data of the proposed physical network-based mobile network big data leakage dynamic monitoring system, and the synchronization effect cannot be intuitively seen. For this reason, the measurement data of the other 2 monitoring systems are not listed one by one. Directly compare the time error jitter and synchronization effect measurement results. The experimental results of traditional ZigBee-based monitoring system are as follows. The jitter of time error is as follows. The experimental results of the web-based monitoring system are shown below. The time error jitter is as follows. The experimental results of the design monitoring system based on physical network are as follows. The jitter of time error is as follows. The points in the figure represent the nodes. Observing the above results, it can be seen from the time error jitter results of the relative average in figure 5 that the time error jitter range of the relative average in figure 5 is narrower than that of the other 2 results. On the synchronization arrow showing the synchronization effect analysis table of the measured voltage is always within 90 US, while the synchronization arrow of the monitoring system based on ZigBee and WIPE is above 200 US, which is far away out of standard time error range. In conclusion, the designed mobile network big data leakage dynamic monitoring system based on the Internet of Things has a smaller time synchronization arrow. Within the allowable range of normal application of the system has a good collection synchronization function. In order to further verify the effectiveness of the system in this paper, the traditional ZigBee-based system and the Internet of Things system proposed in this paper are used to compare and analyze the dynamic moderating accuracy of mobile network big data leakage. The comparison results are shown in Figure 6. According to Figure 6, the maximum dynamic moderating accuracy of mobile network big data leakage in this system can reach 98%, while the highest dynamic moderating accuracy of mobile network big data leakage based on ZigBee system is only 82%, which shows that the dynamic moderating accuracy of mobile network big data leakage of this system is higher than that of traditional mobile network big data leakage moderating based on ZigBee system. 4. Conclusion. Mobile network big data as the trend of social development, its challenges in network security need more attention. using the characteristics of the Internet of Things and the characteristics of big data. This paper designs a mobile network big data leakage dynamic moderating system based on the Internet of Things. Taking EP3C16Q240 chip as the core control chip of multi-channel based station node. The system hardware is designed, and the system software is designed through the functions of cluster moderating. Node performance moderating and job operation moderating complete the design of mobile network big data leakage dynamic moderating system based on Internet of Things. Solve the problems existing in the traditional moderating system, and lay a good foundation for the future development of moderating system. Thank you. Query optimization method for massive heterogeneous data of Internet of Things based on machine learning. Li Yunwei, Ma Lei, Beijing Youth Politics College, Beijing 100102, China. Beijing Polytechnic, Beijing 100016, China. Contents: Introduction, Query optimization method, Method application test, Conclusion. 1. Introduction. With the further development of the Internet of Things technology, in the face of growing data, the traditional storage architecture due to poor scalability, in the long run, the storage environment will become increasingly complex, resulting in high energy consumption. Unlike traditional storage systems, distributed cloud storage systems can store massive amounts of information, efficiently manage large-scale files, and provide good query efficiency. But because the cloud storage system is based on Internet technology, it mainly stores small file data, such as small picture streams and small video streams. But in the Internet of Things, it needs to repeatedly access massive picture streams and video stream data. Because the Internet of Things needs to collect various information such as sound, light, heat, electricity, chemistry, location, etc. And the content of the information captured by different types of sensors and information receivers is very different. The distributed storage of massive data and the data processing between the heterogeneous databases have become an inevitable trend. Through the integration of data information and hardware devices in various databases, a heterogeneous database system is formed which is logically unified and physically independent. This kind of cross-database query and multi-table connection needs to increase data redundancy to ensure the reliability and availability of heterogeneous database systems. But the physical distributed storage of data and the need for such data redundancy make heterogeneity become higher. The query processing of the database adds more content and difficulty. Therefore, query optimization of heterogeneous database system plays an important role. This article first analyzes the structure of the heterogeneous database of the Internet of Things and the query processing process, and understands that in the query process of the heterogeneous database system, the query request should be converted into a global query tree and converted. Through the principle of equivalence, the query tree can be decomposed into a local query tree for further optimize and determine the final query execution plan. Such query optimization process needs to consider local response time and the transmission cost. At present, the existing query optimization algorithm can only achieve the shortest local response time or the lowest transmission cost, and cannot take into account the dual optimization of time cost and space cost. Moreover, when using dynamic algorithm to achieve query optimization, the computing power is insufficient. The algorithm often falls into the local optimization and cannot get a global optimal solution that conforms the characteristics of heterogeneous databases. Therefore, in this study, a query optimization method for massive heterogeneous data in the Internet of Things based on machine learning is designed. 2. query optimization method of massive heterogeneous data in Internet of Things based on machine learning. 2.1 Hierarchical division of massive heterogeneous data query in Internet of Things. Query processing, as the most important link in the multi-data integration system, directly affects the query efficiency of the system. How to ensure the correctness of query processing and how to answer query efficiency are all the tasks to be completed by query processing. The query processing of the massive heterogeneous database of the Internet of Things is more complicated. A query in global mode needs to be decomposed into query fragments that can be run on each site. After the corresponding operations of this query fragment are executed at the site, the results must be returned to global query mode, and summarize the execution results of all fragments as the final output of the system. But for users, query fragmentation, local processing, result summary processing, and other processes are transparent. Users only care about the execution results of global queries. In query optimization of heterogeneous database system, the communication cost and the time complexity of local response must be considered at the same time. Therefore, these two types of query optimization standards are often used at the same time, each of which depends on the execution environment and the data size. Standard weights will vary accordingly. In order to achieve the query effect required by users, the query process of massive heterogeneous database system is generally divided into 4 levels from the structure: query decomposition, data localization, global optimization, and local optimization, as shown in the figure below. The most important work in query processing is query hierarchy. Query hierarchy refers to the decomposition of M-SQL queries based on mediator mode into subquery sets based on wrapper mode. In a multi-data integration system, the user query writes a query statement for the mediator mode. There is no extra data in the mediator mode. The query decomposition needs to convert the M-SQL query according to the specific situation according to the mapping relationship between the mediator mode and the wrapper mode. One or more queries based on wrapper mode. Based on the above-mentioned query hierarchical division results of the massive heterogeneous data of the Internet of Things, the massive heterogeneous data of the Internet of Things is classified, and the classification results are used as the database of the query optimization results. 2.2 Data feature extraction. After determining the query hierarchy of the Internet of Things massive heterogeneous data, we need to generate a rich set of features for each query vocabulary, which represent the relationship between the candidate extension word and the original query, and the importance of candidate extension word in the corpus. These features can be generally divided into 2 categories. The value of one type of feature depends on the specific input query, and the other type of feature is independent of the specific query. Since SVM is used for training, all features need to be normalized. In normalization, given a search topic and a set of candidate expansion words, characteristics of each candidate expansion word are changed proportionally, and the characteristics of current expansion word are normalized between 0 and 1 by the maximum value of the same characteristic in training data. Set in the physical network heterogeneous database, there are n query information, A from A1 to AN. AN candidate expansion word Q can be expressed as U from UA1 to UAN. Word frequency of UN in document FI is GUNFI. Word frequency of UN in Y corpus is GUNY. The document frequency of the lexical atom UN in the corpus C is GUN. The co-occurrence frequency of the lexical items UN and UM can be set to CO-OCUR UN UM. The file length of the F file FI in the heterogeneous database is FILI. AVG file is the average file length in the database. Use the above settings to obtain the various characteristics of LOT heterogeneous data. probability of monolingual model is calculated by the Dirichlet smoothing method in machine learning. The parameter A used in the Dirichlet smoothing is set according to each evaluation dataset, and A is set as the average document length of this test dataset. The calculation formula is listed below. Here, DO/N is used to model the probability P of the occurrence of word UN in the corpus. This design mainly calculates the probabilities of the two unary language models, calculates the unary language probabilities on each feedback document, and then adds up these probabilities values. Consider all the feedback documents as a whole and calculate the probability of the unitary model on this whole. The BM25 weight is a well-known formula in the field of information retrieval. It is used to express the importance of this word in pseudo-feedback documents. The higher the value of BM25, the more important is this word in document. The value indirectly depends on original query item. For a given candidate extension word, the BM25 weight formula is as follows. Among them, HI, 1.0, 2.0, and J are usually set to 0.75. The weight of BM25 is similar to the calculation of the previous unary language model. There are two cases to calculate the characteristics of the weight of BM2S. That is, calculate the BM25 weight of the word on each pseudo-feedback document, and then add this weight together, or take all the pseudo-feedback documents as a whole and then calculate the BM25 weight. In this study, the main features of the global corpus are the monolingual model of the candidate extension word in the whole corpus and the GDO value in the whole corpus. The calculation formula is as follows. In order to calculate the similarity between the candidate expansion word and the original query for a given candidate expansion word, extract mutual information and Pearson chi-square statistics from the pseudo-feedback document. The higher the value of these statistics, the closer the relationship between the extended word and the original query word. Here, the original query submitted by the user is composed of multiple keywords, so the similarity between the extension words and each keyword is accumulated here. As shown below, both statistics need to calculate the co-occurrence between the expansion word W and the original query term A, using the following statistics on the co-occurrence between the two words. Among them, AW represents the query word A and the expansion word W, the joint probability on the pseudo-feedback document set. C11 represents the co-occurrence of the query term A and the expansion term W. C12 represents the frequency where only the query term A appears without the expansion word W. C21 represents the frequency where the query term A does not appear and only the expansion term W appears. C22 represents both the query word A does not appear, nor does the frequency of the expansion word W appear. Obtain the characteristics of the query information and the corresponding generated information through the above calculation, and set the collected characteristics to the database storage format. 2.3. Building a data dictionary. Through the research on the original data query method, it can be seen that the user query request is converted into global query tree, and by accessing the global data dictionary, the relevant database information, set information, and other global description information are obtained, so as to perform the subsequent query decomposition operation. In the process of setting up the global data dictionary, there are some points to be noted, such as when a field appears in multiple tables, multiple records should be set up. Otherwise, conflicts will occur. If a table of the same field is distributed in the database of different sites, multiple records need to be established according to the site conditions. In the views of problems in the use of the original query method, the global data dictionary is converted into a dynamic data dictionary. The dynamic data dictionary is similar to the global data dictionary, but different. It can take query commands as input, and can use dynamic data fields to describe the dynamic status of global sites in the relational tables of heterogeneous databases. Dynamic data dictionary stores the dynamic state information of each site and the table in the site. When the site works normally, the network performance and computing performance status can be stored normally. If the site is abnormal or loses connection, it will be represented by infinity or negative number. The data dictionary is introduced into a original data query method. The rest use the original data query method to design content. At this point, the query optimization method for massive heterogeneous data of the Internet of Things based on machine learning is designed. 3. Method application test. 3.1. Test platform construction. In order to effectively simulate the massive heterogeneous data network of the Internet of Things, HBase is used to build the distributed data storage network of the Internet of Things. 3.2. Test methods. In order to ensure the validity of the method test, this paper studies the effects of these three methods by comparing the design method with traditional optimization methods and optimization methods designed by artificial intelligence technology. In this test, the test data set will be set as the test data sample. 3.3. Test indicators. In this test, the test index is set as follows. The search times in half and execution time are used as the test index, and this index reflects the difference between the design method in the article and the other two methods. Half search times and execution time are the important embodiment of queryability of massive heterogeneous data. Through this index, we can directly understand the use effect of optimization method through data. 3.4. Half-find test results. A. Test results of design method in this paper. B. Test results of traditional methods. C. Test results based on artificial intelligence method. According to the above test results, among the 7 query statements, the method proposed in this paper needs the least number of half-search. The reason is that the method proposed in this paper builds a data dictionary, which can reduce the number of search in half by indexing. It can be found from the database in the table that method proposed in this paper is able to maintain the minimum number of halving searches even when the dataset is significantly larger than the other two methods. 3.5. Execution time test results. A. Test results of design methods in the article. B. Test results of traditional methods. C. Test results based on artificial intelligence methods. 3.5. Execution time test results. In traditional methods and artificial intelligence methods, query processing time is almost the same, but in the design method of this article, it is half of the first two times. It can be seen from the data that under the premise that the query result is equal to the left and the right comparison times, machine learning can greatly shorten the query time and improve the query efficiency. It can be seen that the method proposed in this paper has a good balance between query efficiency and accuracy. 4. Conclusion. This paper studies the massive heterogeneous data processing of the Internet of Things from a new perspective. While some achievements have been achieved, there are still some deficiencies and areas to be improved. In the future research, we should improve them. Finally, I hope that the work of this paper can play a reference role for the development of distributed heterogeneous data query processing and other related fields. Thank you. Research on host intrusion detection method based on big data technology. Malay, Yang Hongxue, Beijing Polytechnic, Beijing 100016, China. Abstract. When the host runs a large number of applications at the same time under normal activities, the abnormal probability value of the host after the fusion of evidence is large, resulting false alarms, resulting in a reduction in the final detection accuracy of the detection method. A host intrusion detection method based on big data technology. Using big data processing intrusion detection index weight, sliding window is introduced. According to the number of times of host resource availability anomaly in the time window, the value of anomaly probability is controlled. The index anomaly closed value is determined, and the availability anomaly threshold is set to realize host intrusion detection. The experiment builds a data collection platform and compares the two traditional detection methods with the detection methods studied in the paper. The results show that the detection accuracy of the proposed detection method is about 98%, and the detection of host intrusion behavior is more accurate. The detection time is shortened. Introduction. With the rapid development of Internet technology, a lot of data information is produced in all aspects of production in life, which makes data sources more and more extensive. At the same time, network security management is also facing severe challenges. There are more and more hacker attack channels, more Trojan horses, and virus technologies. The speed of network security analysis data increases exponentially, and the lack of data analysis speed increases the network security vulnerability. With the advent of the era of big data, hackers' attack methods are also changing, showing the development trend of cover attack methods. Analysis of a source is mainly due to the sudden increase in the amount of data and the increasingly close relationship between the data, which not only makes it difficult to detect hacker attacks, but also brings a wider range of harm through the connection between data and information. Traditional intrusion detection technology collects some network status information by placing multiple detectors in the network, and then the central control center analyzes and processes the information. However, in the face of large-scale, heterogeneous network environment and distributed cooperative attack, it is not enough. The main reasons are, first, the workload of management's control center is too large, and there are problems with the operation of the system. Second, there is a certain delay in network transmission, and the transmitted information data cannot be transmitted to the management control center in time. Third, there are platform differences in the heterogeneous data works, making the analysis system face many difficulties. In the view of these reasons, the distributed intrusion detection system came into being, and once became a hotspot in the field of intrusion detection. Therefore, this paper proposes a host intrusion detection method based on the big data technology. 1. Research on host intrusion behavior detection method based on big data technology. 1.1. Index weight of intrusion detection and big data processing. Big data technology intrusion behavior detection index weights adopt the objective weight assignment method to form the actual data of each host resource characteristic index in the decision plan. It has the advantages of objectivity and a strong mathematical theoretical basis. It is determined by the analytic hierarchy process after the subjective weights of various indicators of the host resources. The entropy weight method is used to determine the objective weights. When the information entropy takes the maximum value, the probability of the corresponding site of state appearing has an absolute advantage. In the above formula, represents the extreme value of entropy and represents the quantity. The information entropy solves the problem of measuring the amount of information and is a measure of uncertainty of the system state. That is, the amount of information required to understand the uncertainty can be used to eliminate uncertainty. How much to express? Entropy is a commonly used indicator to measure the regularity of disordered data. Entropy weight is the relative intensity of each index in the sense of computation when all kinds of detection indexes are determined after a given factor set and a measurement set. If the degree of variation of the index value is smaller, the corresponding information entropy value is larger. The amount of information provided by the index is smaller, and the weight of the index is also smaller. Therefore, information entropy is an objective method to allocate the weight, which is determined by calculating the entropy value. In essence, it is to select the best factor to reflect the availability of host resources. The application of entropy weight method can eliminate the artificial interference in the calculation of each index weight in ADHIP and make the evaluation results more real. For the abnormality of the index, denoted by, and then give a quantitative definition of the abnormality divided into 4 levels as shown in the following table. According to the grade index shown in the table above, and according to the calculation formula of entropy, after normalizing the relative importance of index, the calculation expressed as: in the above formula, when the values of Ri, I equals from 1 to n, are equal, the entropy value EI is at most 1. So when EI is less than or equal to 1 and larger than or equal to 0, ln is the maximum entropy value when all are equal. When the entropy value is maximum, the contribution of this indicator to the detection result is the smallest. So the weight of the detection factor Ri can be determined using the 1-EI metric process. Therefore, it is normalized to obtain the objective weight of the detection factor Ri. In the above formula, Wi represents objective weight. The weight obtained by ADHIP reflects the subjective preference of decision makers, and the weight calculated by entropy weight method reflects the objective relationship between each host resource index. In order to give consideration to the expert's experience judgment of attributes, at the same time, it strives to reduce the subjective randomness of subjective weight. Use the linear weighting method to determine the comprehensive weight of the attribute, namely, in the formula, Wi is the comprehensive weight, WSI is the subjective weight of the index determined by analytic hierarchy process, and WOI is the objective weight of the index determined by the entropy weight method. U is the subjective preference coefficient, 1-U is the objective preference coefficient, and U is less than or equal to 1 and larger than or equal to 0. When U is less than 0.5, the proportion of subjective weight in the overall weight is relatively large, and vice versa. In general, the specific value of U is given by the decision maker according to the preferences, and it can be proved that U can obtain the optimal value and optimize the change results, as shown in the following figure. According to the change process shown in the figure above, suppose S represents the host information system, WSI and the WOI are the subjective weight and the objective weight of indicator Ri respectively, and Wi represents the combined weight of the two. An optimization model is established for the above indicators, and the calculation formula is as follows. Using the above formula to optimize the above weight value calculation process, according to the intrusion behavior detection index weights, determine the abnormal closed value of each index to realize the detection of host intrusion behavior. 1.2. Determination of abnormal closed value of each index. When determining the abnormal closed value of each index, first of all, you need to obtain the host resource availability profile under normal circumstances, and use this to determine the abnormal value of the host resource index. We collect data samples on several hosts in laboratory. Host resource availability indicators are collected once a minute, 1,440 times in a continuous 24 hours, in order to ensure the objectivity of experimental data. The normal operation of the host computer is ensured in the process of data acquisition. For each index data collected, we first calculate the average M and standard variance C, and then calculate the corresponding normal value range H, average, and standard variance calculation formula of the index. In the above formula, The normal value range can be calculated as follows. In the above formula, A represents D constant. It can be determined according to the actual situation of different resource indicators. For the threshold value of target host resource availability judgment and deciding of the closed value of host security status exemption, due to the variety of exception status, it is impossible to accurately determine the corresponding value. In actual detection, some attacks are manually launched on the target host, and then the corresponding threshold is calculated according to the sample data. Of course, the corresponding threshold can also be set based on the experience of the administrator to determine the pairwise comparison matrix, where the target layer judgment matrix is A, and the matrix can be expressed as. In the indicator layer, there is only one indicator of CPU utilization, and the indicator matrix of network resource is B3, so it directly inherits the result of the judgment matrix of the target layer. The calculation matrix can be expressed as. Based on the above formula, the storage resource index is B2, and the process thread index matrix is B5. The values of the two indexes are equal. The calculation formula is as follows. The resource matrix can be recorded as B4. Use the comparison matrix given above based on expert experience to calculate the weight factors of the hierarchical single ranking. And after consistency test, use big data technology to build a recognition framework, that is, filter out security events per unit time and make corresponding statistics in the records. Construct the evidence collection. According to the above formula, we use the evidence BPA method to allocate the credibility of the data in the host, calculate the trust function and the likelihood function of each data, and use the Dempster synthesis method to calculate the joint credibility evaluation function, trust function and likelihood function of the known evidence. If there is a new intrusion in the detection cycle, continue the data fusion process until the end of the detection cycle. Build the distribution function according to the comprehensive trust level. Calculate the trust level of the intrusion host data, and use the small value of the trust level value as index of normal closed value. Use these abnormal closed values to realize the detection of the host intrusion behavior. 1.3. Implement host intrusion detection. There are many parameters that can be used for the statistical characteristics of host resource availability. Drawing on previous work, and through a large number of experimental analysis, 5 primary indicators are selected to form a host resource availability measurement system. Each primary indicator also includes a corresponding secondary indicators, because the change of each indicator can better reflect the dynamic characteristics of the application program's demand for the availability of the host resources, and the incremental information can also reduce the amount of calculation and memory utilization. All the secondary indicators in the host resource indicators selected by this method, except the CPU utilization, represent the increment in the unit time. Increment refers to the absolute value of the change of the indicator relative to the last unit time. The 5 first level indicators are the total statistics of the storage resources, computing resources, bandwidth resources, processes threads, and I/O resources. According to the above weight determination process, each index shown in the above table is assigned to the first and second level indexes, and the mathematical model of the resource availability evaluation of the target host is established, with the calculated abnormal closed value as the evaluation index. Set the threshold of the total intrusion behavior data of the switchboard to L. When the abnormal closing value is greater than or equal to L, there is an abnormal intrusion and a sliding window is introduced. According to the number L of occurrences of host resource availability abnormalities in the time window, it is determined whether the current host security status is abnormal. That is, the abnormal status of the host at the current time is determined according to the number of host resource availability abnormalities within the latest window among them. Among them, C is the number of host resource intrusions per unit time. Delta is the length of the time window. T is the intrusion time. AS is used to indicate the current state of the host. 1 is abnormal and 0 is normal. Then the security status frequency is closed. In the above formula, when P is less than 5, it means that the host is safe and there is no intrusion behavior. When P is larger than or equal to 5, there is intrusion behavior. Based on the threshold value of host resource availability exception, judge the host resource availability exception within the window time, and judge the host security status exception at the current time according to the closed value of the host security status exception frequency. The thresholds L and phi are determined by the network administrator according to the experience and the requirements of the host security state. The research on the host intrusion detection method based on big data technology is finally completed. 2. Simulation experiment. 2.1. Experiment preparation. According to the parameters shown in the table above, build a data collection platform as shown in the following figure. According to the platform structure shown in the figure above, simulate host intrusion behavior, deploy intrusion detection points, collect all host data and intrusion data as shown in the data below. In the table above, 32-64-256-128-64-32 represents the data in all levels of the host, and 32-1152-2 represents the external intrusion data of the host. Network intrusion detection method based on improved major cluster clustering, traditional behavior detection method 1, and host intrusion detection method based on data mining, traditional behavior detection method 2, are used respectively. And the proposed big data technology-based intrusion detection method proposed in this paper, host intrusion detection methods, are tested to compare the performance of the three methods. 2.2. Analysis of results. Based on the above processing, the host intrusion detection time is obtained by iterating the data shown in the table above, as shown in the following figure. According to figure 3, with the increasing number of iterations, the detection time of the three detection methods gradually decreases. The host intrusion detection time of the traditional behavior detection method 1 is reduced from 40 seconds to 3 seconds, and the host intrusion detection time of the traditional behavior detection method 2 is reduced from 15 seconds to 3 seconds. However, the host intrusion detection time of the proposed method is relatively stable, which is reduced from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. The time was the lowest among the three methods. In this experimental environment, the detection accuracy of the three detection methods is calculated, and the experimental results are as follows. From the accuracy calculation results shown in the figure above, we can see that the three host intrusion behavior detection methods all have high test accuracy, but there are still certain differences in the size of the values. The accuracy of traditional detection method 1 is about 90%. The accuracy of traditional detection method 2 is about 92%. The detection accuracy of the test method studied in this paper is about 98%. The method has high sensitivity to host intrusion data to ensure the accuracy of intrusion data detection and is more suitable for the actual host intrusion detection. 3. Conclusion. In accordance with the development of big data technology, with the continuous expansion of data scale, the continuous improvement of data throughput, and the requirements of multi-hosts and multi-network segments, the intrusion detection technology based on big data will play a huge role in the specific application platform in this field. The distributed intrusion detection method proposed in this paper improves the shortcomings of traditional intrusion detection system. It not only makes DIDS technology develop rapidly, but also provides safe and reliable protection to large-scale network. References are shown below. Thanks.
Now let me introduce my paper. The title of the paper is Automatic Recognition of T-body Image based on Support Vector Machine. My name is D1. First, I will introduce the abstract of the paper. The existing recognition method of T-shoots is only to judge the single color or shape features, resulting in low recognition accuracy. Therefore, an automatic recognition method of T-shoots image based on support vector machine is designed. In this method, two kinds of image features, color and shape texture, are extracted from the T-body image for discrimination. The RGB model is used to extract color features, and LBPC Operator is used to extract the shape and the texture features of the bud. The extracted features are used as the feature vectors of the training samples, and support vector machine model training is carried out to obtain the support vector machine classifier, and the T-bud image is recognized. The experimental results shows that the recognition rate, recall rate, and the comprehensive evaluation index of the method are higher than those of the traditional method, which proves that the method has higher recognition accuracy and improves the recognition efficiency. Introduction. China is an important tea producing and selling country in the world. It is necessary to develop an efficient and selective method of tea bud recognition to realize the classification production of Longjing tea. One of the key technologies is to study the automatic detection and recognition of Longjing tea buds. Support vector machine is a very popular algorithm in the field of artificial intelligence. This paper proposes an automatic recognition method of T-bud image based on support vector machine. Because there are many types of tea, this article selects Longjing tea as the research object. When the shooting angle is 45 degrees, the outline of tea shoots and leaves is clear, and the occlusion phenomenon is less, which is easy to distinguish from the background of all leaves, as shown in the following figure. The number of buds in each frame is 1 to 4. When the number of buds exceeds 4, the occlusion in Longjing tea pictures is serious. At the same time, there are some incomplete T-bud errors, which will bring inconvenience to subsequent processing. The number of buds in each frame is 1 to 4. When the number of buds exceeds 4, the occlusion in Longjing tea pictures is serious. At the same time, there are some incomplete T-bud errors, which will bring inconvenience to subsequent processing. The original image of tea samples obtained in this experiment is based on RGB color space, so the preferred color feature is RGB. The HSI model is suitable for image processing and explaining the local characteristics of objects, and can effectively separate color information and achromatic information of an image. This paper selects a total of 9 color features to train the classifier model. LBP can describe the spatial structure of local texture, but does not emphasize the contrast information of texture, so it often combines the contrast information as the texture feature descriptor. The calculation of C descriptor only needs a part of LBP template, and the specific calculation method of LBP-C operator is shown in the figure below. In the 3x3 neighborhood, with gray level 6 as the center, polarize the neighborhood pixels with the center of the neighborhood as the meaning value to obtain B. in the above figure. And then compare the above figure with A. The corresponding binary template in B can be used to find the mean difference. Each pixel of original image will get an image of the same size after LBP operation, as shown in the following figure. The first row is the original T-shoot image, and the second row is the corresponding texture image. For mutually uncorrelated and easy to calculate features were extracted from it, namely energy, entropy, moment of inertia, and correlation, which were counted by LBPC. The linear support vector classifier used in this paper is based on the maximum interval method by using Lagrange multiplier method and introducing dual function. The optimization problem is transformed into a quadratic linear programming problem, and the characteristics of training samples are extracted. The training SVM model is used as the feature vector of the training samples, and the training model is obtained. First, determine the number of classifiers using the SVM algorithm. The goal is to divide the sample into two categories. This experiment only needs to train a classifier. Support vector machine is a machine learning method based on statistical learning theory, which adopts the principle of structural risk minimization and has the advantages of small sample, non-linear, and avoiding dictal disaster. Support vector machine can be used to solve linear and non-linear problems. Its main principle is to find the optimal classification surface for classification. The non-linear problem can be solved by introducing kernel function into high-dimensional space. The maximum interval method transforms the problems of finding the optimal classification surface into the problem of finding the maximum classification interval. Though RGB discrimination of the T in the image, the T-shoots identified and output are as follows. So far, the automatic identification of T-bars has been completed. In order to verify the effectiveness of the method in this paper, a comparative experiment needs to be designed using the k-means method, grab-cut method, and the method in this paper to conduct experiments. The above picture, Figure 1, is collected under indoor incandescent lamps at night. Figure 2 is collected under natural light during the day. Figure 3 is collected under indoor incandescent lamps during the day. Figure 4 and 5 is collected under indoor natural light during the day. And Figure 6 is light for flash collection. Before the experimental detection, the image is pre-processed enhanced. The experiment is to deal with the selected 6 images, image enhanced and unified background color processing. to obtain the corner features and texture feature values of the image as a test sample, and then use the method proposed in this article to identify. You can get two types of pixel sets of sprouts and non-sprouts, and finally output the sprout image for the sprout pixel set according to the results as shown below. In order to better illustrate the effectiveness and feasibility of the experimental method, the recognition rate, recall rate, and comprehensive evaluation index are used to evaluate. The formula is as follows. According to the above experimental indexes, the experiment was carried out and the results were analyzed. Carried out the experiment according to the above process, and the statistical results of this article are shown in the following table. According to the formulas, the three-phase index of the experiment in this paper can be calculated. According to this method, the experiments using K-means method and grab card method are used to respectively, and the results of the three experiments are counted. The results are shown in the following table. According to the data in Table 3, the recognition rate of K-means method is the lowest among the three methods, and the recall rate of grab card method is the lowest among the three methods. However, the recognition rate of this method can reach 95.5%. The recall rate can reach 84.7%, and the highest comprehensive evaluation rate is 88.3%. It shows that the recognition rate, recall rate, and comprehensive evaluation of the method in this paper are high. In order to further verify the effectiveness of the method in this paper, K-means method and grab card method for T-bar image recognition time were compared and analyzed. The results are shown in the following figure. According to the figure, the recognition time of T-bar image in this method is within 4.5 seconds, which is shorter than that of K-means method and grab card method, which indicates that the recognition efficiency of T-bar image can be improved by using this method. In view of the color difference of T-shoots in Longines T image, this paper proposes an automatic recognition method of T-shoots image based on support vector machine, which makes full use of the characteristics of bars to improve the image recognition rate, and the automatic selection of training samples also provides good features for support vector machine to avoid the subjective selection by hand sex. The experimental results show that the method selected in this paper is feasible for the recognition of tissues in the T image, and the recognition effect is better than the two traditional methods, achieving the expected experimental effect. However, there are still some shortcomings in this method. When collecting T images, there are differences in the orientation of T particles and the shooting net. So the clustering features that affect the selection of the experimental process are not perfect. That's all. Thanks for your attention.
I'm thankful that my two papers, Simulation of Multi-Area Integrated Energy for Cooling, Heating and Power based on Large Data Analysis and Intelligent Control Method for Load of Multi-Energy Complementary Power Generation System have been accepted to ADHIP 2020. I am honored to have the opportunity to give a lecture on papers. Part 1 Introduction. Under the double pressure of energy crisis and environmental pollution, the construction of regional comprehensive energy system has attracted wide attention all over the world. Compared with the traditional cold, hot and power distribution system, the regional comprehensive energy system has higher energy utilization efficiency and emission reduction value. In China, the construction of regional comprehensive energy system is still in its infancy, and the scientific planning and optimal allocation of regional comprehensive energy supply system is of great significance to its optimal operation and overall performance improvement, which is an important problem to be solved in the further development of regional comprehensive energy system in China. The regional comprehensive energy system is composed of two parts: energy station and heat and cold transmission pipeline network. Integrated energy station is the core of regional integrated energy system. Its design process can be divided into three parts: basic architecture design, equipment combination optimization, and decision-making based on operation simulation. The basic structure design is to determine the type of the alternative cold and heat power conversion device and its connection relationship, according to the primary energy status, site, energy supply type, and demand of the user demand and other elements available in the area. The process of equipment combination optimization is similar to that of power supply planning. Generally, operation simulation is used to optimize the comprehensive energy equipment type, capacity, and number combination to achieve the optimal goal. When considering the multi-objective of economy and environmental protection, it is also necessary to obtain the recommended scheme through the comprehensive decision-making process. With the continuous complexity of the structure and function of the power grid, the requirements for the economy, environmental protection, and reliability of the power system are getting higher and higher. How to improve the energy utilization rate, improve the energy structure of the power system, alleviate the contradiction between energy demand and energy shortage, energy utilization, and environmental protection, and make the power grid move towards a clean, safe, efficient, and reliable development path has become a difficult problem and key to power operation. China has a vast territory and occupies many temperature zones. Therefore, there are some differences in temperature in each region. Therefore, in summer, indoor cold supply and winter indoor heat supply, according to the regional temperature, is one of the main ways to solve the above problems. However, how to realize the rational dispatch of multi-regional integrated energy resources of cooling, heating, and power, the large data analysis in the early stage is very important, and it is the basis of realizing the rational distribution of power energy. In the process of big data analysis, it mainly includes data acquisition related to regional energy supply, then processing the collected power data, dividing the power supply and consumption of multi-region into several levels according to the actual demand of local power, and finally realizing the optimal distribution of power according to the level, reasonable dispatch, in order to reduce unnecessary consumption of power energy and improve the energy structure. In order to validate the effectiveness of the multi-region integrated energy dispatching method based on large data analysis in this study, a simulation experiment was carried out. The results show that the total energy supply in North China has been greatly reduced after using this method to dispatch the integrated energy of the region. This shows that the utilization rate of power energy has been improved and the energy shortage has been alleviated. Part to multi-area cooling, thermoelectricity and integrated energy dispatch. With the rapid development of social science and technology, human living and development space is more and more vulnerable to population growth, energy shortage, environmental pollution and ecological destruction. In order to improve energy efficiency, reduce environmental pollution and improve energy structure, countries around the world have made the exploration of alternative energy sources and the sustainable development of energy as a top priority. With the rapid economic growth and social development in China, the contradiction between energy demand and energy shortage, energy utilization and environmental protection has become increasingly prominent. With its cleanliness and renewability, electric energy has become the focus of research. It has more and more advantages in improving energy utilization efficiency, developing new energy and alleviating energy demand. It is of great significance to solve the contradiction between economic development and environmental constraints in China. At present, as one of the core technologies in the field of power utilization, there are still many problems to be solved. On the one hand, to meet the requirements of power system security, reliability and economy, it is the key and difficult point in the field of power supply to study the optimal dispatching methods and strategies. On the other hand, with the increase of the permeability of renewable power generation, it is of great practical significance to reduce the impact of randomness and fluctuation of renewable power generation on the system by using power energy optimal dispatching technology. To point 1, data integration of supply and demand for integrated cooling. Thermal. In the power regulation business, there are many business systems, such as power information collection, geographic information, distribution automation, dispatching automation, production management, weather forecast, marketing, and so on. These systems describe the information of an object from different perspectives. At present, the information is independent, that is, multiple files of an object. In order to extract more valuable information from regulatory data, it is necessary to integrate descriptive information from multiple perspectives of an object and conduct joint analysis to realize one object, one file, one device, one file, one user, one event and one file. For this reason, it is necessary to adopt a unified data model, data structure and association relation oriented to power grid object, and integrate and manage these data to support large data analysis and calculation. In order to solve this problem, this chapter studies data integration. Data integration is the integration of data from several different data sources into a unified data set, which may be integrated logically or physically. The core task of data integration is to integrate related distributed heterogeneous data so that users can access them transparently. Common data integration methods include federated database system, middleware integration method, and data warehouse method. In this paper, the data warehouse method is used to integrate the supply and demand data of multi-region related integrated cooling, heating, and power energy. So this method is only described below. The data warehouse method is to establish a data warehouse to store data, as shown in Fig. 1. What it actually does is copy data from each data source to the same place, that is, data warehouse. In order to extract the existing data sources and organize them into the form of comprehensive data that can be used for decision analysis, the basic architecture of a data warehouse should have the following basic components: data source, operational database systems, and external data that provide the lowest level of data for data warehouses. To monitor, responsible for sensing changes in data sources and extracting data according to the needs of data warehouse. 3. Integrator. The data extracted from the operational database are transformed, computed, synthesized, and integrated into the data warehouse. For data warehouse, store data that has been converted according to the enterprise view for analysis and processing. According to different analysis requirements, data are stored in different degrees of integration. Metadata should also be stored in the data warehouse, which records the data structure and any changes in the data warehouse to support the development and use of the data warehouse. 5. Customer applications. Provides a tool for users to access and query data in data warehouse, and expresses the results of analysis in an intuitive way. To point to data processing of supply and demand for integrated energy of cooling, heat, and power. Data integration is followed by data processing steps, and data cleaning operations are usually required in actual business processes. Usually, dirty data exists in business systems, including incomplete data, wrong data, and duplicate data. Therefore, data cleaning technology is needed to deal with these dirty data. Common data cleaning methods are given below. 1. Solutions to incomplete data. In most cases, missing values need to be filled in manually. Some missing values can also be derived to approximate values, which can be replaced by average, minimum, maximum or other more complex probability estimates. To method of detecting error values, statistical analysis can be used to detect possible error values, or simple rule. Bases can be used to detect data values, or constraints between different attributes can be used to detect error values. Tree detection and elimination of duplicate records if all attribute values of both records are the same. The two records are duplicated. The purpose of eliminating duplicate records can be achieved by retaining one of the records. For detection and elimination of inconsistent data by defining integrity constraints. Inconsistent data can be detected, and connections can be found by analyzing data. Cleaning can be done by specifying simple transformation rules or using domain-specific knowledge. 2.3 Power demand classification based on fuzzy clustering. Fuzzy clustering analysis is a method of clustering objective things according to their characteristics, degree of affinity, and similarity. Its characteristics are that the conclusion of fuzzy clustering does not mean that the objects belong to a certain category absolutely, but that the objects belong to a certain category relatively with clear values. To a certain extent, it belongs to another category. In the fuzzy clustering analysis, the first step is to calculate the fuzzy similarity matrix, and different fuzzy similarity matrices will produce different classification results. Even if the same fuzzy similarity matrix is used, different thresholds will produce different classification results. The basic steps of power demand classification based on fuzzy clustering are shown in Fig. 2 below. The first step is to process the statistical indicators of each representative point. In order to make the data of each indicator comparable, the dimensionless processing is carried out. Dimension is an important concept in physics. In theoretical calculation and numerical calculation, it is often necessary to do dimensionless processing. In fact, the main characteristic quantities of the system are used as the units of the corresponding physical quantities. By doing so, the theoretical calculation is simple, the numerical calculation is convenient, and the physical equation can be transformed into a specific mathematical equation, which is convenient for mathematical processing. The extremum method is chosen here to be dimensionless. There are 3 ways to choose. That is to say, every variable is divided by the total distance of the value of the variable, and the value range of each variable after standardization is limited to 1 to 1. That is to say, the difference between each variable and its minimum value is divided by the total distance of the value of the variable, and the range of the value of each variable after standardization is limited to 0 to 1. That is, the value of each variable is divided by the maximum value of the variable, and the maximum value of the variable is 1 after standardization. Dimensionalization of variable data by extremum method is to transform original data into data bounded by a specific range, through the maximum and minimum values of variable values, thus eliminating the influence of dimension and order of magnitude. The second step is to select evaluation factors by principal component analysis. The process is shown in Fig. 3 below. The third step is to establish the classification standard. Table 1 below is the power demand classification standard. Next, we need to convert the standard of fuzzy disaster degree classification to Table 1. The purpose is to establish the membership function of the fuzzy set of disaster loss grade, and to unify the standard of dividing the loss grade of natural disasters by using different indicators. Here A, B, C, D, and D are grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5, respectively. For convenience, we calculate the logarithmic function with 10 as the base, convert the corresponding values of each index into natural numbers, and get the criterion of fuzzy disaster grade division. The fourth step is to calculate the weight of evaluation index by using analytic hierarchy process. Firstly, a hierarchical structure is established based on the above-mentioned analysis indicators. Then, a judgment matrix is constructed by comparing the 9-level scoring system. Then, the maximum eigenvectors and eigenvectors in the judgment matrix are calculated. According to the calculated results, the consistency test of the constructed judgment matrix is carried out. Finally, after the consistency test is passed, the weight set of the indicators can be obtained. The fifth step is to calculate the comprehensive evaluation result vector. By choosing the appropriate synthesis operator, the weight set and membership matrix are combined to get the fuzzy comprehensive evaluation result vector B of the evaluation object. That is, the membership degree of the evaluated object to each level of fuzzy subset as a whole. The sixth step is to determine the regional power level. The principle of weighted average comprehensive average is used to determine the regional power level. The principle of this method is that the level of the object is a continuous relative position, using the numerical value 1, 2, and denotes each rank in turn, and these values are called ranks of each rank. Then, the values Bj shown, 2 in the comprehensive evaluation vector B are used, and the ranks of each rank are weighted to get the relative position of the evaluated object. The principle of weighted average can preserve the original data and process data more intact, avoid the loss of data information, and quantify the grade of the evaluated object, making the evaluation results more intuitive. To point for realization of reasonable dispatch of comprehensive energy for cooling, thermoelectricity and power. 1. Determining decision variables. Decision variables mainly refer to the generation capacity and power demand level, and there is a certain relationship between them. For areas with low power demand level, the generation capacity is very small, and for areas with high power demand level, the generation capacity is large. To analysis of objective function, the main factors involved in the objective function are generation capacity and power demand level. With the further development of energy-saving concept, higher requirements are put forward for power supply scheduling. The level of forced demand in the objective function determines the amount of electricity generated. The development of objective function in the direction of power dispatching can promote the optimization of power dispatching decision-making model and make low-carbon science and technology innovate and develop continuously. 3. Model constraints. At present, many power enterprises do not pay attention to the classification of power demand levels, resulting in huge waste of power in the actual supply process. In view of this situation, the government has issued an order for the rational distribution of electricity, which has become a constraint for the operation of many large power enterprises. However, in order to achieve the balance between supply and demand levels, it is not enough to rely on the efforts of the government alone. Power enterprises need to improve their own power dispatching mode and decision-making model. Part 3. Simulation experiment. In order to prove the effectiveness of the multi-area integrated energy dispatching method for cooling, heating and power based on large data analysis, a simulation experiment is needed. Firstly, an experimental simulation platform is established by using the simulation tool CloudSim. The experimental data are selected from the power supply data of several areas in North China from 2015 to 2019. Now use the method of this study to conduct reasonable dispatch. After the dispatch is completed, the power supply is counted. The results are shown in table to below. It can be seen from figure 4 that the time required by the methods in reference 2 and 3 in the classification of comprehensive, cold, heat and power energy is relatively long, while the time required by the method in this paper is relatively short. The reason is that the dimensionless treatment is carried out in the process of comprehensive energy classification, of cooling, heating and power, and the calculation is simple, and the numerical calculation is convenient. The physical equation can be transformed into specific mathematical equation, which is convenient for mathematical processing. The extremum method is used to dimensionless. The original data and processing data are retained completely. The loss of data information is avoided. The grade of the evaluated object is quantified, and the evaluation result is more intuitive. The main parameters of the optimization algorithm are: the initial population size is 50, the population dimension is 10, the search space is 10,000 kW, and the maximum number of iterations is 1,000. When the inertia weight is large, the global searchability is strong, but the local searchability is poor. Previous studies have shown that the value of inertia weight W should be less than 1 to ensure the local searchability of the algorithm. Therefore, according to experience, the value range of inertia weight W is 0.9 maximum and 0.2 minimum. Learning factors affect the change speed of particles. The existing algorithm research shows that learning factors usually select constants in 0, 4, and the number of particles retained in the front end is 8. Equipment capacity configuration corresponding to 8 non-inferior schemes is shown in Table 1. Equipment with capacity configuration result of 0 is omitted. It can be seen from Table 3 that electric heating, electric hot water boiler, gas turbine, battery and other equipment are not selected, which indicates that the cost performance of these types of equipment is low under the example price and parameters, and the economic competitiveness is not high. There are heat storage and cold storage devices in each scheme, and the configuration capacity is high, which shows that the configuration of heat storage and cold storage equipment can effectively improve the economy of the comprehensive energy supply system, and has a good value of carbon emission reduction, so it should be given priority. Absorption refrigeration equipment can reduce carbon emission, but its economy is not as good as electric refrigeration equipment. In addition, the comparison of the comprehensive energy supply scheme of this example shows that the larger the capacity of the electric refrigeration equipment is, the higher the overall economic benefit is. Part for conclusion. In summary, this study explores some problems of power scheduling. At present, regional differences are not taken into account in power system dispatching, which leads to low power utilization rate and serious energy waste. In view of the above situation, A multi-region integrated energy scheduling method based on big data analysis is studied. The simulation results show that this method is effective, solves the problem of unnecessary power consumption, and achieves the purpose of energy saving. The influence of new energy generation forms, including wind power and photovoltaic, on the planning of integrated energy system is not taken into account, and further study is needed. With the deepening of the national energy system reform and the vigorous development of the energy internet, the integrated energy system is bound to have a larger and larger display stage, and the rational and efficient planning of the integrated energy system will also be the focus of future research. Intelligent control method for load of multi-energy complementary power generation system. In order to reduce environmental pollution, the load of power generation system has become an important basis for the balance of power supply and demand. Therefore, an intelligent load control method for multi-energy complementary power generation system is proposed. Firstly, the intelligent control scheme of multi-energy complementary power generation system is formulated. The circuit principle of the control method is determined, and the frequency control parameters of power grid, frequency regulation of generator set, and control mode of generator set are controlled. Therefore, an intelligent load control method for multi-energy complementary power generation system is proposed. Firstly, the intelligent control scheme of multi-energy complementary power generation system is formulated. The circuit principle of the control method is determined, and the frequency control parameters of power grid, frequency regulation of generator set, and control mode of generator set are controlled. The experimental results show that the load intelligent control method of the multi-energy complementary generation system can effectively control the load of the power generation system, and the multi-energy complementary generation can smooth the randomness of single energy, the intermittent fluctuation of energy, and the control effect of energy storage, and reduce the impact on the power grid, which is very suitable for distributed grid-connected operation. Thank you for watching and listening. I'm thankful that my two papers, Simulation of Multi-Area Integrated Energy for Cooling, Heating and Power based on Large Data Analysis and Intelligent Control Method for Load of Multi-Energy Complementary Power Generation System have been accepted to ADHIP 2020. I am honored to have the opportunity to give a lecture on papers. Part 1 Introduction. Wind energy, solar energy, marine energy, and other renewable energy have huge reserves, wide distribution, and no pollution in development and utilization. How to make use of these resources to transform the electric energy which is needed by the modern information society has been paid more and more attention by all countries. Some islands and remote areas are far from the main power grid due to their geographical characteristics, or the power grid is difficult to set up. Coupled with the lack of energy conversion technology, the living standards of residents are backward, and it is difficult to carry out industrial production. While the natural resources of the islands are often rich, so the development and utilization of renewable resources of the islands are many at one stroke. However, these natural resources are very sensitive to the climate, with small energy density and strong randomness, which cannot be realized as a stable energy output or at a considerable cost. Renewable natural resources have the characteristics of small energy density, wide distribution, and strong randomness, according to the research of hydrodynamics. The randomness and uncertainty of wind energy and water energy will lead to the following changes of the frequency and voltage of the output power of wind turbine. So it is necessary to control and adjust the power in the actual operation. At the same time, because of the complexity of generators and some power electronic devices, and the control technology of some system models is only suitable for some specific power systems. In addition, the wind turbine generator units are usually in remote areas, offshore or island, generally unattended, and can only be monitored remotely, which puts forward higher requirements for the matching and reliability of the control system of the generator units. According to the current situation and development trend of wind power generation, according to the planning of the National Energy Administration, large-scale wind power bases are planned to be built in areas rich in resources, so as to accelerate the decentralized development of wind energy in other regions. By 2020, wind turbines will reach 100 GW. China's wind energy is distributed in the northeast, Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and other remote areas. In this process, the stability of power grid frequency becomes the key to affect the quality of power supply. Active power is closely related to frequency. The balance between supply and demand of active power under rated frequency is the basic premise of ensuring frequency quality and one of the basic methods of frequency control. However, this is a constrained nonlinear multi-extremum optimization problem, which is difficult to deal with by traditional methods. Therefore, an intelligent load control method for multi-energy complementary power generation system is proposed. The optimal control of generator active power output can not only realize the balance of supply and demand of active power, but also ensure the frequency stability of power generation system. It can also make the power generation system run economically. Frequency regulation is divided into 1, 2, and 3 regulation. Primary regulation is the inherent characteristic of generator, and differential regulation is usually used. In order to ensure the frequency safety of the system, it is necessary to adjust the frequency twice by using the power frequency static characteristics of the generator synchronizer. In order to improve the economy of power generation system, the generator is usually optimized and adjusted, which can not only ensure the safety of system frequency, but also reduce the generation cost of power generation system. Part 2 Intelligent Control Method for Load of Multi-Energy Complementary Power Generation System. To point 1 Design the structure of Intelligent Load Control Method for Multi-Energy Complementary Power Generation System. The multi-energy storage joint generation system shares a single inverter topology as shown in Fig. 1. To V to control boost buck converters DC-DC are designed on the DC side of grid-connected or inverters. The output of wind power generation converted by a CDC rectifier and photovoltaic power generation are controlled respectively by parallel connection of high-power diodes and DC bus. By using common inverters, the switching between distributed grid-connected power supply and isolated off-grid power supply is realized. The multi-energy storage combined power generation system based on this topology has the advantages of low cost, suitable for edge area, good stability of fluctuation, suitable for grid-connected operation, stable DC bus voltage and simple control strategy. The model is composed of 3 parts: strong power flow loop, weak current sampling display control loop, and control program module. The discharge circuit designed in the high power flow circuit is used to adjust the multi-energy output deviation not to be too large. To point to introduction control circuit principle. When the boost and buck circuits are used separately, they have only a single step-up or step-down function. A command 1 module are added to the boost buck circuit, and a 3 module is used to achieve both the effect of voltage rise and fall, and the constant voltage control of the output double loop feedback FA1, outer loop FA3 to A1 of the boost buck circuit. The inner loop control can improve the transient response speed of the boost buck circuit, while the outer loop control can improve the control accuracy of the boost buck circuit and keep the output voltage basically constant. In practical application, the input is added and the output filter reduces the pulsation of the current. The V to control method uses the voltage of the output filter capacitor C of the boost buck converter to replace the inductor current in the peak current control. As the peak voltage detection input of comparator A1 and output by single chip computer, the pull signal compensated by skew compensation circuit is connected to JK flip-flop to modulate ICT rate tube conduction angle duty cycle signal, thus changing the inductance current and output voltage. To point 3 Calculation of power network frequency control parameters. When the grid frequency and power change, they will have a dynamic relationship. When the power difference B, the frequency deviation F of the power grid will have the following transfer function. In primary frequency modulation of generating units, the curve of static relationship between output power and frequency of generating units becomes the static characteristics of power and frequency of generating units. The slope of power frequency static characteristic curve can be expressed as governor is an important part of generator set. Its main function is to maintain the load distribution and rotation speed between units, of which is the governor time factor, which is usually 0.05. 0.25s. Steam turbines convert steam stored energy into mechanical energy, which is then converted by generators into electrical energy. It needs to consider the time delay of steam flow in reheat system. C is the proportion of power generated before steam enters reheater, which is generally 25% to 30%. Tri is the time coefficient of rate heater, which is generally 510s. To point for regulating the frequency of a generator set. Standalone control area. There is only one non-reheat thermal generator unit in the control area with an installed capacity of 600 MW rotating, standby capacity of 100 MW, with a load of 500 MW. At a frequency of 50 Hz we take the firepower units D equal to 1 Mi equal to 10. After several seconds of reduced amplitude oscillation, it finally stabilizes near the calculated value of theoretical analysis. The wind power generation control mode and the photovoltaic power generation control mode belong to the single power supply. Constant voltage control mode can be divided into two kinds of situations: the time period of non-light radiation. The wind speed is enough to control the control mode of single boost buck converter using V2 of wind power generation. No wind speed period. Enough optical radiation to control a single boost buck converter using a PV-based V2 converter. The multi-energy complementary power generation control mode belongs to the dual power supply deviation control and constant voltage control mode. Specifically, there is both light radiation and wind speed. Time. When wind speed, light radiation is enough. But wind. When the output voltage difference between the two photo generation exceeds the allowable range of the boost buck converter, the PUM signal is output by the bias control module of the single chip microcomputer to make the wind power discharge circuit work, and the difference of the output voltage between the two is adjusted to the allowable value. The V2 control dual boost buck converter which starts the wind light combined power generation works simultaneously. 2.5 control generation control mode. The multi-energy storage combined generation control mode includes multi-energy storage and distributed grid connect defluctuation and fuzzy control, multi-energy storage island off-grid load control and fuzzy control. The multi-energy storage and distributed grid-connected control mode is to control the switch on direction of the bidirectional DC-DC converter under the distributed grid-connected power supply mode, according to whether the output power fluctuation of the multi-energy power exceeds the national standard. By controlling the start-up and stop time of energy storage or discharge, the energy storage can reduce the power wave momentum of multi-energy and reduce the impact of the power network. The active power of multi-energy complementary generation is sampled according to a certain sampling period, and the on-off direction of switch is controlled in the circuit of bidirectional DC-DC converter. When the sampling difference between two adjacent points is positive and the absolute value is greater than the national standard, starting energy storage to store remaining energy. When the sampling difference between the 2 points is negative and the absolute value is greater than the national standard, the starting energy storage releases the storage energy. 2.6 control load network load. The strategy multi-energy storage island type off-grid control mode is that the multi-energy storage combined power generation under the isolated off-grid direct load operation mode, according to the multi-energy generation power and the load demand power match or not. The on-off direction of switch is controlled in the circuit of bidirectional DC-DC converter, and the start-up and stop time of energy storage or discharge is controlled. The purpose of energy storage is to increase the follow-up of multi-energy and load and to reduce the abandoned multi-energy quantity. For the off-grid operation model of multi-energy storage island, the multi-energy storage power in the model should be matched with the load demand power at every moment. Therefore, the multi-energy combined output is divided into 3 regions according to the installed capacity, peak, middle waste and low valley. The load is also divided into 3 regions according to the maximum load, namely, high load, medium load and low load, according to the following principles. A multi-energy storage and 9-house district control strategy based on tracking load fluctuation is formulated. 1. When the multi-energy output and load level are in the low valley and low load region, the middle waste load region and the peak high load region, respectively, it is considered that the multi-energy combined output is in the state of natural tracking load fluctuation positive peak shaving, and the output of the energy storage model is set to 0 at this time. 2. When the multi-energy output level is in the low valley region and the load level is in the high load region, or when the multi-energy output level is in the high peak region and the load level is in the low load region, it is considered that the multi-energy power output is in the state of unable to track the load fluctuation inverse peak shaving. Set the energy storage model to. Part 3 results. According to the above-mentioned principle and conception, Xinjiang University has developed the hardware module of V2 control double boost buck transform controller and the software modules of constant voltage control, fluctuation control, load control, fuzzy control and deviation control for multi-energy storage combined power generation, physical hardware and multi-energy storage networking test platform. 3.1 Experimental preparation. 1 in the 0 clock to 7 clock, 20 clock to 24 clock non-light radiation period and multi-energy generation differential voltage greater than the allowed range of 7 clock to 8 clock, 19 clock to 20 clock when generated V to control of a single boost buck converter control mode. The test results are qualified and meet the requirements. 2 when the differential voltage of multi-energy generation is less than the allowable range of 7 clock to 19 clock time. The wind light combined power generation V to control dual boost converter control mode. The test results are qualified voltage and meet the requirements, based on the control strategy of reducing multi-energy fluctuation and tracking load. Positive peak shaving, flat peak shaving and reverse peak shaving frequency are used to calculate the effect of energy storage after energy storage. Table 1 gives the variation and effect of multi-energy electric power fluctuation, following load and economic index before and after adding energy storage. It can be seen that the effect is better in stabilizing the fluctuation of multi-energy electricity, improving the characteristic of following load, reducing the amount of multi-energy electricity abandonment, increasing the utilization of resources and improving the economic benefit of multi-energy electricity. 3-point to load comparison of power generation control mode. The multi-energy complementary charging mode and the traditional charging mode are used to charge the battery pack composed of 12 V9 each battery series in parallel, respectively. The dynamic curve of charging current in the two modes is shown in Fig. 2. 1. The charging time of traditional charging mode is nearly 17 hours. The charging time of multi-energy complementary generation is nearly 15.5 hours, and the charging time is shortened to considering the safety problem. The maximum charging current of the battery is 4A. The maximum current is 3A in the traditional charging mode, and the maximum charging current is close to 3.5A in the multi-energy complementary charging mode, indicating the fuzzy control mode. Ability to automatically identify maximum charge current. 3.3 Test of inverter output. In the simulation test of multi-energy storage test platform, the output voltage waveform of the inverter is compared with that of the actual field multi-energy grid-connected bus voltage recording, as shown in Fig. 3. When the battery of multi-energy complementary power generation system is not full, the regulation method of load tracking will consider the state of the battery, assuming that the current power is reduced from 25 kW to 22 kW. The SOC of the battery is 0.6. The simulation curve is shown in Fig. 4. The load tracking decision changes in 0.05 seconds as shown in Fig. 5. According to Fig. 4 and Fig. 5, it can be explained that in 0.05 seconds, the input power becomes smaller and the terminal power difference is greater than 0. The controller will give priority to connecting the battery and achieve power balance by charging. Decision changed from 0 to 1. It can be concluded that the battery of the multi-energy complementary power generation system enters into the state of charge when the power difference is near 0. Part for conclusions. Energy management and load distribution technology is a new technology, which can greatly improve the power efficiency of the power station, and is of great significance to the economic and reliable operation of the power station and the sustainable development of energy. The experimental results show that the multi-energy complementary generation can smooth the randomness of single energy, the intermittent fluctuation of energy and the control effect of energy storage, and reduce the impact on the grid, which is very suitable for distributed grid-connected operation. The constant voltage control of the dual voltage up and down converter circuit is designed, and the ideal DC bus voltage is obtained, which guarantees the inverter to output high-quality AC current. Due to the lack of time, there are also many deficiencies in energy management. Some problems and solutions need to be further studied. Therefore, some suggestions and ideas are put forward for the research work in this paper. Due to the lack of a large number of field test data, the knowledge base of fuzzy control system cannot be trained and optimized by using fuzzy neural network. In the future work, the controller can be modified manually according to the membership function and control rules, so that the performance of the controller can reach a good level. Simulation of multi-area integrated energy for cooling, heating and power based on large data analysis. because the current power supply does not take into account the regional climate cold and hot issues, leading to some areas of power energy supply is greater than demand, waste a lot of unnecessary electricity. Power utilization rate is low. To solve the above problems, a multi-area integrated energy dispatching method based on large data analysis is proposed. Firstly, the data warehouse method is used to integrate the supply and demand data of multi-region related comprehensive energy sources. Then the integrated data is processed, and then the power demand level is divided based on fuzzy clustering. Finally, the multi-region power is reasonably supplied according to the level, and the comprehensive energy dispatch of cooling, heating and power is completed. The experimental results show that the multi-region integrated energy scheduling method based on big data analysis can reduce the average power supply power by 353.53 for kW, and improve the utilization rate of electric energy. Thank you for watching and listening.
Distinguished expert, the title of my paper is Dynamic Data Mining Method of Coaching Logistics in Drug Distribution under the Background of Cloud Computing. In the context of cloud computing, a new dynamic mining method is proposed for the coaching logistic data of drug circulation. The data mining uses cloud computing technology to extract the target data, uses data cleaning, data elimination, data supplement, and data conversion to pre-process the target data. According to the association rules between the acquired data, realize the dynamic mining of coaching logistic data information. Here are the keywords. The paper consists of 4 parts. Part 1, Introduction. Part 2, Drug Circulation on the Coaching Logistics Model. Part 3, Dynamic Data Mining Method of Coaching Logistics. Part 4, Experimental Study. And Part 5, Concluding Remarks. The first part, Introduction. For a long time, high-performance computing as an important topic in the field of computer research has been concerned. However, with the increase of computing speed, the cost of supercomputers has also increased, and its high cost makes people rarely able to afford. But cloud computing technology has changed this situation. People began to use parallel and distributed computing technology to build high-throughput cloud computing systems. The distributed computing and storage of cloud computing systems have more advantages than single processing. Therefore, more and more technologies are put into the use of cloud computing technology. Data mining is a process of building models and discovering the relationships among data in large-scale data database by using various analysis means and tools and obtaining valuable information. Coaching logistics generally refers to the system engineering to reduce the loss of products in the production, storage, transportation, sales, and all links before consumption. It's a low-temperature logistics process based on refrigeration technology. In order to grasp the status of drugs in circulation in time, a dynamic mining method of coaching logistics data is proposed under the background of cloud computing. Now let's look at the second part, drug circulation on the coaching logistics model. In a certain period of time, according to the change of drug information is divided into fixed drug information and changed drug information. Because the traffic network information changes all the time, in order to increase the anti-inference and the preset model, a coefficient of variation can be set. When the coefficient of variation is greater than a threshold, it's understood that the traffic network information has changed. When the coefficient of variation is less than the threshold, the traffic network hasn't changed. The changed drug information and the changed traffic network information can be collectively referred to as the changed information. Therefore, when the changed information is not generated, the chronological distribution network is static. According to the existing information, the distribution cloud platform plans the distribution path, sends a planned route map to the terminal node of the cloud distribution system, and guides the driver to drive. With the implementation node refrigerated vehicle distribution task, once the distribution cloud platform receives the change information request, the distribution cloud platform will adjust and plan the original driving route according to the new data to respond to the change the information. Since the change information is generated based on the concept of time, the strategy of time-axis recording plus cloud service platform delivering distribution information is adopted, which are shown in the first figures. Now let's go to the second part, dynamic data mining methods of cold chain logistics. Through the collection of historical data, current data, and follow-up new data in the cold chain information source, the historical data and the current data are analyzed to explore the general law of follow-up new data. According to the new law, the status of drugs in the circulation link is analyzed to facilitate the cold chain logistic enterprises to formulate targeted development plans and align industry planning. In the aspect of drug safety, the data collection and visual analysis on the background of cloud computing can obtain the logistics data in the circulation link. The distributed computing results and the database query results of drug safety can be obtained by integrating the distributed processing and data warehouse technology. The sensor inspection, information processing, and the fusion technology can be used to analyze the drug in each link by building a cloud platform stream information and real-time environmental data. The figure below is a schematic diagram of the cold chain logistic data collection model on the cloud computing technology. The logic components of the temperature and humidity recorder for cold chain logistics include temperature data acquisition, data processing, and data storage. The corresponding hardware is integrated data temperature and humidity sensor, low-power microcontroller, and data memory. The table is the main collection index of temperature and humidity recorder. The cloud computing technology is used to count these data and classify them according to the data sources, so as to provide reliable data sources for further data mining. So, go to the next part, target data preprocessing. The data extracted from cloud computing is often incomplete and noisy. The quality of data often determines the quality of data mining. In a mass of disordered data, it's impossible to carry out effective data mining and data analysis. The four processes of data cleaning, data integration, data conversion, and data reduction are collectively referred to as data preprocessing. Before data mining, data preprocessing can improve data integrity, accuracy, and availability, remove redundant data, reduce the amount of computation, and improve the quality of data mining. Data cleaning is the processing of data noise and incomplete data cleaning. Data integration is the unified storage and management of data of different data formats and different data sources. Data conversion is to transform data of different structures into data input structures with applicable data mining algorithms on the premise of modifying the data structure input by data mining algorithms. In the face of massive data, data reduction can reduce the amount of data while keeping the integrity of data unchanged. The main contents of data cleaning includes two parts: noise removal and incomplete data processing. Noise removal refers to the treatment of random errors, deviations, and redundancy in data. Processing incomplete data refers to incomplete data refers to the processing methods of treating incomplete data, including two processing methods: deleting data and supplementing complete data. Specifically, it includes data deletion, mean value supplement, and the neighbor supplement. If the attribute values of the known data A and B are AI and BI respectively, there is a formula. The formula 1. According to the above formula, the nearest neighbor measures of A and B are calculated as followed. This formula. According to the above calculation results, find out the nearest M neighbor with the largest measure, that is, the most similar neighbor. Use the attribute values neighbor instead of null value. This step can deal with binary Boolean data. The stretch code supplement first calculates the distance C between the incomplete data and all other data. The calculation equation is the formula 3. You can also default the above formula to a Manhattan distance, the formula 4. The formula can deal with discrete and continuous data. Data conversion includes 4 cases: unit conversion, data generalization, normalization, attribute construction, and the normalization includes 4 main methods: dimension reduction, numerical reduction, data sampling, and discretization. Through dynamic mining method, the required logistics data is obtained. So now, go to the next part, dynamic mining of logistics data. In these complex datasets or frequent data clusters that meet the minimum spot threshold are found, and then association rules with high confidence are mined from these clusters. The possible rules between frequent data clusters can be expressed by the following formula. Formula 6 and 7 are the description equation of spot and confidence. So far, under the background of cloud computing, the dynamic mining methods called cloud chain logistic data or drug circulation link can be realized. So let's look at the experimental study. This paper proposed a comparative experiment, compares the data mining methods of the study with the traditional data mining method, analyzes the differences between the two mining methods, and draws specific experimental conclusions according to the experimental test results. In the experiment preparation process, set up the experimental test platform, select the experimental test software, and the following figure is the operation page of the experimental test software. Randomly select a pharmaceutical group in a certain city. Take the cold chain logistics selected by its drug circulation as the experimental test object. Randomly select the drug circulation data in 3 directions as the object. The table is the basic information of object to be mined. The figure below is a distribution diagram of this drug circulation data in the cold chain logistics data storage database. Fig file is the experimental test results. Based on the above experimental results, we can see that the proposed data mining method has already cleaned and compensated the data in the pre-processing stage so as to get the complete mining results. So now let's get the conclusion. On the basis of combing the relevant research results at home and abroad, this paper improves the original traditional data mining methods by using the technology of cloud computing, data mining, and logistic management. By means of cleaning and compensation, the repeated data and missing data in the circulations drugs are proposed to achieve a higher degree of data mining integrity. However, the proposed mining method doesn't consider the mining efficiency, so there may be a certain degree of backwardness in efficiency. So, in the future research and innovation task, we can also improve the data mining technology from the perspective efficiency. The paper is funded by the following projects. So much for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Distinguished experts, my name is Zhou Zhiyu. I'm from Shandong Management University. It's a great honor for me today to have this opportunity to present my paper to you, and I'm ready to accept any feedbacks from you. The title of the paper is Evaluation of the Intervention Effect of Autonomous English Learning Motivation Based on Knowledge Map. Firstly, I'd like to introduce the abstract of the paper. In the past, the evaluation method of the intervention effect of autonomous English learning motivation was not fluent because of the lack of correlation between autonomous learning ability and motivation factors. Therefore, this paper proposes an evaluation of the intervention effect of autonomous English learning motivation based on knowledge map. Based on different degree of connection, the knowledge map of self-learning ability and motivation factors is constructed. Combined with motivation intervention, the evaluation index of intervention effect is determined. The weight of different indexes is calculated. The comprehensive score is calculated for the indexing assignment, and the evaluation of the intervention effect is realized by combining the intervention effect evaluation grade table. The experimental results show that compared with the traditional methods, the designed method based on knowledge map has better fluency. So this is the abstract. Today my presentation consists of 4 parts. The introduction part, the theoretical study part, the experimental study part, and last, the concluding remarks part. Firstly, an introduction. Firstly, I'd like to introduce 3 key definitions of my paper. The first is knowledge map. Knowledge map is a modern theory that combines the theories and methods of applied mathematics, graphics, information visualization technology, information science, and other disciplines with the methods of bibliometrics, citation analysis, and co-occurrence analysis, and use the visualized map to vividly display the core structure, development history, front fields, and overall knowledge structure of the discipline to achieve the purpose of multidisciplinary integration. It can provide practical and valuable references for disciplinary research. And the second definition is learning motivation. The learning motivation is defined as the internal motivation that directly promotes students to carry out learning activities. Learning motivation can explain why students study, how they work, and what they are willing to learn. It is the core of learning process, which is expressed in the form of learning intention, desire, and interest, so as to stimulate students' enthusiasm for learning, so as to actively participate in learning activities and play a role in promoting learning. And the third definition is English learning motivation. The English learning motivation includes 3 aspects: attitude toward learning English, desire to learn English, and efforts to learn English. So this is the 3 key components of English learning motivations. The motivation is the internal motivation to promote English learning and a psychological state of conscious initiative and enthusiasm of English learners in English learning activities. Because we know at present, English learners have no long-term goals. Their learning activity is not positive, and their motivation in English learning is not at a medium low level. Many learners learn English only for the purpose of examinations or enrollment. So this kind of instrumental learning motivation cannot stimulate the learners' enthusiasm for learning English and keep their interest in learning for a long time. Once their performance is not ideal, their confidence in learning English will be hit, and their enthusiasm for learning English will be reduced. Therefore, some scholars have intervened in different ways and used the intervention effect evaluation method of anonymous English learning motivation to evaluate the effect of autonomous English learning after intervention. However, the method is not mature enough because the relationship between autonomous learning ability and motivation factors is not close enough, making the evaluation methods less fluent. At this time, we designed a method to evaluate the effect of anonymous English learning motivation intervention based on knowledge map to solve the above problems and promote English learners' autonomous learning. So this is the 3 key definitions and the introduction of the paper. My second part of my presentation is the theoretical study part. Theoretical study, firstly, I'd like to show you the evaluation of the intervention effect of autonomous English learning motivations. The relevance between autonomous English learning motivation and autonomous learning ability is based on the feedback of students' actual situations. So a questionnaire survey was conducted among 220 sophomores in the university. The questionnaire is designed with reference to the relevant research at home and abroad. It consists of 2 parts: the basic information of students and the multiple choice questions. The multiple choice questions are all in the form of 5-point lecture skill, which is divided into 5 degrees, from very inconsistent with my situation E to very consistent with my situation A. Yes, like this. And items 1 to 15 survey students' autonomous learning ability, covering 5 aspects. First, making learning plans. Second, use learning strategies effectively. Third, self-monitoring learning process. Fourth, self-assessment of English learning results. And the last, 5th, understanding teachers' teaching objectives and requirements. And items 16 to 27 investigate students' learning motivation, which mainly includes 4 main motivational factors. First, internal interest. Second, self-efficacy. Third, potency. And fourth, motivation behavior, like what is showed on the PPT. From the table 1, it can be seen from the data in the table that there is a little difference between in students' autonomous learning ability. In fact, the single factor analysis of variance shows that the main difference between them is not significant. The average score of all items in the table is more than 3, indicating that students have certain autonomy and have great expectations for English learning, but lack of intrinsic interest. Table 2, the difference of autonomous learning ability in different levels of learning motivation. The students whose average scores of motivation level is more than 3.43, including, are divided into high group, and the students whose average score is less than 3.43 are divided into a low group. From the data in the table, it can be seen that there are significant differences in various autonomous learning abilities between the high-level group and the low-level group. And this is table 3. The results of regression analysis show that from table 3, that more than 80% of autonomous learning ability can be explained by the motivation factors of independent variables, and the influence of the 4 variables on the dependent variables is not repeated. And the results of the multiple regression analysis in the table can be written in a standard equation like what is showed in my paper. So according to the analysis, it is determined that there is a correlation between the autonomous learning ability and the motivation factors. According to the correlation between the two, the evaluation index is determined by using the knowledge map. Determination of intervention effect evaluation index based on net knowledge map can show the relationship between the knowledge development and structure through various graphics, describe knowledge resources and their carriers by using visualization technology, analyze, build, draw, and display knowledge and their interrelations. Based on the correlation between the above-mentioned autonomous learning ability and motivation factors, a knowledge map of autonomous learning ability and motivation factors is constructed as shown in the figure on the PPT. On the basis of knowledge map of autonomous learning ability and the motivation factors, it intervenes the learner's English learning motivation from the early, middle, and later stages of learning English, like what is shown by the figure 2. So, combined with the information in figure 1 and figure 2, the evaluation indicators of intervention effect of autonomous English learning motivation are determined. Can be divided into the following parts: curiosity, concentration, learning target, motivation match, familiarity, learning needs, learning ability, personal responsibility, and satisfaction. And also, this matrix shows the relationship between the different indicators of evaluation, motivation factors, and self-learning ability. The method of questionnaire survey with experts as the subject is adopted to assign values to indicators. The evaluation index weight is calculated by the matrix like this, marked number 1. And the elements of each column of the judgment matrix are treated as 1, marked number 2 on the PPT, and some of the judgment matrix after normalization by rows, marked number 3, and for the normalization process, the obtained feature is the weight, marked number 4. Now, according to the calculated weight quantitative evaluation index, calculate the index score value quantitative evaluation index and measure the intervention effect according to the quantitative scores. And also to mark number 5 and number 6, the weight of intervention effect evaluation index determined in the previous step is unified to prepare for the quantitative intervention effect evaluation index. And this is table 4, the quantitative intervention effect on evaluation index. The calculated according to the intervention effect evaluation grade standard in table 4, the intervention effect evaluation of autonomous English learning motivation can be realized. So far, the evaluation of the effect of autonomous English learning motivation intervention based on knowledge map has been completed. And my third part of the paper is the experimental study. First, in EAI machine learning repository, select the experimental data. The goal of experiment is 101 students from 2 classes in high school. In the research, combined with the characters of senior high school students in learning and the current situation of teaching, some measures are adopted to intervene in students' autonomous English learning motivation In the process of using different evaluation methods to evaluate the intervention effect, it is necessary to establish a connection between different evaluation indexes. And these two charts has shown the experimental results and analysis, respectively, the traditional evaluation methods on the left and the experimental results of the intervention effect evaluation method on the right. So from the above data, it can be seen that the traditional evaluation methods takes about twice as long as the design evaluation methods based on knowledge map, which shows that the design evaluation method based on knowledge map is more fluent than the traditional evaluation method. The last part is the concluding remarks. In recent years, the research on students' autonomous English learning motivation is fast and has achieved fruitful results, which has a positive role in English teaching and research. However, there are still a lot of problems worthy of discussion, whether it is the focus groups of research methods, the emergence of evaluation methods of intervention effect of autonomous English learning motivation is of great significance to the research of students' autonomous English learning motivation. This paper uses a knowledge map to establish a close relationship between the autonomous learning ability and motivation factors so as to make the evaluation methods more fluent. In the future research, we should take students as the main body, and the teachers should guide them properly. We can try to introduce autonomous learning platform into a reading strategy teaching, cultivate students' good English reading habits, and improve their English level. This is all of my paper presentation. Thank you for your listening, and thank you for your guidance.
Hello everyone. My name is Xiao Hang. I come from Sanya University in China. The research topic of my paper is hyperspectral recognition and early warning of rice diseases and insect pests based on convolutional neural network. Now, I would like to introduce this paper to you. First of all, why should we study this? Because the outbreak of crop diseases and insect pests has a great impact on the yield. The prevention of insect pests has always been the research focus of agricultural development. With the development of information technology and artificial intelligence, it is a new requirement for agricultural development to find an accurate, fast, efficient and automatic identification and detection method. Compared with general neural network, convolutional neural network can directly process the two-dimensional matrix of image, and has outstanding performance in image processing. Next, how to process the image and get the pest information from the images. The recognition of insect pests mainly depends on the image processing and recognition. In this paper, the images are collected by unmanned aerial vehicle high-resolution spectral imaging system. Hyperspectral technology provides a potential solution for the detection of the degree of pests. Hyperspectral resolution remote sensing is a technology to obtain a lot of very narrow spectral continuous image data in the visible, near-infrared, mid-infrared and thermal infrared band of electromagnetic spectrum, which can be used for ground object recognition. After crops are damaged by diseases and insect pests, the leaf color, leaf and plant properties, physical structure, pigment per mil squared C content, etc. will change, which may lead to changes in spectral information. After the right spectral image is collected, because of the large amount of spectral data information collected, each spectral curve can be regarded as high-dimensional vector information, and multiple spectral curves constitute a high-dimensional vector space. In order to obtain the detailed data of hyperspectral image, it is necessary to reduce the dimension of hyperspectral image. The multiscatter correction of hyperspectral image is carried out before dimension reduction. Multiple scattering correction is mainly to eliminate the scattering effect caused by the uneven distribution of particles and particle size. It can effectively eliminate the shift and shift of a line caused by the scattering effect between samples and improve the signal-to-noise ratio of the original absorbing spectrum. The calculation formula of multiple scattering correction is as follows formula. X is the average spectrum, N is the number of images, Xi is the hyperspectral image, Bi is the relative offset coefficient, Ai is the translation amount of hyperspectral curve. The last formula, Xi. After the hyperspectral correction of rise, in order to eliminate the measurement impact caused by spectral rotation, derivative algorithm is used to deal with hyperspectral. The derivative is calculated as follow formula. In the above formula, Q is fluorescence intensity, delta lambda is spectral wavelength difference, and I and J is hyperspectral wavelength. Then, wavelet transform is used to reduce the dimension of Rice hyperspectral image. The function Pussy, T, of the basic wavelet is shifted epsilon, and the inner product operation is cosy performed with the signal X, T, to be analyzed at different scales. WT, cosy, epsilon, equals the hyperspectral image after dimension reduction processing. After dimensionality reduction of hyperspectral images, it is necessary to extract the features of hyperspectral images. The feature of hyperspectral skin image can be extracted by hyperspectral processing of Rice. How to extract features? In this paper, vegetation index is used to extract spectral features. Vegetation index is a combination of two or more wavelengths of surface reflectance to enhance a specific feature or detail of vegetation. These vegetation indexes can simply measure the number and growth status of green vegetation, chlorophyll content, leaf surface canopy, leaf cluster, canopy structure, the utilization efficiency of vegetation for incident light in photosynthesis, the relative content of nitrogen in vegetation canopy, the carbon content of cellulose and lignin in dry state, the pigment related to stress in vegetation, and the canopy. The real-time diagnosis of vegetation growth can be realized by monitoring the content of water content and so on. The available vegetation index is shown in the table below. Next, what kind of network structure is used to train images? The structure of convolutional neural network designed in this paper is similar to the classical model AlexNet, which is a very typical convolutional neural network model. AlexNet is an 8-layers network model, mainly composed of 1 input layer, 5 volume layers, 3 full connection layers and 1 classification layer. In addition, the first 5 convolution layers and the first 2 full connection layers will be followed by the activation layer, using the activation function ReLU. In the convolution neural network designed in this paper, the first activation layer and the second activation layer will be followed by the normalization layer. The specific layers and parameters of each layer are shown in the table. In this paper, transfer learning is used to train the design convolutional neural network. The training process is as follows. Firstly, select the convolution network which has been trained on the ImageNet dataset. Secondly, the mature network is used to extract the features of the image samples, and the 4096 dimension features are extracted from the full connection layer of the 7th layer as the input of the small-scale network to train the small-scale network. Thirdly, the mature network is used to extract the features of the image samples, and the 4096, 4096 dimension features are extracted from the full connection layer of the 6th layer as the input of the small-scale network to complete the small-scale network training. The trained convolution neural network outputs the recognition results of rice diseases and insect pests according to the fitting results of Gauss function according to the rice diseases and insect pests collection in the recognition database. In order to accurately identify rice diseases and insect pests with hyperspectral data, it is necessary to establish a database of rice diseases and insect pests identification. Before the establishment of the database, the healthy and pest-affected rice should be identified first. Qualitative and quantitative description of healthy leaves standard as follows. 1. There is no insect bite, crawling trace and mechanical damage on the surface of leaves. 2. The shape of leaves is complete, and there is no sudden change in wilting of leaves caused by external environmental factors such as overheating and supercooling and internal physiological structure mutation. 3. The SPAD value of chlorophyll was between 35 and 50. 4. The net photosynthetic rate was 10-30 a mole. Carbon dioxide. 5. The FESM value of chlorophyll fluorescence parameter is between 0.80 and 0.84. 6. The growth and development of the whole plant is neat, without excessive growth, and the leaf has no large or small protuberances. Leaves with diseases and insect pests refers to leaves with obvious symptoms of diseases and insect pests or artificially inoculated with diseases and insect pests. After the difference between the rice affected by diseases and pests and the healthy rice is clarified, a discrimination database with the structure shown in the figure below is established. Get basic information from growth period, leaf age, leaf blade position. The hyperspectral discrimination is realized by wave crate emission, the intensity of the trouble, rate of change of spectral curve. Physical information of leaf is obtained from net photosynthetic rate, water use efficiency, and chlorophyll content. Finally, pest information is extracted. After dimension reduction and other pre-processing, the collected hyperspectral image of rice is used in the classification layer of convolution neural network to judge whether the rice corresponding to the image is affected by diseases and pests by Gaussian function fitting. If the hyperspectral point set obtained after dimension reduction is xi, the spectral curve of rice diseases and insect pests is fitted according to Gaussian function. In the formula, AO is the area of the peak, MUO is the position of the peak, and omega 0 is the parameter representing the half-peak width. The convolution neural network outputs the fitting result of Gauss function after several data iterations. The fitting threshold value of Gaussian function is set as a plus or minus 0.1. And the curve whose fitting value is within the threshold value is determined to the rice disease corresponding to the hyperspectral curve of the sample. Of this method. Now, we use experiments to verify the network architecture. In order to test the performance of this method, this section will design a comparative experiment to complete the performance test of this research method. There were two groups in the experiment. One group is based on support vector machine, and the other group is based on convolution neural network. It mainly tests two performances: the convergence errors of the two methods under the same training set were compared, and the recognition accuracy of healthy rice and pest rice in practical application was also compared. Before the identification of rice diseases and insect pests, the original image is simply rough cut. After cutting, the spatial resolution of the spectral image is reduced to 400 to 900 pixels in width and 200 to 800 pixels in height. After rough cutting, the width of spectral image is mainly around 200 pixels, and the height is around 600 pixels. Therefore, the average size of hyperspectral images is normalized to 200x 600 pixels to obtain clearer experimental results. For convergence error, it can be seen from the experimental comparison chart that, compared with the support vector machine and convolution neural network used in the experimental group, the smaller the convergence error in training, the higher the classification accuracy in practical application, and the more stable the performance of the applied method. For identification results, it can be seen from the table that in different rice growth periods, the number of plants identified by the comparison group method is significantly different from the real number of plants, while the number identified by the experiment group method is less different from the real number. Through experiments, we found that the application of convolution neural network can improve the accuracy of pest identification, and the results of each stage have strong advantages. It is very important to find rice diseases and insect pests in time and accurately for rice planting and development. That's all. Thank you very much.
The title of the paper is Online Monitoring Method of Big Data Load Anomaly Based on Deep Learning. I'm Long Cao Fang from Sanya University. The contents of this paper include instruction of online monitoring of network behavior, big data load anomaly, case simulation, summary, and prospect. Deep learning is a new field in machine learning. Its motivation is to build and simulate the neural network of human brain for analysis and learning. It imitates the mechanism of human brain to interpret data, such as images, source, and text. The concept of deep learning comes from the research of artificial neural network. Multi-layer perceptron with multiple hidden layers is a kind of deep learning structure. In-depth learning, by combining low-layer features to form a more abstract high-level representation and attribute categories of features to discover the distributed feature in representation of data. In the process of monitoring the abnormal load of big data in network behavior, more network traffic resources are consumed, which leads to the low efficiency of its operation. Therefore, an online monitoring method for the abnormal load of big data in network behavior based on deep learning is proposed. The second part introduces online monitoring of network behavior, big data load anomaly, contains the following 3 points. The first, establishment of the online monitoring model for abnormal load. The second, abnormal data diagnosis. The third, online monitoring. In order to realize the online detection of big data abnormal load in network behavior, first of all, data structure analysis and abnormal load information flow mode construction are needed. Statistic characteristic analysis method is used to calculate the character quality of abnormal load data. According to the distribution attribute of the characteristic quality, the detection mode design of abnormal load data is realized. The output link model of optical fiber network is established, and the network is designed. The channel acquisition control model adopts the irregular triangular network model to build the big data sampling model. Distribution model of cloud computing optical fiber network as shown in the figure. compared with the traditional network fault monitoring stage. The method proposed in this chapter improves the time sequences of the original method and more efficiently predicts the precursors of the fault from the perspective of time. In the second stage, if the matching degree in the first stage is large, the model diagnosis stage procedure will be triggered. The fault diagnosis model trained by the program using historical data will reapply the detailed parameter information of the network to the operation and maintenance management system. OAM will input the detailed parameter information of the network in the near-time period into the model through data processing and output the classification results. In the process of running, we match the load vector of the running state with the known load pattern to obtain its corresponding measurement space, and use the local exception factor to calculate the exception score of the correct measurement vector according to the measurement space. When determining the exception, we use the text to inspect each measurement separately to locate the exception measurement. By monitoring the changes of measurement, we can detect the abnormal state in the process of network behavior big data application running. At the same time, we can identify the abnormal local code by the several load fluctuation through the load pattern and complete the online monitoring. In the view of the special problem that need to be solved in the process of online monitoring of big data load abnormality of network behavior, there are also special requirements for the construction of experimental environment. The construction of software environment for the experiment is shown in the Table 1. In order to verify the performance of the method as load monitoring, Gautam simulation platform is used to simulate the algorithm performance, and the data sample is 10,000 loads. The test the adaptability of the algorithm in this paper. The simulation results are shown in the Figure 5. In order to verify the advantage of the algorithm in data flow, compare the traditional method with the method in this paper. Respectively, simulate the monitoring flow concealed by the two monitoring algorithms when the number of loads is 5,000. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 and 25,000, and the results are shown in the figure 6. This paper proposed an online monitoring method of big data load anomaly based on deep learning. The experimental results show that the method in this paper can detect the load better within the limit of 30 minutes and the load in 180 million bytes when the load is 5,000, which shows that the method has absolute advantage in operation efficiency, which can better monitor the real consumption of big data platform load and effectively resolve the operation with the offline load of network bandwidth. The efficiency of big data platform is improved, and less traffic is consumed in the use of network resources. Therefore, deep learning has strong capability online monitoring the application of big data load anomaly in network behavior. When using the big data platform, workers should be clear. The online load of the access network is easily interfered by many factors, such as data bandwidth and computing power, which requires workers to do data exchange processing between the online load and the platform to ensure that each can keep close contact with the platform. In order to avoid the problem of occupying data channels and wasting resources excessively, the staff should further monitor the online load in a practical way and make full use of resources. Under the background of the rapid development of the Internet, the amount of network access load is increasing. The main analysis data of the network is generated from the resources of the load, and on this basis referring to the specific change of the load quality in the adjacent time period. Start up a loader focusing model that comes from the status quo and make a judgment on the load status according to the load status quo. For a period of time, when the load changes greatly, the staff should make clear the load state through deep learning and make forward and reverse operation on it. Although this kind of data is an essential resource for the detection make the analysis, and the more load, the higher data predictability, but a large number of loading connected with the network. The stability of network system is undoubtedly a change. That's all. Thank you for your listening, and please give us your suggestion, and thank you for my family.
simulation analysis of building energy consumption based on big data and beam technology. 马肖, Chuxin. In order to solve the problem of discrepancy between simulation results and measured results of building energy consumption simulation and analysis, a method based on big data and beam technology is designed. The 3D building information model is constructed by beam technology, and the factors of affecting building energy consumption are obtained. The building energy consumption is simulated and predicted by heat balance method and design builder. Finally, data mining technology is used to modify the prediction results, and the static energy analysis method is used to analyze the revised results. So far, the design of building energy consumption simulation and analysis method based on big data and beam technology is completed. Compared with the original method, the simulation results of this method are close to the measured ones. In summary, the energy consumption simulation ability of this method is better than the original ones. With the rapid development of China's economy and the gradual improvement of living standards, the proportion of building energy consumption in total social energy consumption is becoming higher and higher. According to the statistics, more than 50% of materials obtained by human beings from nature are used to construct buildings and their ancillary facilities, which consume about 50% of global energy in the process of construction and use. At the same time, as a developing country, in the process of rapid economic development and modernization, it is necessary to coordinate the relationship between energy utilization and environmental protection, adhere to the people-oriented and sustainable development concept, and maximize the intensive use of resources. Since the global energy crisis broke out in the 1970s, more and more researchers have studied it in order to reduce the building energy consumption and have achieved some results. Since the emergence of beam technology, there has been a beam heat wave in the global construction industry. The function of beam technology in the whole life cycle of buildings has been widely concerned. Energy-saving design of buildings needs to grasp the climate, including wind, light, rain, landfall, and other local characteristics. But the complexity of today's buildings is much more than can be grasped by the subjective judgment or experience of architects, which requires the use of advanced computer technology to carry out the complex data calculation and real-time dynamic simulation, which is to carry out the preliminary energy consumption analysis of buildings to achieve green energy-saving design of buildings. Building energy consumption simulation is to use computer modeling and energy consumption simulation technology to analyze the physical performance and energy characteristics of buildings, which can be used in both new and existing buildings. Based on the deep study of energy consumption data and the operation model of buildings, an energy consumption simulation build model based on big data and beam technology is proposed. Material and methods. Aiming at the problem that simulation result of original building energy consumption simulation analysis methods are quite different from the measured results. The building energy consumption simulation analysis method is based on big data and BIM technology is set up. To ensure the effectiveness of this method design, the construction of this method design framework is shown. The first job of applying BIM technology is to establish 3D building information model by using related BIM information architecture design software according to the physical and geometric information of construction project. The establishment of 3D model is the first condition to realize the function of BIM in the process of application, which includes all the digital information in the process of project construction. At the design stage, we can use different BIM design software to establish the relevant models, and then adjust the model to become the virtual model of the real project. The model can be used in a subsequent stage of the construction building. In this design, Revit architecture, the core modeling software of BIM, is firstly used to build 3D building information model, and then the professional software related to BIM technology is used to read model information, check and analyze the model, and finally, a perfect 3D information model is obtained. This is the basics of energy consumption simulation analysis of building projects based on BIM technology. Using the software, the 3D model of the building based to measure is constructed, and the model is to use as the model basis of building energy consumption simulation. A 3D building model based on BIM technology is different from the traditional 2D building model. All the components of the former have 3D information parameters, while the latter only have common 3D information. As mentioned above, BIM technology realized the coordinate design of various specifically as structure, HVAC, and electronic in the whole life cycle of buildings. When the information of the component drawing element is modified or changed, the corresponding part of building information model is updated automatically, which reduces the tedious manual modification. This way of information sharing and the concept of coordinate design can make the designers master of overall situation, greatly reduce the errors and paper leaks and in-joins, and ensure the completion of the project on schedule with good quality and quantity. Next is the access factors affecting building energy consumption. According to the study of computer evaluation system for energy conservation in buildings, there are mainly three kinds of factors that affect the consumption of buildings. The first one is the external conditions of the surrounding environment and climate factors of buildings. The other is factors related to the architectural design. And the third one is the factors related to the operation and management of buildings. This paper is based on the architectural design of the impact factors on building energy consumption. Professional energy consumption simulation software is based on the impact of these three factors. And in the actual operation, the above factors also affect each other. And the effect of building's energy consumption, the main factor affecting building energy consumption, is shown. If we want to reduce the energy consumption of building greatly, it is not enough to make quantitative analysis by light. It is very important to make quantitative analysis of energy consumption of buildings to find out the relationship between energy consumption and various influencing factors, and to determine the influence factors. The next stage, building energy consumption simulation and analysis, is a complex calculation which is related to many aspects. It is necessary to record and calculate the design parameters of the building, such as the shape, confidence of the building, the ratio of windows and walls, the thermal performance and regional characters of the building, the heating and air conditioning system of the building, and various building equipment. Based on the above analysis, we can see that the energy consumption analysis method should consider many indexes related, which is related to the building. There are three main analysis methods: building load calculation, digital analog calculation, and actual measurement. In the process of data revision, the data mining technology will use to revise the simulated building energy consumption data. The following process is used to complete the correction. According to the process in Table 3, the problem data extraction and correction of energy consumption simulation result is completed. The data extraction part uses C-means clustering algorithm to complete the calculation process, combine the modified data and original data to form a completed energy consumption simulation data, and analyze it, as you can see in the figure. According to the process, the problem data extraction and correction of energy consumption simulation result is completed. Aiming at the simulation analysis method of building energy consumption based on big data and BEAM technology, the simulation experiment environment is designed in this research, and its application effect is studied. In the experiment, the method of building energy consumption simulation and analysis, which is designed in this paper, will be systematically studied by comparing with the original method. The experiment will be in the form of simulation experiments comparing the differences between two methods in use. A building in the city is closing as the experiment object, and the energy consumption is simulated. The accuracy of the energy consumption simulation of two methods is compared and reflected by simulation curve in order to improve the reliability of this experimental result. The simulated curves obtained by the two methods are compared with measured curves, and the experimental process is completed. The design method is used to analyze the energy consumption of the experimental object and to compare the differences between the trend of energy consumption and the measured data. In this experiment, it will be half a year as the experiment length, the complementation of experiment completion, in order to improve the precision of the experiment. The experiment is divided into two parts, and the differences between the original and design method are compared. In conclusion, through the research we can know that the traditional energy consumption analysis has corresponding shortcomings because of the complexity of project and the differences in form, function, content, and operation of various analysis tools. It is not easy to select the analysis tools because of the lack of deep understanding of the traditional issues and climate parameters. There are some differences between building model and actual projects, which affects the accuracy of simulation results. And the combination with economy is not enough. Added by beam technology, it is very convenient to design, model, and modify the scheme in beam software after analyzing the energy consumption. The 3D model can be directly used to guide the field construction and can directly output the architectural drawings in CAD format from the model. Using this research and design method can effectively reduce the cost and time of energy analysis, improve the speed and accuracy of analysis. research on intelligent investment prediction model of building based on support vector machine. 马元林、李润林、马潇 Abstract. In the view of imperfection of intelligent construction, cost simplification, the complexity of cost-influencing factors and lack of historical cost data, the expert system and the support vector machine theory are combined to achieve knowledge of acquisition and data integration by using the expert system module, the regression calculation, and the establishment of project cost prediction model, and the model test of parameter setting and optimism are realized. In addition, the investment prediction speed of model is faster. Finally, through the empirical data analysis, the accuracy and effectiveness of this model are verified, which provides the economic indicators and reference materials for the design stage of intelligent building projects. The forecast of building intelligent project investment is a basis to control the project cost of the whole process. The important index used in the project fund reserve management, the project system construction, and the project economic benefit analysis. Predicting project investment with high efficiency and accuracy is of great significance of improving the project work efficiency, strengthening project cost and management, and promoting project economic benefits. However, there are very few researchers on investment prediction of intelligent building engineering in China, and most projects of information and management is still in a traditional way, which makes it difficult to realize project information exchange. Traditional engineering investment forecasting generally uses simple function regression model, least square method, quota calculation, and other methods. Both traditional smoothing methods, fuzzy mathematics, gray forecasting, and other methods. But for the investment of estimating of large and complex intelligent building projects, their prediction quality is uneven, and the accuracy, effectiveness, and practicability are difficult to guarantee. Material and methods. The first method is support vector regression algorithm. The input sample X is firstly mapped into high-dimensional feature space through the unlinear function phi-x, and the linear model is established in this feature space to calculate the regression function as shown as in the following formula, where W is weight vector and B is threshold. Second, the application steps of support vector regression, which is called SVR. The prediction model of building intelligent engineering investment can be regarded as an unlinear regression function problem. In the ith year, the index value of the project cost influencing factor in the independent variable xi. In the jth year, the prediction value of the project cost is assumed to be yj. The input xi, the output is yj. The relation between xi and yj is assumed to be a nonlinear function mapping fx, which makes yi is equal to f xil xi2 xim, where input is xi and output is yj. Then the SVR function is used to solve the regression equation to obtain the predicted value of the project investment. And the application idea is as follows. First of all, determine the engineering cost impact factor, obtain the original cost data, extract the index value of engineering cost impact factor, process the data with maximum and minimum normalization method. The second one, choosing a proper type of SVR function, reasonable kernel function and kernel parameter. The optimal parameter C and phi is obtained. The third one, the optimal parameter C and phi is substituted into the prediction model, and the training set is extracted from the sample data. The kernel function kx and the kernel parameter phi are substituted into the formula to train the sample data training set. The fourth, use the trained prediction module to verify its accuracy through the test set. The construction of expert system in the investment prediction model. The investment of prediction expert system, integrating expert knowledge, engineering data, and prediction algorithm, can be roughly composed of human-computer interaction interface, knowledge acquisition module, database, knowledge base, interface machine, and explanation organization. In the process of system operation, user realize knowledge acquisition, data logging, and prediction results through the human-computer interaction interface. The interactive system enables the interface machine to answer requests. The system uses the prediction algorithm based on support vector machine regression, which is called SVR, to replace the traditional interface machine, which has higher prediction efficiency, better generalizability, and accuracy. The knowledge base and database are coded in the prediction process. Prediction results are output to the user through the interpretation mechanism and interactive interface. As you can see, the whole process is shown in this picture. The application of investment predict model. First, in order to select the prediction index of building intelligent engineering cost accurately, this paper consulted a lot of literature and summarized dozens of prediction indexes by means of questionnaire theory, combined with options of about 30 experts in intelligent building industry and the experience in design and construction work. 5 factors that have the greatest influence on the cost are finally selected in the prediction indicators. The first, construction area. The second, building type. The third, area of structure. The fourth, construction cost. The fifth, construction demand. Both the quantization of quantitative index and the magnitude difference between the quantitative index need data processing. The construction area and different types of the buildings are respectively quantified as natural numbers. The question index is determined by the construction time. According to the interaction result of experts' opinions in the intelligent building industry and details of construction project pricing quotation of Chongqing in 2018, the labor cost and equipment cost index are calculated according to the weights of 0.15 and 0.85 respectively. The qualification of the prediction index of construction demand will affect the accuracy of this prediction result due to the variety of construction systems of building intelligence specialty. According to the Intelligent Building Design Standard, which is called GB 50314 in 2015, for different types of building, there are 3 system construction schemes: must be built, should be built, and can be built. The construction demand is simplified into basic type, which including items that must be built, expanded type, including the items that must be built and should be built, high-end type, including items that must be built, should be built, and can be built, all of them, to facilitate the data processing. This paper uses software development environment to build an investment prediction platform based on the expert system. 1. Achieve data acquisition through the interface input and file import, through the interface input and automatic knowledge acquisition and update. Realize the visualization of database and knowledge base. 2nd, based on the good prediction result of SVR prediction model, it is embedded into expert system as a kind of interface machine and combined with expert knowledge to make the project cost prediction. 3. After clicking the extension button on the right, the interface displays important parameters of the model, comparison of the test result, and other information. 4. New project cost and information prediction is input from the interface. And finally, the project cost estimation book is generated automatically with the import of expert knowledge. And we select the SVR parameters. SVR function type selection, selection of kernel functions, and parameter finding and optimization. After these 3 types, we can use our prediction model to training and testing. For the determination of the limit error parameters, 80 groups of data are used to training samples to establish the prediction model. Then the average of 5 with the best prediction performance will be selected in the process. Coefficient of determination, the square of R, and SSE is the sum squares of differences between the fitting value and the mean value of the original data. The sum of the squares of the original data and its mean. The square of R is to determine the degree of fitting optimization of this model. It's closer to 1, the more the model fits for the training data. After training and analysis, the prediction model of intelligent building investment established in this paper is mainly aimed at cost prediction in the design stage of intelligent engineering project. Therefore, when the relative error between the predicted value and actual value of the prediction model is less than or equal to 10%, the calculation of the model can be viewed as accurate and reliable one. According to the test results, the regression model based on the expert system has a prediction error less than 10% for the cost of intelligent building engineering, high accuracy and relative strong generalization performance. For individual samples, such to item number 1, the reason for the larger error lies in the insufficient similarity between training sample and original sample. With the further accuracy of the data and knowledge by expert system, the prediction error can be further reduced. This model has a good applicability for intelligent building engineering, where the prediction index is in the middle dimension and the influence of relationship between each index and is rather complex. Thanks.
Aiming at the low accuracy of traditional network hazard online monitoring method and online monitoring method for hazard source of power system network based on mobile internet is proposed. Hazard source online monitoring method based on feature recognition technology and the online hazard source online monitoring method based on communication message parsing. The monitoring accuracy of these three methods is improved, respectively. The experimental results show that the monitoring accuracy of this method is higher than the traditional online hazard source online monitoring method, which proves the superiority of the method. Through the research on the hazard source of power system network, people have a certain understanding of the cause of the hazard source. The traditional online monitoring method has low information transmission speed, lacks wide area synchronous measurement capability, and cannot monitor the dynamic process of the power system online in real time. The occurrence of potential chain accidents will lead to further expansion of the dangers. The main reason for the chain accidents is that the protection and stability control systems of traditional power system can only rely on local information, and it is difficult to achieve global optimization and coordination control. The existing grid online monitoring method lacks robustness to changes in the operating state of the power system, especially in emergency situations such as cascading failures, which cannot provide accurate operational status information to dispatchers. Therefore, an online monitoring method for hazard source of power system network based on mobile internet is proposed, which improves the monitoring accuracy of hazard source in power system network. Figure 1 is the communication architecture of network communication model in power system. Figure 2 shows the specific process of hazard data collection. 3 algorithms are used to identify the parameters of hazard sources. After the data collection of dangerous source is completed, the relative residual of dangerous source data is calculated by using WAMS system, and that the parameter identification of dangerous source is carried out by using the the relative residual. For the branch with the dangerous source parameter, the traveling wave positioning network is used to locate the dangerous source. The traveling wave positioning network is mainly used to collect the initial traveling wave time information of the whole network, including the initial traveling wave arrival time and the circuit breaker state information recorded by all traveling wave detecting devices in the power system network. First, determine the branch circuit with the dangerous source parameters, eliminate the invalid initial traveling wave arrival time, and then use all the valid initial traveling wave arrival times to locate the dangerous source. When the line is positioned to the hazard source, all hazard source indicators of the hazard source line from the substation exit to the hazard source point are activated or flash, and the hazard source indicator after the hazard source point, then it does not work. In this way, the lineman can quickly determine the section of the source of danger by means of the alarm display of the indicator and can find out where the source of the danger occur. In order to detect the online monitoring method of power system network hazard sources based on mobile internet, a comparative experiment is designed. The parameters of this experiment are shown. The online monitoring accuracy of the online monitoring method based on feature recognition technology is 41.1%. That of online monitoring method based on communication message analysis is 68.8%. And that of online monitoring method based on the analysis of communication message is 68.8%. The accuracy of the online monitoring method based on mobile internet is 94.5%. The comparison shows that the online monitoring method based on mobile internet has the highest accuracy. The performance superiority of this method is proved. The online monitoring method of dangerous sources is power system network based on mobile internet can realize the high efficiency monitoring of dangerous sources, which has far-reaching significance for the smooth operation of power system networks. Due to space constraints, there is room for improvement in this study, especially in hazard monitoring, which will be my future research direction. Finally, I would like to thank the references and authors in the process of document preparation. In this paper, the author proposes a model based on power flow in the construction of network security situation intelligent monitoring system to protect and manage hierarchical data. The model improves the network security situation hierarchical protection system. Through experiments compared with the traditional network security situation intelligent monitoring model, the application of this model can effectively solve the uncertain problem and the fuzziness of information provided by various network security equipment. Network security situation is a macro response to the network operation status. It reflects the past and current status of a network and monitors the possible network status in the next stage. Its original information comes from network management equipment, network security equipment, network monitoring equipment. This paper proposes an intelligent situation monitoring model based on power flow. The network security situation value has the characteristics of nonlinear time series and the advantages of neural network in dealing with chaotic and nonlinear data. The experimental results show that The model can accurately obtain the monitoring results of situation values and help network managers make security decisions. This is intelligent monitoring architecture of network security situation. The model uses multiple data sources and composite evaluation indicators to accurately perceive the whole network state in order to achieve the purpose of comprehensive evaluation of network security. There are 4 main forms of network stable, namely vulnerability, disaster tolerance, Wei-Li, and stability. We classify these 4 characteristics as the first level indicators of network situations. On this basis, we extract 2 to 5 second level indicators to meet the requirements of covering information network entities at network levels. The relationship of network security situation includes network state, attacker state, and network security state. The complete relationship between network state and attacker state is shown in the figure. Network attack will bring dynamic changes to the network security situation after the attack. The so-called dynamic network security state refers to the uncertain of attack results, such as some buffer overflow attacks. These attacks may successfully obtain permissions or may cause process denial of service and may not cause any results. In the network situation monitoring, 3 data formulas are set up. The above 3 data formulas are used to improve the monitoring ability and accuracy of the monitoring model. We need to pay attention to the rising and falling direction of monitoring trend. If a trend correction factor is added to the model to reflect the monitoring trend can be effectively adjusted and the correct direction of monitoring can be guided, so that the monitoring accuracy can be improved. Through the analysis of network security situation data, the network security situation is evaluated. The network model is shown in the figure. 2 algorithm formulas are set in the network model as shown in the figure. The experimental data select 120-day network status data of a university campus network to monitor the network security situation of the campus network. The evaluation indexes are carried out by using the index system established. There are 4 first level indicators and 22 level indicators of risks, vulnerability, availability, and reliability in the index system. We use math to calculate these indicators according to the above calculation situation value method. Mathematica software is used to calculate the situation value and 120 situation values are obtained. On the graph is the corresponding table of evaluation and grading standards in the process of experiment. The figure shows the results of comparative experiments. In summary, the 2 monitoring models are feasible in the field of network security attack monitoring. However, through the monitoring and comparison of the 2, the monitoring capability of the network security situation intelligent monitoring model based on the power grid trend is stronger, and the monitoring results obtained are quite satisfactory. The figure is a comparison of the experiment results. Through the research and experiment of this subject, it is suggested that network managers should consider the security threat of the whole network from a multi-angle and macro perspective and based on a network comprehensive evaluation index system. Finally, I would like to thank the references and authors in the process of document preparation.
An optimal tracking method for moving trajectory of rigid, flexible, coupled manipulator based on large data analysis. My name is Yang Fujian. Abstract. The manipulator has dynamic characteristics, and the trajectory tracking system of the manipulator has dynamic constraints and various uncertainties, which makes tracking control of the mobile manipulator more different. There is a big error in tracking a rigid, flexible, coupling manipulator with a single nano network. A new method for trajectory optimization, tracking a rigid, flexible, coupled manipulator based on big data analysis is proposed. This method takes nano network as the research object. Introductions fuzzy control into nano network optimize a single nano network forms a composite method of fuzzy nano network, and used a hybrid method to track the trajectory of the manipulator. Experimental results show that the tracking error of this method is less than 0 rad, which improves the tracking efficiency and improves the tracking accuracy. The method can complete the operation faster and the more accurately according to the predetermined trajectory and has higher practical applicability. Introduction. With the progress of science and technology, mechanized production gradually replaces manual production, completes all kinds of generous work that human beings cannot directly contact. Sales production costs greatly for enterprise. improves production efficiency and its application in industry and other fields is of great practical significance. In the manipulator control, the most different part is how to accurately control the arm in accordance with the predetermined trajectory, which is also one of the basic tests of robot control. At present, there are many control methods, such as feed forward compensation control, sliding mode, variable structure control, adaptive control, robots control, nano network control, iterative learning control, evasion control, and so on. However, with the development of the manipulator industry, this method has been unable to meet the requirements of character control in various environments. This paper takes the nano network as the research object. This method has great advantages in solving the non-linearity and uncertainties in the process of modeling. However, this method needs a lot of time training, and it is different to meet the requirements of how control accuracy. 2. An optimal tracking method for the moving trajectory of a rigid, flexible coupled manipulator. The goal of trajectory tracking is to reach the desired position according to the given trajectory. The whole process is to change the angle, the velocity of the manipulator joint according to the output torque of the controller. Mobile manipulator is a highly nonlinear and strongly coupled system. Mobile platform and the manipulator has different dynamic characteristics. In addition, the system also has economic constraints and various uncertainties. which make the tracking control of mobile manipulator more different. So multi-mobile manipulators cooperated to accomplish a target task, which is not research direction in recent years. 4. Conclusion. In summary, the development of computer information technology promotes the mechanized production in the mechanized production, the application of the manipulator is more and more widely. Manipulator replaces human manual labor, and the production efficiency has been greatly improved. And however, the manipulator also has a shortcoming. The elastic deformation of the rigid flexible manipulator will cause the manipulator operation diversion and vibration problems. In this context, an optimal tracking method for rigid, flexible, complementary manipulator is studied. The method solves the problems in using single nano network to track the moving trajectory of manipulator by using fuzzy control algorithm. Optimize single nano network provides a reference for the control of manipulator and improves the production efficiency of mechanization. I am Weitao. This is my article, Faster Recognition of Multi-Combination Target Features in Motion Image based on Large Data Analysis. Abstract. In order to overcome the low efficiency of traditional recognition technology, a faster recognition method of multi-combination features of moving images based on large data analysis is proposed. Based on feature extraction of multi-combination target, diagnosing of moving image and determination of Boolean correlation coefficient. Faster recognition of multi-combination target feature of moving image under large data analysis is realized. The experimental data show that the proposed recognition method can not only effectively improve the efficiency of traditional recognition technology, but also make the recognition result more stable and enhance the adaptability or flexibility of image recognition technology. Keywords: large data, motion image target feature recognition method. It is a great significance to classify multi-combination targets of moving images and recognize them in the practice of nation defense and modernization. Conclusion. In this paper, a recognition method of multi-combination target features in moving images is proposed. Because there are many kinds of target features, the appropriate feature set should be selected according to the empirical evidence of different kinds of typical performance. If the selected feature set cannot obtain the effective information of the target to be identified, the feature information should be reselected. There are many traditional image classification methods, such as statistical classification method, The key-means algorithm (CART) classification and regression 3 algorithm. But these methods are powerless for high-dimensional and massive classification and recognition problems. In this paper, the PSO algorithm of large data manual network is used for noise reduction and the faster recognition of multi-combination target features in moving images is realized by the calculation of Boolean correlation. Simulation, experiment, and result analysis. In order to verify the practical application performance of the above moving image multi-combination target feature recognition method based on big data analysis. The following simulation experiment is designed for verification. In the simulation experiment, the recognition effect of the traditional image recognition technology and the moving image multi-combination target feature recognition method based on big data analysis is compared. The experimental data are from the ImageNet dataset. In order to ensure the accuracy of simulation test, many simulation tests are carried out, and the data generated by the tests are displayed in the same data group. Experimental data setting. In order to ensure the accuracy of the simulation text process and results, and set the text parameters 120 multi-combination target image and images of the different kinds of moving images were browsed by two image recognition technologies. Among them, there are 30 moving images of people, 30 million images of cars, 30 million images of aircraft, and 30 million images of animals. 5 images are randomly extracted from each image classification, totaling 20 images. So, conclusion. Target recognition is a key problem in multi-combination target interpretation of million images. It has the characteristics of large amount of computation and long-time commuting. In order to speed up multi-combination target recognition of million images. In this paper, the PSO algorithm of large data neural network is used for noise reduction. The PSO algorithm of large data neural network is used for noise reduction, and the first recognition of multi-combination target features in million images is realized by the calculation of Boolean correlation. The experimental results show that the method has strong anti-noise performance. Is effective in extracting multi-combination features of target million images. Faster in training and recognition, and has high recognition efficiency. It is suitable for multi-combination target recognition of million images in low signal-to-noise radio images. The further work is to study the performance and improvement of the algorithm in the case of complex background or target missing.
Study on the dynamics of virus propagation in combination with big data and kinetics models. With the continuous development of science and technology in the context of current big data, the research on the law of traditional virus propagation dynamics has been developed to the bottleneck. The traditional law of virus propagation dynamics was less sensitive, and the mathematical model was not easy to operate. Therefore, it was proposed to study the dynamics of virus propagation based on the combination of big data and kinetics models. The model was established by using differential equation, so on, and accurate prediction law of virus propagation dynamics was completed by experimental tracking control. A graph of number of patients over time was obtained by bringing the problem into the model, and the changes in the model results were derived from this graph. In this way, corresponding countermeasures was drawn based on the changes in the results. Finally, through simulation experiments, it was proved that the combination of big data and the kinetics model of virus propagation kinetics scientifically and accurately studied the law of virus propagation dynamics. The established mathematical model was easy to operate and had a good guiding significance for practice. The research on the law of virus propagation dynamics has been developed to the bottleneck. The traditional law of virus propagation dynamics is less sensitive, and the mathematical model is not easy to operate. Therefore, we need to expand the field of view to see the virus propagation dynamics. With the continuous development of science and technology in the context of current big data, a study is proposed to combine the big data and dynamics models to study the dynamics of viral propagation. The model is established by using differential equations and so on, and the accurate prediction law of virus propagation dynamics is completed by experimental tracking control. By establishing a differential equation model, the process of virus spread and propagation is described. Finally, the dynamics of virus propagation is studied through analysis. We bring the required questions into the model to get a graph of the number of patients over time, and based on this graph, we get the change in the model result. In this way, according to the change of the result, the corresponding countermeasures can be obtained. Finally, through the sensitivity analysis of incubation period and the healing period of the infectious disease, it is found that the proposed virus propagation dynamics law combined with big data and kinetics model can scientifically and accurately study the law of virus propagation dynamics, and the established mathematical model is easy and has a good guiding significance for practice operation. Considering the total number of people in the region, we turn the problem into how to find the correct correlational expression to express the total number of patients per day, to find the normal number of people per unit time, the incubation period per unit time, the change of the number of people, the change of the number of patients diagnosed per unit time, and the number of people who withdraw within the unit time, and the number of suspected patients per unit time, and the big data to establish the differential equation model and dynamics model were obtained. 1. Threats all routes of transmission of virus as contact with the pathogen. 2. The total number n of the areas examined during the spread of disease is considered constant. That is, the number of people flowing into the area is equal to the number of people flowing out, and the time is measured in days. 3. The virus in which the virus is in an incubation period is not contagious. 4. The probability of a second infection of the killer is 0. They withdraw from the infection system, so they are classified as existers. 5. Regardless of the birth rate and natural mortality rate during this period, the number of deaths caused by the virus is also classified as exist. 6. The isolated population completely serves contact with the outside world and is no longer contagious. Suppose that the time of the first patient in a certain area is T0. In the period of T0 to T, it is a period of near-free propagation. The isolation intensity is 0, and the number of infections per patient per day is a constant. Let us now consider the change in several groups of people during the period from T to T minus 30. And by analyzing the state transformation relationship of various groups of people, the differential equation is established. When D1 equals 1, D2 is 11, D3 is 30, R equals to 10, I0 equals to 890, A0 is 20, and P equals to 60%. The patient is admitted to hospital 2 days later, and the suspected patient was quarantined 2 days later. This will give you a graph of the number of patients over time. See below. From the figure, we can see that the number of patients changes sharply with time. This shows that this is the development trend of initial stage of virus transmission. When you can see the highest point when the number of patients reached the maximum of 6 million 803,000 people. By taking patient admission treatment and suspected patient isolation measures, we can clearly see from the figure that the number of patients is decreasing, and the number of patients has dropped to 540 and 800 after 100 days. In order to further verify the sensitivity of a study of viral propagation kinetics, sensitivity simulation experiments were carried out on the dynamics of viral propagation. The simulation result was shown below. Through the above results, the following conclusion can be made, and the problem in the medical field can be transformed into the field of mathematical for analysis and discussion, and the development trend of infectious disease and the prediction results for the future can be quantitatively obtained, which has strong theoretical and reliability. The parameters involved in the model has corresponding data resources. It can be easily calculated by combining certain data, and the relationship between the virus is clear, which is easy to solve the model. Since the mathematical model is based on continuous differential equations, an accurate analytical solution will not be obtained. We will fit the parameters under the premise of reasonable parameters. Considering the total number of people in the region, the population is divided into 5 categories: confirmed patients, suspected patients, healers, deaths, and normal people. And these categories were divided into contagious and not infectious. Countermeasures can be drawn based on the changes in the results. In addition, the sensitivity analysis of incubation period and the healing period of the infectious disease were carried out. It was found that the change of the incubation period would have a greater impact on the results of the whole model, and the change of the healing model would only shorten the duration of the infectious disease, but has little effect on the cumulative number of patients. With the continuous development of science and technology in the context of current big data, the research on the law of traditional virus propagation dynamics has been developed to the bottleneck. The traditional law of virus propagation dynamics is less sensitive, and the mathematical model is not easy to operate. Therefore, it is proposed to study the dynamics of virus propagation in combination with big data and kinetics models. Based on the traditional infectious disease model, use the differential equation method as the theoretical basis. Combined with the different measures taken, the curve relationship between the number of patients and time is fitted, and the corresponding countermeasures should be taken. sensitivity simulation experiments were carried out on the study of virus propagation kinetics. The results show that the study can scientifically and accurately study the laws of virus propagation dynamics. The established mathematical model is easy to operate and has a good guiding significance for practice. The end.
Research on electricity characteristic recognition method of clean heating based on big data model. Reporter Wang Xinlei. Keywords: clean heating, electricity forecasting, seasonal cycle, electricity characteristics. Because the traditional coal-fired heating mode consumes a lot of energy and is harmful to the environment, it produces a clean heating mode using electric energy, which is realized by energy storage heating equipment. The operation of energy storage heating equipment needs to be planned according to the electricity characteristics of clean heating. Therefore, a method based on large data model is proposed to integrate the electricity characteristics of clean heating using Hadoop platform. Then, according to the integrated data, the electricity load characteristics, electricity consumption characteristics, electricity consumption cycle characteristics, and regional characteristics are identified to complete the electricity characteristics of clean heating. Farewell. Through experimental demonstration, it is proved that this method can effectively identify the electrical characteristics of clean heating and accurately predict the future heating data. Energy is the lifeblood of the national economy. In modern society, any resident and industrial activities cannot do without the support of energy supply. Nowadays, China's energy production and consumption are increasing rapidly with the development of economy and society. The problems of backward energy structure, unreasonable energy utilization mode, over-reliance on fossil fuels, and low energy utilization rate caused by rapid growth are becoming increasingly prominent. Traditional coal-fired heating mode has a huge demand for coal mining, while coal-fired produces waste gas, which greatly aggravates environmental pollution. Therefore, clean heating has been respected. Electric energy storage heating equipment uses gram power, or wind power to heat solid regenerator. The temperature reaches 750 degrees Celsius. Heating is stored through insulation materials. When the fan is heated, the heat in the regenerator is blown out, and the water is transferred through the heat exchanger, and then through the heat pipeline to the resident home. This method has no emissions, no pollution, and achieves clean heating. Under the background of environmental protection concept and realistic energy problems, this clean heating mode is worth being fully implemented. The operation method of energy storage heating equipment needs to be designed in detail according to the heating and electricity characteristics. Since the concept of big data was put forward, domestic research has been in full swing. In theory, the concept, technology and application of big data have gradually formed a scientific, systematic, and industrialized research system. In terms of theoretical system, the analysis of large data is mainly divided into 5 aspects: visual analysis, data mining algorithm, predictive analysis ability, semantic engine, data quality, and data management. Therefore, a large data model platform was born. This paper uses ADHIP platform based on big data model to integrate the characteristic data of clean heating data, and then analyzes the characteristics of clean heating data, so as to provide a reasonable scheme for the allocation of energy storage heating equipment, and ensure that the clean heating mode achieves the optimal technology economy ratio, the best sustainable development, the greatest economic benefit, the most reliable power supply, and the best environmental protection. Before identifying the characteristics of clean heating electricity data, it is necessary to collect the electricity data, which often comes from different data sources, including databases, data warehouses, and documents. At this time, it is necessary to integrate the idea, that is, data integration, because an attribute of an object may have different names in different databases. Data integration may lead to inconsistencies and a large number of redundant data. So, data integration can improve data quality better, reduce the occurrence of redundancy of result data sets and inconsistency of entity names, and improve the accuracy of data in the mining process. At present, data integration still has the following problems. Entity recognition. The same attribute in the clean heating data may have different attribute names in different databases, which may involve entity recognition in data integration. Generally, metadata can be used to avoid entity recognition problems that may arise in data integration. Redundant data. Redundancy is a common problem in data integration. The main situation of data redundancy includes repeated occurrences of the same attribute value, duplication caused by inconsistent naming of the same attribute. Relevance analysis can be used to detect whether the attribute is redundant. Numeric conflicts. The actual power consumption data may be stored in different measurement units because of different storage scenarios. For example, the time in a power data set may be 12 hours in one system and 24 hours in another system. If these two sets of data are integrated together, there will be a numerical conflict. For such numerical conflicts, normalization and other operations can be used to remove the impact of unit conflicts. In view of the problems that may arise in the above data, HADOP platform is selected for data processing. It is a distributed system infrastructure developed by Apache Foundation. It has high throughput and fault tolerance and solves the problem of huge amounts of clean heating and power data. The HADOP software framework is implemented in Java language, which supports cluster operations of thousands of data computing nodes and data processing at PP level. HADOP is composed of several independent systems, which are interdependent and constitute the whole of HADOP. The operation of HADOP platform system is shown in Fig 1. MapReduce is a distributed computing framework with many data analysis components. Hive is a data warehouse that can provide a query language similar to SQL. It converts SQL to MapReduce and executes on HADOP. It can be used for offline analysis. Pig is a data stream processing framework. Mahout is a data mining algorithm library. It mainly implements some classical algorithms in machine learning field, which can help designers building effective models better. HBase is a column-oriented database which uses Google's Big Table data model and enhanced coefficient ranking mapping table in order to facilitate the unified management of clusters. A distributed collaboration service Zookeeper is used. Scoop is a data synchronization tool. It is mainly used to transfer data between traditional database and HADOP. Its essence is MapReduce program. Flum is an open-source log collection system. The data analysis platform in this paper uses 4 Aliving servers to build HADOP clusters. The HADOP version is a patch version of HADOP 2.6.4. The server system is CentOS 6.5, 64-bit operation system, single-core CPU. The memory of each server is 1 G, and the size of a hard disk is 40 G. The high availability architecture of HADOP is used to ensure the stability of the data processing cluster. When the primary node has problems, the standby nodes can be activated to ensure the normal operation of the cluster. First, the host name is changed to the host name that receives heating and power data, and then Java files are installed on each server to define the configuration environment variables. Then configure password-free login. Install SSH for each server so that password-free communication between each host and synchronize the time. To ensure that the cluster time is consistent, download HADOP 2.6.4. Copy the compressed package to the same location on each server and decompress it. Then we begin to configure HADOP. The data files in the HADOP directory of the HADOP folder are XML edited, and the editing process is shown in Fig 2. Because of the huge amount of data of clean heating power, the time of collecting and processing data by other methods is long and the workload is too large. So, the Large ADHIP method can also save the time needed for data loading and improve the performance of data warehouse construction in the process of data integration. Based on the detailed understanding of power consumption data, index is used to improve the performance of analysis and query, and index the column attributes often involved in query indentation tables and fact tables, which further improves the performance of data analysis. Considering the data warehouse based on HYPE, data analysis is carried out in the form of MapReduce, so the number of map and reduce can be set to ensure high performance in the process of data integration. After integrating the data of clean heating power consumption, the identification of the characteristics of clean heating power consumption is gradually completed by acquiring the corresponding identification data. The identification of electric characteristics of clean heating includes identification of electric load, identification of electric consumption, periodic identification of electric consumption, identification of regional characteristics, and so on. Through the interpretation of data, the identification of electric characteristics of clean heating is carried out. Based on the large data model, this paper uses ADHIP platform to integrate the characteristics of the clean heating data, and then identifies the electricity consumption characteristics, periodic characteristics, and regional characteristics of the clean heating data, and proves the accuracy and effectiveness of the design through experiments and the stage of full implementation of clean heating mode. It is hoped that the design can identify the electricity characteristics of clean heating and make a more scientific storage and discharge plan for power supply and storage equipment. That's all for my report. Thank you for your listening.
Hello everyone. The paper I will introduce is Text Classification Feature Extraction Method based on deep learning for unbalanced datasets. First, I will introduce the abstract. In order to fully realize the class field search of text data information, a text classification feature extraction method for imbalanced datasets based on deep learning is proposed. The main work includes preprocessing and debugging of text parameters are implemented. Second, the dimensionality reduction standards related to the text features of the dataset to be extracted are established through the expression of the characteristic behavior. Finally, the experimental results show that with the application of the new classification feature extraction method, the number of characters classified documents started to increase substantially, which means the practical application requirements for the classification and search of text data information. Content of the paper includes 1. The paper introduces the research status and significance of text classification. Second, KN and SVM classification algorithms are introduced in detail. The common feature selection methods are introduced, and their advantage and disadvantage are analyzed. Third, one of the feature selection methods, CHL, statistical method, is improved. 4. The improved method is verified on the basis of the experiments, which shows that the feasibility of the improved method. Now I will introduce text semantic classification based on deep learning. Under the support of the deep learning algorithm, the specific operation process is as follows. 1. About automatic encoder. 2. About deep confidence network. 3. Text semantic category definition. The threshold type automatic encoder is a neural network model with multiple hidden layer neurons, as shown in Figure 1. The deep belief network is a directed graph model. With the support of a stack autoencoder, you can specify the classification feature structure of the text information in a query imbalanced dataset. The weights between variables derive from the state of hidden variables, as shown in Figure 2. About the text semantic category definition. The semantic basis text classification method starts from the imbalanced dataset itself, uses a specific feature extraction method to extract the semantic features in the data, and gradually builds a semantic hierarchy of information on this basis, and finally use the learned high-level information semantic features sort. Now, we will introduce text classification feature extraction from unbalanced dataset. The whole application of text classification feature extraction is divided into 3 steps. 1. Text preprocessing. 2. Text feature representation. 3. Dimensionality reduction of features to be extracted. About text preprocessing, we need to segment words. For example, the sentence "I am a student" should be divided into I, yes, 1, student, especially for the Chinese sentence. The quality of word segmentation has a great impact on the performance of the whole text classification system. If the word segmentation is not done well, the whole training text set will be inaccurate, resulting the accuracy rate of the classification is reduced. About text feature representation. At present, there are vector space model, Bloom model, and probability retrieval model. 1. Vector space model. Deep belief networks represent documents as a vector in a high-dimensional word space. Each dimension in a vector represents the weight of the corresponding features in a document. The measure of similarity is the angle cosine. 2. Bloom model. The classic Bloom model can only be used to calculate the correlation between user queries and the documents in information retrieval, but it can't use the model to calculate the deep similarity of two documents and can't be used in more text processing. 3. Probability retrieval model. The probabilistic model takes into account the internal relations between terms and documents, and uses the probability dependence between the terms and between the terms and documents to retrieve information. If you want the computer to automatically classify text, you need to express the text as a feature, such as words, engrams, phrases, concepts, etc. Obviously, this will lose a lot of information about the content of an article, but this representation can formalize the processing of the text and can achieve better results in text classification. About dimensionality reduction of features to be extracted, we first use the pattern aggregation theory to fuse the features that have similar contribution to the classification. Then use the method of rough set decision table to connect feature selection with text classification. That is, attribute reduction is carried out according to the importance of features in classification. This method not only reduces the complexity of training, greatly reduces the dimension of feature, but also improves the accuracy of feature dimension reduction. Now I will show the experimental data, 10 categories about computer, environment, transportation, economy, sports, medicine, education, arts, politics, and military are extracted for experiment. Table 1 shows the distribution of training concentration categories. Table 2 shows the distribution of test set categories. The experimental steps include: first, the selected training text set is segmented. Secondly, SVM and KNN algorithms are used to train segmentation results. The feature dimension selects 1000. Third, a classification model is formed on the basis of the above. First, set the parameters of the new text set. If KNN is used for classification, select 35 for K value and then classify. Fifth, after the classification is completed, view the classification results. Table 3 shows the comparison of the number of documents after KNN classification. It can be seen from Table 3 that the number of documents collectively classified in the improved method is better than in the traditional methods. Table 3 shows the comparison of the recall rate and precision rate before and after improvement. From the experimental data, we can see the improved classification effect is better than the traditional method as a whole. Conclusions. This paper proposes a deep learning-based text classification feature extraction method for imbalanced datasets, and defines the text semantic categories through the threshold automatic encoder and deep confidence network. According to the application process of text preprocessing, text feature representation, and feature dimension reduction, the smooth application of text classification feature extraction method is completed. The experimental results show that the number of documents collectively classified by this method is more, and the recall rate and the precision rate of KNN are improved. Table 4 shows the comparisons. Thank you.
Research on voluntary intelligent reporting system of college entrance examination based on big data technology. Abstract. The college entrance examination application is a complex system project which needs to collect many kinds of information, aiming at the efficiency of the system research based on the analysis of the domestic mainstream platform. The reference system and senior simulation system of college entrance examination application. The intelligent application system of college entrance examination application is designed based on big data technology. Considering the scores of examinees, the enrollment plan of college and universities, the enthusiasm of application, the prospect of professional development, and other factors. The hardware structure of the intelligent filling system for college entrance examination is constructed. Through big data analysis and data mining, a large amount of real and valuable information for college entrance examination filling can be provided for the majority of examinees. It can be seen from the experimental verification results that the system fills in accurate results and has an ideal filling effect, which helps the candidate to apply for the ideal school and improve the admission rate. Introduction. Based on the analysis of the deficiencies of the mainstream college entrance examination voluntary filling platform in China, this paper designs an intelligent college entrance examination voluntary filling system based on big data technology. The hardware structure of the system includes online analysis and processing serve, data warehouse serve, and enrollment information data mining system. On the basis of hardware design through functional model division, nearest neighbor search based on big data technology, database design improve the data, and recommendation results generation. Design system software so as to complete the system design, solve the problem of unclear candidates voluntary filling, collect the data involved in the new college entrance examination, and calculate one or more volunteer filling candidates' schedules recommended to examinees through big data combining the candidates' filling willingness and college entrance examination scores. System hardware structure design. The hardware structure of the system is as shown in Figure 1. In terms of program platform, SSH framework of Java EE platform is adopted. In terms of data storage, the SQL Server 2008 platform, which has been tested by the enrollment data mining system, is adopted. The system adopts a hierarchical structure from the bottom to the top. Basic data platform layer, SSH framework layer, and function model layer. The Figure 1 is system hardware structure. System hardware structure design. Online analytical processing server. Online analytical processing server is a fast software technology that shares multi-dimensional information, accesses and analyzes online data for specific problems. The online analytical processing server system is the most important application of the data warehouse system. Data warehouse server. The warehouse control database contains the control data tables necessary to store the metadata of the data warehouse center. In the update version of the warehouse center, the warehouse control database must be a UTF-8 database. Design of enrollment information data mining system. The data mining system of enrollment information adopts a distributed system structure, which is based on the database of college entrance examination application, electronic data of general enrollment, application programming interface, and large data fields provided by some college network application, using analysis, prediction, association rules, clustering, and other mining methods from a large number of incomplete and fuzzy practical application data. The relationship between college and majors hidden in it is fun. The architecture of enrollment information date meaning system is shown in Figure 2. Here are the Figure 2. Enrollment information date meaning system. System development. Functional model division. The system is based on big data technology and relies 6 function models: human-computer interaction models, user management modules, authority control modules, voluntary management module, interest preference management module, voluntary recommendation module. Nearest neighbor research based on big data technology. User data standardization. In order to facilitate data processing, according to the candidate scores information and intention information entered by the candidate, after the user attributes are determined, the data is standardized, and min and max standardization is used to standardize the data, as shown in equation 1. Calculate use proximity. Nearest neighbor research is to calculate the similarity between candidates and their preference based on their attribute. On the basis of standard candidate attribute data, the Pearson correlation coefficient is used to perform nearest neighbor search, and the distance between candidates is calculated to experience the similar proximity between candidates, as shown in equation 2. This is equation 1, and this is equation 2. Database design. Based on big data, the database of college entrance examination application is constructed by this system, which can obtain the latest enrollment information of college and major through the date meaning system of enrollment information. Table 1 and Table 2 are field definition and description of some date tables. Table 1 is college information table. Table 2 is batch control score. Complete material. After entering the system, you need to first input relevant information, such as personal details, interest preference, etc. Then click Report Volunteer to enter the preference setting mode. The first step is to select the major categories of interest, which can be multiple choice. The second step is to choose your own preferred area according to your geography preference. The third step is to choose the expense range that you can bear. The fourth step is to choose your own reporting psychology, which is mainly divided into insurance or spring tabs and strong emphasis on professional compliance. After preference setting, enter the score setting and select Science or Liberal Arts page. The relevant information set by the user is used as the basis for the voluntary recommendation of the system. Recommendation result generation. The recommendation result is based on the admission of universities and professionals of neighboring user. According to the rank segment of the target use score, select the X users with the smallest distance and neighbor users, and arrange the universities enrolled by the X users in descending order according to the number of people, and then add the recommendation set in term, and then screen one by one according to the preference of candidates. After screening, the recommendation content is put into the new recommendation set until the number of the new recommendation set reached the target of 50. forming the final recommendation set. Simulation system. At present, the system relies 3 batches of voluntary recommendation. Each batch is divided into 6 volunteers. The advanced mode can be modified for voluntary selection. System simulation, personal details, interest, tenderness, relevant application requirements. According to the input conditions, the recommended institution are shown in the table below. Analysis of experimental results. Based on the analysis of the mainstream domestic college entrance examination voluntary reporting platform W1, the college entrance examination voluntary reference system W2, the SENA examination voluntary entrance examination simulate voluntary reporting system W3, and the big data technology-based college entrance examination voluntary intelligent reporting system W4. The results of the comparison and analysis are shown in Figure 5. As shown, it can be seen from Figure 5 the use of W1, W2, W3 lag in deep state analysis functions. Although the intelligent filling system of college entrance examination based on big data technology can exactly match the actual predict value straight line. It is also very close. Therefore, the intelligent filling system of college entrance examination based on big data technology has accurate and intelligent filling effect. Analysis of experimental results. This paper compares and analyzes the student satisfaction of the system and the traditional system, and the results are shown in Figures 6. Student satisfaction can reach up to 90% with the application of this system, while only 60% with the traditional system, indicating that the application of this system can make students more satisfied in the intelligent filling of college entrance examination. Here are our conclusions. Through the preliminary trial operation of the project, it shows that establishment of filling and consulting system based on enrollment date meaning is of high feasibility and application value. Summary of the current work. Although achieved some results, but there is still a lot of room for improvement. Improve or create meaning algorithms in order to get better results of enrollment date meaning. It may be necessary to do further research on algorithm and propose a suitable algorithm. Here are our acknowledgements. The 13th Five-Year Plan Science and Technology Project of Jilin Province Education Department reached on the service system of voluntary filling for college entrance examination based on date meaning. The 2017 General Planning Project of the 13th Five-Year Plan of Educational Science in Jilin Province. Research and practice of senior high school students carrying planning from the perspective of the new college entrance examination reform. The 2017 Higher Education Scientific Research Key Project of Jilin Province Higher Education Society. Research on the decision model of college students carrying planning. That's all. Thanks for your listening.
Visual reconstruction of interactive animation interface based on web technology. 朱旭、张扬 Liaoning Communication University, Shenyang, 110136 China. Abstract. The human perception that more than 80% of the external information is visually acquired. Therefore, in the interactive animation interface design, the visual effect is very important. In this background, an interactive animation interface visual reconstruction method based on web technology is proposed. The method is mainly described by two aspects. Firstly, the related description is carried out on the web technology, and then the visual reconstruction of the interactive animation interface is realized by using the technology, and the method comprises the visual feature extraction, the visual feature matching, and the visual feature 3D reconstruction. The results show that after the visual reconstruction, the visual effect of the interactive animation interface is improved, and the visual existence in the design of the interactive animation interface is solved the problem. Keywords: web technology, interactive animation interface, visual reconstruction. Number 1. Introduction. In the 1970s, the American futurist Evan Tower put forward the view that the service industry will eventually outpace the manufacturing industry, and the experience production will surpass the service industry in the impact of the future. The development of the experience economy, it is the improvement of the degree of human civilization, how to meet the growing material and the cultural needs of people, and to improve the interactive experience is an important research subject of the present design. Interactive animation participation interface design provides users with the self-help experience in a more free, natural, friendly, multi-channel information transmission through the visitor's multisensory information transmission. In the present day of information explosion, the information transfer mode is rapidly inserted into the design field with the characteristics of the interactivity, non-linearity, entertainment, accuracy, and the like, so as to construct between the person and the person, between the person and the product, between the product and the product. The interaction network between people and the environment increases the effectiveness of product communication. Reflecting the design of people-oriented concept around the needs of people to meet the needs of people, animation is realized in a variety of ways, such as traditional hand painting, three-dimensional production, physical animation, and so on. In addition, some network editing software, Flash, Dreamweaver, Toonboom, can achieve animation effect according to the need. However, the interactive animation interface designed by these techniques is not very good in visual effect, and the user experience is poor. Aiming at an above province, a visual reconstruction method of interactive animation interface based on web technology is designed in order to enhance the visual characteristics of interactive animation interface design. Methods: the application of web technology was analyzed firstly, and then the visual reconstruction of an interactive animation interface was described. Finally, the visual effect of interactive animation interface is improved after visual reconstruction using this method. 1. Visual reconstruction of interactive animation interface based on web. Interactive animation refers to an animation that supports event response and interaction in the play of an animated work. That is, a certain control can be accepted when animation is playing. This control may be a certain operation of an animation player, or maybe an operation prepared in advance at the time of the animation production. This interactivity provides the audience with the means to participate in and control the content of the animation, so that the audience can change from passive acceptance to active selection. Interactive design is the design of the user and the product interaction process, the way, and so on. Interactive media systems are more accessible to users, more satisfying, easier to learn and master, and more cooperated. Not only can obviously improve the product friendliness, so that the original monotonous, rigid information transfer system interface becomes more gorgeous, has affinity. More importantly, it can increase the efficiency of information transmission and achieve a better effect of information promotion. Web technology refers to the development of Internet application technology, generally including web server technology and web client technology. The animation produced by web technology has the characteristics of short and small, so it is widely used in the design of web page animation. In order to become the current web page animation design one of the most popular technology, the visual reconstruction of interactive animation interface is aimed at transmitting visual and natural information through the picture. Therefore, some necessary design principles should be obeyed to ensure the visual display of the interface. They include clarity, simplicity, novelty, beauty, kindness, efficiency, consistency. 1.1 Web Technology. WWW is an abbreviation for World Wide Web, also known as Web, and it's a network information service based on TCP or IP protocol. The Internet is a network connecting the global computer network, which is used to share the resources of the global computer. The Internet and the web are two different concepts, and the Internet is the basic platform of the web, and the web is the application layer surface on the Internet platform. It allows computer users to locate and read information resources such as text, graphics, animation, audio, and video from all corners of the world. These source resources can be linked through the hyperlinks, logically forming a huge information network around the world. So far, there are 4 techniques available for visual reconstruction of interactive animation interfaces: CGI, Common Gateway Interface; ASP, ActiveX Server Page; PHP, Personal Home Page; and JSP, Java Server Page. But if we want to realize the dynamic web page under the existing technology, we can only adopt CGI. CGI provides a channel for web servers to execute external programs, a server-side technology that makes browsers and servers interactive. CGI programs belong to an external program and need to compile into executable files to run on the server side. Its application structure is shown in Figure 1. The browser sends the interactive animation interface related data to the web server. The web server sends the data to the CGI program using Stdium. After executing the CGI program, you may access some document that store the data and finally use the Stdium to output the visual refactoring result file. Web server sent back to the browser to display it to the user. CGI program can be written in any programming language, such as shell scripting language, Perl, Fortran, Pascal, C language, etc. But Linux does not support the language of Perl, Fortran, and so on. And the C language is not well related to the platform, so we'll choose to use the C language to write CGI programs. In addition, the web does not support the database, so the data that needs to be saved can only be saved to the file, and the CGI query data is only a query of the files rather than accessing the database. 1.2 Implementation of visual reconstruction of interactive animation interface. In that forum, the visual reconstruction flow of the interactive animation interface is realized by the above-mentioned web technology, as shown in Figure 2 below. All above visual reconstruction steps are completed under the guidance of the program written by web technology. Point 1. Visual feature extraction. The scene of interactive animation includes logical scene and visual scene. The logical scene reflects the content information of animation from the logical feature, and the visual scene reflects the content information of animation from the visual feature. Methods based on content lines. This method first extracts the edge of the image from the interactive animation interface, then searches for the maximum converter point on the trim composed of edges, or approximate the edge of the polygons, and then calculate the verticals of the polygon's future point. A setter and the brother extract the future point from the edge profile curve, and in order to get robust result, they also introduce a multi-scale framework. This approach is very similar to the method proposed by Moghtharian and Markwood using the deformation point on the curve. Hora first extracts a part of the line from the contour line, and these lines are grouped according to certain lines. The intersection point of the line in each group is the characteristic value. Methods based on gray value. This kind of method firstly defines an operator and extracts the future point by searching the extreme value of the operator on a grayscale changing image. In 1978, Biot proposed a method of detection based on rotation invariant. Trusler and Nagel used the Gaussian curvature principle in the detection process. Kitchen and Rosefield proposed a method of finding a future point around the gradient change direction of the edge on the interaction animation interface. Nock attempted to give a theoretical formula for corner detection with differential geometry, and he plans the principle of detection under the Plessig algorithm. In 1988, Harris and Stephan proposed the Harris operator. Here we correct the Harris operator to complete the point detection in the future. First, the average gradient square matrix of each pixel in the image is calculated, of which I parenthesis x, y is coordinate parenthesis x, y and ima the grayscale of the point. In order to quickly find the gray pixel of the image, this paper defines an index gi to judge the pixel gray value in a logarithm range and expression s. In the formula that I log to the power of c parenthesis p represent the local area operator for identifying gray pixel in a logarithmic range, namely. Among them, omega p represents the local neighborhood with p as the center and the side 3 multiples 3. I log to the power of c parenthesis q represents the result of taking the logarithm of the c parenthesis c r g b component I to the power of cp of p. I log to the power of c parenthesis q is the partial mean of I log to the power of c parenthesis p in neighborhood omega parenthesis p. Assuming that I log to the power of c parenthesis p equals that I log to the power of g parenthesis p equals that I log to the power of b parenthesis p, and gi parenthesis p equals 0. P is the standard grail pixel. In order to remove the pixels with extremely low light, modify gi to obtain the following formula. In the formula, e parenthesis p equal I to the power of r parenthesis p plus I to the power of g parenthesis p plus I to the power of b parenthesis p divided 3 represent the brightness value of pixel p, and the Boltzmann represent a small positive number, which can avoid a situation where the denominator is 0. Therefore, it can be concluded that pixel e parenthesis p in the area with extremely low light is also low, and the gi value will rise and it will not be considered as a grail pixel. Number 2. Visual feature matching. The goal of the initial match is to determine a set of candidate matching pairs. Candidate matching pairs can contain a large number of mismatches, all of which can be eliminated in subsequent robust matching processes, as well as in the reconstruction process. Binocular stereo matching is based on a point matching criterion according to some characteristic of the visual image. At present, visual feature matching mainly includes grayscale correlation-based matching, feature-based matching, and model-based matching. Here is the figure 3. The performance of this kind of algorithm mainly depends on the similarity measure and the choice of search strategy. The selection of matching window size is also a problem that must be considered by this kind of method. Large windows may be mismatched, and small windows cannot cover enough intensity changes. Therefore, the size of the matching region can be adjusted adaptively to achieve better matching result. Number 3. Visual feature 3D reconstruction. Visual reconstruction is the ultimate goal of this study. Feature extraction and stereo matching in the above 2 chapters are the basis and the precondition of visual reconstruction. In this paper, binocular stereo vision technology is used to reconstruct interactive animation interface. Its principle is as follows. Firstly, 2 images of interactive animation interface are obtained by binocular camera based on parallax principle. The trigonometric principle is used to recover the 3D geometric information of the scene, and the 3D shape of the interface is reconstructed as shown in Figure 4 below. Number 2. Experimental result and analysis. The purpose of this study is to improve the visual quality of the interactive animation interface, which is more humanized and better reflected in the interactive performance. So in this simulation experiment, the visual effect of the interface before and after visual reconstruction is taken as an object, and the visual effect of the interface before and after visual reconstruction is taken as an object. Figure 5 below shows the interactive animation interface for visual reconstruction. Now, using the method mentioned in the above-mentioned article to perform the visual reconstruction, the visual effect evaluation is carried out on the 2 interfaces before and after the visual reconstruction by an expert evaluation method. The result is shown in Table 1. In order to reduce the subjectivity of expert screen evaluation, the weight conversion calculation is carried out. The result is in Table 2. Here is the Table 2 below. As can be seen from Table 2, the average weight of interface visual effect after visual reconstruction is 0.9516, while the average weight after interface, if before visual reconstruction, is 0.8695. The comparison shows that the performance of visual reconstruction method is better. On the basis, the time of interface reconstruction is recorded and counted. Results are shown in Figure 6. As shown in Figure 6, the proposed method has short time, obvious advantage, and high practical application. Number 3. Conclusion. To sum up, visual reconstruction has always been one of the focal point and hotspot in interactive animation interface research. In order to generate the synthetic environment for non-object and visual object, the research on reconstruction methods is of great academic significance and application value, both in computer division and in engineering application. And next below is Part 4 references. That's all.